Good morning, everybody. No Sunday again, also. Second Sunday, all done, my friends. So let's start our morning comedy fast for today. So we were discussing about the thoughts and illusion that they create, and the most powerful thought of all is the thought so powerful to the point that now it no longer feels like a thought. Now it feels like an entity, a person, a self existing. To that point, this thought, this self, has become powerful. Now we no longer feel a simple thought, a simple thought, but we strongly feel a sense of self, existing self. And even if we try to find, we can't find it in the body. We can't find it in the mind, yet we strongly feel this self, this thought. We strongly get a sense of self somewhere when it's not where to be found. So it's this thought that is too powerful enough. It creates this illusion of entity. That's why we strongly feel there's this existing. So now let's further investigate this thought, this self. Let's watch how this identity is formed. It didn't form at once. This thought got created at one point in our life when we were little, when we were young. That's the first time this self-thought got created. As usual, a vision and a thought combined together. Combined together created this thought link. It didn't end there. This behavior, this thought got repeated again and again and again. And it's not simply this repeat. More information was added to more data added to it. Now it's not simply addition and sum. Now it has more story, more information, more information means more power, which means this simple thought gets more power. So when it gets repeated again and again, it reached to a point where this power makes us feel like there is an entity. To that point, this thought has become powerful. Now We strongly feel there is some a person, an entity saying. We strongly get the sense of self. To that point, this thought, this simple thing has gotten powerful. So now this has repeated so many times. Now it happens effortless. Now we never feel it like before. We feel like there is an entity somewhere here. We can't even find where, but yet this powerful thought makes us feel like there is this. It's an illusion. The thought that's so strong, it makes us feel like a real person here. That's the illusion. Not that there is a real person. There's not a real person at all. It's this power that creates this illusional person. There's nothing else here. Just like any other thought, when it gets powerful, it creates this realistic object like real, which is even it gets too powerful, this power can create this illusional object. Not that there is a real thing, but that power can create, make us feel like there is a real object, there is a real person. That's what happens even with the self, even with any other thing. That's why when we get a vision, we immediately believe that there is exactly an object there, 3D, with the width, with the height, with the depth, 3-dimensional object. But if we get it from the vision, no, vision only gave us a simple bunch of colors, a 2D picture. There's nothing there. It's the thought that is so powerful, creates, makes us feel like there is this object. And it happens so fast. We put it immediately to outside. So now we think that 3D object is out there. But when it's clearly appeared in our mind, same way this feeling is happening with the self-thought. Just a thought that is so strong, that is so powerful, to the point that it can create the illusion of an entity existing. It's happening nowhere else. It's happening in our own mind. This thought power that always happens in our own mind. And nobody did it, nobody powered it. We did it. It happened over the time. When the thought got repeated again and again, it naturally powered and started to feel like there is this self here. If we go to the beginning, very beginning, when we were little, when we were born, we never have failed. There is this end, there is this self. Even when we grow up, we never felt it. But after the first day we learned about this self, this thought, it slowly started to gather the power inside of it, powerful, little by little, from that day onwards, we slowly started to build the sense of self. Not at the beginning, slowly, gradually increase and has reached to this point. But now we feel strongly, yes, so if the self is not in the mind, and if the self is not even in the mind, there is feeling, this strong feeling of a self identity. So how this self got stronger and feel like reality with that repetition and also that speed. Mind, it appears in the mind, but it will always place it on the head. Now the thought says, I'm like this, I'm like that, and I did this, I did that. That's just how I am. That's who I am. This made who I am. Throughout our life, we learn. In that learning phase, we like learning things, and we think it's this moment. And we need to learn things. And the thing is, we think that, so this collection of repeated patterns makes that thought so strong, and it links it becomes powerful. So now when this self appears, all of that links also get triggered with that. That's why it's so powerful. Now this self is no longer a simple sound and vision. Now this self has more story. This is how I look. This is what I have. This is what I learned. This is where I happened. These are the things I have. Everything is added to the self. So when the self appears now, all those links once is triggered. That's when we get equal. Because I have this, I have that. Now the self is even more powerful. It can have different things. I am a good person, I am a bad person. I did that, I did this, everything is there. So the self is changing. The self image is continuously being updated. And that update makes this thought stronger, powerful. So I feel like the self is completely, continuously being updated while still being experienced as one permanent thing. When it's clearly everything is changing, we feel like it's not changing. That's the other illusion. And that's why we strongly feel this sense of self. Because if we feel them as momentum moment, then this self has no problem, powerful. Because It only limited to that moment. A simple thought appeared and disappeared. But first, we don't feel like this self has gotten stronger because we believe there is this self continuous, permanent, solid. We believe this self existed throughout this timeline. This self is in the past, this self is in the present, and will be in the future. We blindly believe it. We didn't see it as a thought. We see it as entity. And when we believe it, it is even more strong and it creates this continuousness. And another reason is when the self-talk gets repeated again and again, it creates this illusion of existence. And just like how mind ignores the flickering of a light, but it always comes. But for us, we see a continuous light beam. Same way we feel we can't see this flickering of the sun. Instead, we see the continuous sun existing. It's the speed and the repetition. Speed creates this continuousness. Repetition powers the thought even more. And that repetition is the other reason that we see it as continuous, permanent, and it repeated again and again. It creates this illusion. And that's how we are trapped in. If we are unable to see the truth, this repetition, we mistaken it for the continuous thought, continuous self, permanent self, a permanent entity throughout the time. And if we see the other way around, we see the thought appear and disappear in the moment, and again the thought appear and disappear in another moment. And between the gap, there is no self, there is no entity, because this is just a thought. But we always feel like the self existing. That's how we are used to see the thought. Any thought, we never think of it as a thought, a concept, but as a real thing. Not just self, simple things like chair, tree, door, cupboard, everything when we hear the name. We don't feel them as thoughts, simple concepts. We feel them as objects, feelings, existing. Even right now, when you can't see it, but when you hear the name, you immediately use that mental object. Not take it as simple sound, but take it as an object existing. This is the illusion of thought. Thought has become stronger to the point we feel them as real objects, real things, when clearly none of our senses can perceive all objects. Eyes can only give 2D image, ears can only give sound, tongue can only give it taste, nose, smell, skin, touch, and none of them can take a whole object, perceive a whole object. So it's clearly a construction of our mind, a simple link that got our mind to the point where we feel like wearing an object. This is the illusion of the mind, of the thoughts. No matter how strong, how real, we feel something existing out there, independent on its own. It's the illusion of the mind that makes us feel in that way, not that the real object existing. You might say, but there is this object. That's your mind speaking, and creating the story, the thought, giving you the feeling of object. For someone, there might not be an object. It's always your own mind, your own perception that makes you feel like the object is real. There is an object. So same thing with this thought. So no matter how strong, how real you feel, it's a power that creates this illusion, a feeling of an existence self, not that the real self exists. There will never a self existed. There will never a self to begin with. This whole feeling of a person that exists is the illusion of the mind, is the illusion that creates it by the power of this thought. And the thing is, we got so used to perceive the world, observe the world in this way, not just self, everything, other, father, prayer, anything. We feel them as objects. When this perception gets repeated again and again, our system automatically gets used to perceive the thing, see the world in this way. So that's why now it happens effortlessly, naturally. Now we think it's reality because it feels natural, it feels real. To that point, we are so used to this wrong perception, this wrong way of seeing the world. That's why everything feels real. That's why we feel there are objects. That's why we feel there is a self. It's not that there is a self, it's a feel, a fake feel, an illusional feel that there is a self. There is a difference in that, not a real self existing. There were never a self exist. The self itself is thought that got created. But even that is not real. It's just a simple sound to begin. The sound got linked with the image, and that link is thought. but powerful to the point that creates this illusion of the self. But the thought itself is the lie. That's why there is no self to begin with, just the power that creates, makes us feel like there is a self. So when there is nothing, but when there is this feeling, that's the illusion. That's the illusion of thoughts. So when we understand this Dhamma, what really happens, we cannot stop thoughts. Now the mind, just like other centers, creates thoughts. Because there's no one does it. It happens automatically. The thoughts get created, but they should be as simple thoughts. Right now, we don't feel thoughts as simple concepts. We feel them as real objects, things, people, entities that exist. So that is the one that is going to fade. And thought starts to feel as they should be, as simple concepts. That's what happens in the end. So still the thought appears, but there's no longer. We no longer can strongly make us feel there is really an objective, there's really a self, an entity here, there's really a person there. That's the thing that's going to fade. At the beginning, thoughts were simple concepts that humans create to communicate. So that's what they should be. Not something that exists on its own, not as all, but as a tool of communication. And that's what's going to happen. When the all of each thought starts to reduce gradually, when the mind power gradually reduces, it's reached to the point where thought starts to feel like thoughts, simple concepts, simple interpretations, simple tools for communication. And they're no longer strong enough to feel like real objects, real self, real things. That's what happens when you understand wisdom, when you go that path deeper and deeper. You will reach the point where you no longer feel thoughts are real. There are real objects, real person there. You simply get a thought, and now you know the truth. So you no longer feel them as real. At first, it happens automatically. You cannot force it. It happens on the only thing you can do is to see the truth. The thoughts are not real. These amazing. This is not real. Nothing in the world. You don't know. You don't full of objects. But thoughts that are powerful, that creates the illusion of objects, things, people. including the self. So when we take everything as reality, when it's not, that's where it leads to suffering, sadness, happiness, grief. So we are suffering for a mental object that our own mind created. There's no object really existing. Our mind weaved it throughout with repetition. Now it has gotten to the point it feels real. There's no object. If we can't see it, we think this mind, this thought that we face this illusion of that state of a self is real. When we feel this entity is real, then we start to revolve everything around it. Something happens. We are afraid the self gets affected. It's always the self. Self becomes the center of everything. And then, if something happens, now we take the self as real. And when we feel sad, it also feels real. Because now the self is feeling sad. Then, story creates this continuing itself. And anything feels real. That we get the suffering, the sadness, happiness, the hatred to that thing, that object. It becomes the center. It becomes the harmony. So when we break this fake illusion, it has an object with that automatically the other things also break. When there is no object, then there is no something. There is nothing to be inside. Angry, hatred. It's always linked to this whole illusion. When we start to see the truth, it slowly starts to break. Before this time, we suffered because we took the self as real entity existing. And because of that real entity existing, that entity felt sad, or it get affected. So that's why we feel happiness, sad, angry, hatred. But when there is no self, then the sadness that follows it, that illusion also starts to go away, fade away, because there's nothing to suffer here, nothing to feel sad. We realize we are suffering, we're feeling sad, we're getting hate to our mind's own construct, our mind's own thought that has gotten power to the point that feels like real. a person, a object. That's how we have to see the truth of the world. When we see this, there is no object there. The power gradually starts. Where do we? That's the movement of life. The rest are still as usual. Our eyes are looking at the mind is thinking of the world. Even when we are told, but now we know the truth. Truth when thought appears, it becomes no longer powerful enough to face the delusion of a fake reality. It no longer powerful enough to face the delusion of object, of person, or self. That happens automatically, the same way thought was powerful over the years. The same thing happens gradually. We can't force it. It happens gradually. The only thing we can do is see it, observe, listen. Our thoughts make us feel the real object. It feels the it won't stop at once, but when we start to notice, we get this is a thought, this is a thought that creates this illusion of self. We slowly start to notice more tiny things that we did not notice before. That's how we gradually move in this path. We cannot force ourselves to stop suffering or stop feeling it as a real object. That can't be done. That has to happen on its own. The only thing we can do is see the truth behind this illusion, this reality, this feeling that the object, there is the person, there is this self. See it in its real nature. See it as an illusion. Try to see it yourself, not just take it as some words, some information. Use it and try to see it yourself. Is it really it? Is it really a thought? Is it really not an object? Is there really not a self here? That has to be done by yourself. That has to see. That has to be seen by yourself. Try to see the truth. Try to see the illusion behind thoughts, behind love, behind everything that we real objects think. And when we start to see this true nature, we start to notice the story, the thought, thing that gets created in our mind, but it's a chain that gets triggered. What doesn't appear on its own, what always appears when there is a condition, and there is cause. This down is always connected. There has to be conditions, and the right conditions are met. They fit and take. It starts to notice what's appear on its own. We can stop them, but we can see them. But if we were driven by the thoughts, the story gets triggered. We start to suffer. But if we just don't see them simply passing thoughts, appearing and disappearing, we get this. Then you might have noticed when something happens, thought appears, and then another thought appears. But if we take them as ours, it gets complicated. Then we are suffering, and we are living in our mind, living in that everything is real. People are real, objects are real, everything is real. But if we start to see them as thoughts that appear only now, that appear when the conditions are met, it immediately breaks the illusion and the suffering that comes with the illusion. It's not about stopping thoughts, it's not about stopping anything at all. It's always about seeing them as not the real. We cannot stop thoughts. Thoughts appear in our mind just the same. Images appear from our vision, from that same way for sounds appear from me. So we cannot stop thoughts. And it's never about stopping thoughts. It's about it's never about stopping thoughts. It's about the opposite. When a thought appears, it's not simple thought. It feels like object. It feels like a real thing, something, person, an object. That's the wrong. That's the wrong perception. That's the illusion. That's the real. It's the wrong way. It's not about stopping thoughts. It's about stopping this feeling of this fake reality. Like we say, we can temporarily forcefully do. It happens automatically, but in order to happen, we have these truth. We have to understand truth, not because someone said so, but use them as we understand it. It was with that deep understanding we start to liberate from our mind. Then it stops starting to revolve everything around, everything else, material, earth, everything, we instead we start to notice and then really, really like also experience this three-dimensional space. You start to notice this illusion. You know, you start to feel and feel. That's where it starts. You reproduce unknown mind. And when the continue to pray with this truth, we start to live in this moment where real sense experiences happen. You stop starting living in it and you start to awaken more. And even though the fear of it, you no longer do real things, objects, but simple passive things, simple things, simple things that appear from the spectrum, the rest gently. We learn the moment totally. We don't know the way.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. Teruvan Saranai. Aran Mahansa, I worship Aran Mahansa at his feet, our noble friend who is guiding us on this Dhamma pathway. And we are so fortunate to hear this Dhamma from you, Teruvan Saranai. May our friends who are joining be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends, Dhamma friends who are always behind us, helping with all kinds of technological things matters untiringly. May you be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is a continuation of the uh, Buddothpado PeoTV English YouTube channel. Uh, it starts at 6 o'clock in the morning and then goes on until 10 p.m. Sri Lankan time. And in between, from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., there is a uh, discussion session where some of our Dhamma friends are joining, and uh, we try to discuss if there are any problems, queries from any person who is listening to these Dhamma sermons, or if they have listened to Sinhalese Buddhotpada Zoom discussions, you can come up with whatever the doubt you have. We try in our best to uh, solve it, and we know that if we have a problem, we always can go to our noble friend Aryan Mahansi and get his opinion, so that you have the justice in all levels. Uh, our attempt is actually to give this Dhamma message to the community who is speaking English language. Uh, for the community who speaks Sinhalese language, there are 8 Zoom discussions already, so they can join to one of them. But for the English speaking people, it is mainly for this YouTube channel, which was started several months ago. So if you have been trying to find what is the truth, and if you have been going from person to person, or going on listening to different sermons done by different people, some of them with the name of Buddhism, some of them may be something going near close to that, with some Buddhist concepts being mixed up with different other religious beliefs. So there can be a lot of confusion, particularly for a person who has no idea how to find out the truth. Actually, some of them are very attractive to the person who is listening. It's like sort of pouring honey to the ear. It's so attractive, so colorful, vivid, and really convincing type of sermons are there. If you screen through this YouTube, Facebook, all kinds of social media, and the websites, different websites given, but you have to find out whether it is the true Dhamma facts that has been disclosed by Lord Buddha. If it is a true Dhamma facts, it's only that is the only path to the nirvana. So, firstly, I have to say that there's nothing, there's no thing called nirvana. Also, it's not a target. Actually, it's not something kind of result with the qualification. It's not something that you can gain by thinking also. So thoughts, you have to use the thoughts to understand this Dhamma. But thoughts or thinking is not nirvana. So if you ask what is nirvana, what is burning is extinguished. So that is the only solution I can give. In that case, you can't say where did the fire go. The fire gone, but you can't say which direction. Something which was thought to be there is no more there. So that is all I can say. So nirvana means the power which was burning within the system has been extinguished. So that is a life that the arhants are enjoying, experiencing. There's no person who is experiencing, of course, but the system is just running. And when the system is running without burning any current, that is where the nirvana is. So we have a lot of experience with uh, people who start listening to these Buddothpado sermons, very first ones, where they have been listening to so many other sermons in the past, and they have got lots of strong thoughts or strong drushtis, which are sometimes very difficult to break. They don't like to change the way that they were thinking. They don't like to change their practices because they have been kind of brainwashed. They feel that this is the path, this is the type of the meditation that has to be done. But you have to check the deeper levels of this. Breaking those drushtis is very important but difficult. For a person who is not a Buddhist, who has never heard of uh, any Dhamma facts related to Buddhism, might be able to understand it before because he doesn't have a pre-made cage. He doesn't have a pre-made mold and no restrictions which have been laid down earlier, so that they will take up these facts with open mind and open hands. But for a person who is labeled as a Buddhist, who has been following various sermons, maybe done by the monks or the nuns, or maybe done by lay people who are uh, following this Dhamma path and who are doing the preaching. But the fact that whether there is inner transformation or not is 100% going to decide the facts which are delivered, whether it is true or not. When you have the self understanding or the self uh, transformation only, you will be able to give an equally or somewhat close to that understanding to another person. But if the person who is talking is also in full 100% mind, if he's in full thoughts, whatever he is telling may not be uh, correct, and also he may not be able to give the message also correctly. So we know this fact very clearly with our noble friend Aryan Mahanse's sermons. We know that he has a great inner transformation, and the way that he's communicating that, either verbal or non-verbal communication, it actually makes the listener to really feel the meaning rather than listening and understanding. That is also happening, but at the same time, under the meaning gives a deeper feel to the person, to the listener, and uh, the concentration fully goes to what is mentioned in the Deshana, and uh, it goes on for hours, but the listener actually doesn't feel any tiredness. And it, at the end, a significant number of them have got completely sort of changed their mentality. What Aranvas is trying to do, especially in the first part of this Deshana that he's doing these days, what he tries to do is to make sure that the person, there's no person here, there's no self in here, but it is just a process that continues. A mechanism is occurring. So that is what he's trying to explain as the most simple thing at the beginning, which is very effective actually. Some mothers are in tears. They are kind of shocked sometimes. What is this? This is not what we were hearing earlier. we felt that the whole world is true, and we wanted to do more and more meritorious work things so that we can collect more merits. It's like collecting money in a savings account. So what they felt was that this is the way that we were meditating. This is the way that we were doing all kinds of meritorious work. And we felt that we will be able to reach Nibbana sometime later. Of course, not in this birth. It might happen some years later on. So that was the understanding that most of these mothers do have. Some of the mothers say that they are doing certain types of meditation by just thinking, just some lines of thinking. They continue to repeat that same line again and again. So there must be a very subtle way of samatha bhavana or the concentration meditation happening in that situation, because they focus on what they are saying. But certainly, this is not what Lord Buddha was trying to explain. Lord Buddha was trying to explain about mostly the Vidarshana meditation or the penetrative meditation or insight meditation, because the concentration meditation was a part of the Hinduism and the many other religions which were there and which are there. So it's an easy meditation, I would say, relatively easy meditation. When you train your mind, you try to tie up the mind to one focus, concentrate on one focus. And certainly it gives rise to some form of comfort, relief, which is greatly temporary. The moment that you finish your meditation, if you have been doing the concentration meditation for a longer time, that relaxed nature, that comfortable nature of the mind will last longer. So it depends. Sometimes people go for meditation programs for days and days, maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, like that. So when you attend to long periods like that, the mind is tamed into some extent. So the mind tend to stay calm and cool for a little longer. But of course, see what happens after uh, some time. The mind is back to square one. All kinds of disturbances, challenges will rouse that current which was uh, there. Uh, Today we will just talk a little bit about the karma and the karma phala. Now, people ask sometimes, why do people lose their lives in disasters sometimes? Most of them they are very innocent people. Then, if it is innocent, why does it happen to him? So, if you take this question, if you have a belief about a strong, uh, powerful Lord, then of course the Lord should not, uh, or a God, Lord or God, yes. So if you have a belief like that, uh, then you can see that how unreasonable it is if the God let these innocent people die in the disasters. Now, a few days back, we saw in Nepal that there was an unexpected flood, and that was part of a natural disaster. A huge block of glaciers has been separated due to an earthquake, and it has fallen into a river. And the dissolving of that, along with the mud and soil and uh, sand, all kinds of rubble, has been added to that little river, small scale river. and a huge flood has come from there and joined the main river. And the main river, which is going through Nepal, has brought up a huge unexpected flood at that time, washing away so many hundreds of people's lives. Surely most of them must have been very innocent people. And we know that many foreigners also have died. So the foreigners may have gone there uh, just for a visit sometimes. And there may be people who have gone to Nepal for pilgrimage also. So one might wonder, why does the God allow uh, to to bring some form of disaster to the lives of these people? They may have been very innocent. They may have been very religious, and they may have done already quite a lot of meritorious work. So in that case, isn't it very unjustifiable to uh, happen something like that? So people will attribute that to the karma, isn't it? We hear that people say that probably this is the karma of their life. So that has come uh, to give this result. Now, if you take this sentence, uh, it's something that people use. That sentence is something that people use to comfort themselves if something that they don't want to happen happens. So it may be even a death of the uh, most lovable child in the family. It may be the death of a father or a mother who has been an extremely nice person to the household and also to the outsiders and to the relatives. So, why? The question why comes in such situations? Why did it happen? And we know that there are very foolish people who even change their religion if something happens like that. They feel that I have no refuge from this religion because my so and so had a sudden death. And uh, so, therefore, they feel that I should change the religion to have somebody who can help me, who can help me in this sort of sufferings. So these are very, very foolish decisions. We have seen that happening. And also, we know that there are some uh, followers who try to use such instances to attract such people. These are all kinds of tactics that is happening among the religious groups because there is something competitive. Buddhism is not competitive at all. Buddhism never uh, forces a person. Buddhism never think of converting a person unless that person decides he or she that he or she wants to find the truth of this Buddhism. So we have no strict rules or regulations even about going to the temple. But there are ethics, of course. The ethics are being followed, and the people are doing it as uh, a part of that ethical practices. But we know in most of the other religions, it's a must visiting uh, the the temple or the church or the mosque. It's a rule, and if they do not go, they are answerable. So there is no such thing in Buddhism. The Buddhism is very much relaxed. It completely depends on the person's willingness to follow. So talking about these incidents, the disastrous incidents, uh, how can you explain that? Now, as I said, people use this action and effect phenomenon to make them feel comfortable. He's too good to be with the in this world. So he was taken up there by the God. So those are, or sometimes whenever the belief is that whenever death occurs, he's going to the God or to the heaven. So they are happy. The person who died is in a good place. So we should be happy. It's a big loss for us. But if he's in a good place, then that is what it should be. So this is one way of having some comfort about various disasters. Even a disaster, people might say that that is the karma that he had. That is what he had to undergo. And even losing properties or losing jobs and all that things, not having children, particularly in Asian setup, where after marriage a child is expected. So these are all things are uh, uh, put to the account of the karma, credited to the account of the karma. And people are also relaxed and contented because something which has happened according to the karmic effect. What did Lord Buddha say about the karmic effect? Now, action and effect is something that is being taught in almost all the other religions. They say, do good things, you will get a good uh, effect. If your action is bad, you will have a bad effect. So, therefore, encouraging people to do good actions is something common in almost every other, almost all the other uh, religions. So, that was there even at the time that uh, Prince Siddhartha was born. And Lord Buddha said he found out with all his super wisdom that there are two lines actually. What are the two lines? One is the action and effect, other one is the cause and effect. So when you talk about the action and effect, as I said, that is what is being practiced in most of the other religions. So whatever is said and done will decide what is the future of that person. So then there is no escape actually for a person who has done bad things. Even if he wants to give up what he was doing now, still he has no escape. He has to pay that loan. He has to repay what has what has been done. So therefore, definitely he has to go to the hell and then come back and then enjoy the so-called good life. So this is if this is the story, uh, we know that Angulimala Thero will never be able to be an arhat because after doing so many manslaughters, he was feeling very guilty about it. Even Lord Buddha was trying to explain him Dhamma. He found it difficult to take it up because he had this belief about the karmic effect. So after becoming a monk also, he was feeling greatly uh, guilty about what he has done. I mean, what he did was anyway out of control because it was a request from his, a strong request made by his own teacher. So that is a different aspect. We can't talk about that. But we know that he was an innocent, a brilliant, intelligent boy who has kind of topped his batch of students. So he will not have any chance if it is only the action and effect phenomenon is functioning. So Then Lord Buddha explained that it is not only the action and effect which is there, but he explained the cause and effect phenomenon, which is the most groundbreaking type of revelation, I would say, because no one knew about that cause and effect phenomenon until that time. That is why Lord Buddha said that to the five disciples, the five the Mahapassaga Mahanun, the five disciples with whom he was meditating before going on his own path alone. Uh, he said that, uh, please listen to this. This is not what we were practicing together. This is something unique. So, what he found out as a unique thing was this cause and effect phenomenon. So, the cause and effect phenomenon is something really, as I said, groundbreaking type of revelation, uh, because there is an escape, even for a person who has done so many sins or bad performances. There is an escape according to this phenomenon. So the uh, that is what Lord Buddha mentioned in a different way, the dependent origination or the paticca samuppada that you have very clearly, very frequently that you have heard. So, in other words, when the cause is there, the effect is there. When the cause is not there, effect is not there. When the cause arises at this moment, effect also arises along with that this moment. And when the cause disappears, the effect also disappears. So these were the famous statements about Paticca Samuppada. If you really very clearly understands uh, with deep understanding, with deep realization, what is this paticca samuppada or this dependent origination, the you becomes dissolved at the end. There can't be a person who understands dependent origination. Understanding dependent origination means the person becomes zero. There is no person who has understood dependent origination. So, dependent origination is, uh, it means that the two ends, the end of things are there, and the end of things are not there. So, it is not any of them. When the cause is there, the things can happen. When the cause is not there, the things will not happen. So that is something in between. Not I mean, something which is definitely there is also not true. In that case, it is the full mundane world where you take the whole mundane world as true. On the other hand, you can't say that there is nothing uh, in this world. But then the question comes, then what are we experiencing? There's something experiencing here. So how can you say that there's nothing? So those are two extreme ends actually. So what is really happening is that when the relevant causes are there, the world is created. So this is what Angulimala Thero could not understand at the beginning. He felt that he was feeling very guilty about all the things that happened. He may have been dying with uh, the sorrow and the suffering each moment. He may have been burning with his suffering with each moment. The moments that he remembers how the people struggling in pain when he tried to kill them. how their expressions, how screaming were they when he tried to kill them. But no, nothing would stop him. So he continued killing until the Lord Buddha's kind eye was focused to him, and Lord Buddha decided to go and help him. So the action and effect, if you do something wrong, now we will take that you have we will take that a person has killed another person. So we will take that example. You can actually apply any incident that has been coming up again and again as a light thought. Maybe something simple like you killing an animal, even something more simpler that you step on some ants and killed it, or you sprayed some insecticides and killed several hundreds of ants. Now, these situations, I'm not saying that you can do it because there's cause and effect is the correct one, but the action and effect is not the correct one. No, it's not something like that. Now, what happens when there is some incident happens like that? A person who has done it, a person in the mundane world, see that the animal was killed, animal or the insect was killed. The person may have seen that how it was struggling in pain at the time of the death, and then after that, seeing the still body, uh, and maybe to add some colors to the story, if the animal had small ones, like if it is a dog or something, if it had pups and the pups were coming and uh, trying to find their mother, trying to suckle from the dead animal. Now, these may have sometimes empowered that feeling of guilt, isn't it? So, in such situations, if you have purposely killed at that time for some reason, that time you had a very strong current in your mind, isn't it? You had some anger focused onto that animal, which was released uh, by killing it. So, it was a strong current within the system. Now, that current, how did it come? How did that current come to make such a powerful activity? Same thing about killing a person who has killed another person, tried, became violent suddenly and killed another person. So, in such a situation, obviously, whether you killed an animal or whether you killed a human, it is a strong current which was created instantly in the mind, isn't it? So if you investigate to find out where did this current come from, that is something worthwhile finding. And when such a current is formed and an action or a kaya sankara occurs, for a person who feels that everything is real, you have a real world, you have the real animal or the human who got killed by you, and strongly myself is also there. So everything is true. The whole film is true to you. And uh, what happens to this thought? Now the thought is felt real, isn't it? This killing is not an incident. It is an it is a real situation that happened. So when the situation is real means, in other words, the thoughts related to that are real. When the thoughts are alive or the thoughts are having such a strong current, it will come up again and again and again, isn't it? The guilt feeling will come, really putting that stress or that guilty feeling becoming more and more stronger. And the person may be lamenting, oh, I killed that animal. I killed that animal. Oh, I killed that man. Why did I do it? So this thought will be repetitive. What happens each time? The current will be stronger and stronger. Now, when the current is stronger, or in other words, when the thought is really felt true, what is the effect? That where is the realm? It's definitely a lower realm, isn't it? And isn't it impossible that same current will be there in the last thought also when the person is dying? Or maybe if there is a sudden death at the time where this thought is really coming up in a strong way, which has a high current, where will the this current be telepathizing? It will telepathize to a suitable, I would say, suitable uh, current somewhere. So it may be in the womb of an animal, or it may be in the what is called the hell, where again it is explained in Buddhism as one of the lowest realms. So this is how the action and effect is coming to power. So the real world means, real thought means the current is more and more stronger, and the thought is coming up more often. And more often coming up means very frequently the current is going up. And in such a situation, if the physical body comes to an end, that current will be synchronized or telepathized to a lower realm. So then you say that karmic effect occurred and he was born as an animal or he was born in hell. So this is how you can explain the action and effect. On the other hand, there may be a person, you know, that there are people who do not really feel guilty about what he's doing. They are very insensitive about the human lives or maybe the animal lives. Now, take the people who are doing the killing of animals, the butchers. Now, there are certain uh, religions, of course, they feel that if they remember about their God and do the killing, they will be taken to the uh, heaven after death. So, with that, they feel strongly that the good self or the person who is trying to do things that the God approves is there. So they continue with the killing. They don't feel guilty. But what is there? The strong myself is there, isn't it? The strong myself who is not bothered about these things. Strong myself who is trying to do what the God is advising is there. So these are different types or different phases of uh, different phases of defilements or the current or the power. In one situation, there is a person who is feeling guilty because of that he's burning himself because of the guilty feeling. So his current is high because he's feeling bad about it. There's a person who is feeling bad about it. On the other hand, a thug or a serial killer who doesn't care at all about the other person's life, who is very strong in this matter, a not bothered type of a person is there. So that again is a different phase of a self. There is a person who is not bothered about these things. There's a person who don't care about the lives of the other persons. Even after killing, he can sort of enjoy his life with a drink and some party. So that person, it is a different phase. So there are also some form of there is a current which is the self. On the other hand, he will have hidden current uh, uh, if it is a manslaughter, of course, of current. If he is caught up, then he will be sentenced to death. So that current is also there. But on the other hand, if it is a butcher, if it is a person who is doing animal slaughtering, he has a current, strong current himself. Self is here. The animals are for our consumption. So I am killing. So the not bothered type of self is there on that side. So these are different phases. Now, in both situations, both are in the mundane world. In both situations, there's a strong self, the self who is burning, and also the self who is strong. Both ways, the self is there. So, the self is there means the world is true, and such person will have the karmic effect. Now, this was the situation of Angulimala Thero when he was even in the robes, even after becoming a monk, he had this guilty feeling. So that means he had fire. He was burning with the fire. He was feeling sad about what happened. So as I said, there's no difference between the person who is feeling guilty and a person who is feeling very brave and being very strong about uh, self. So in both situations, self is there. Self is there means the whole world is true to you. There is a person who got killed. There are animals who got killed by this person. So the two sides, the duality is there. The consciousness, mind consciousness is true. Mind consciousness or the thoughts are true in these both situations. So until that day where the turning point came to Angulimala Thero, we know that the Lord Buddha waited for that time very tactfully until some sort of incident occurs, and Angulimala Thero will be able to understand it all by himself. So then, as I said, uh, there is no path to the higher realms for Angulimala Thero if not for this cause and effect phenomenon. So the moment you understand that there is no self here, the moment that you understand that each thought is something happened at this moment, and there's no killer in this new thought, there's no connection between the two thoughts, not by knowledge, but with deep realization. The moment you understand that there's no person who is having a continuity, then only beyond that level is a cause and effect phenomenon will come to action. Until that time, until the until that time, if the belief is about the true world, if the belief is about the true incident where myself was involved, then of course the karmic effects will come. So, talking about the natural disasters, now you might say, even sometimes in the families, you say that he's the best person in this family. He was so good, and you feel that if there is an untimely death of that person, all will be lamenting, why did it happen? Why did it happen to such a good person? Because we see only the very nearest part of that person. The nearest current part is the one which is obvious to us. But this is a long journey. This is the samsaric journey or the life cycles is something which we don't see. Lord Buddha, people like Lord Buddha who had this superpower of seeing the things about the past and the future, they could predict and say that who you were in the past and where you will be going after this. So we have no such way of getting any uh, predictions because no one at the moment has any power because we know that there are various kinds of fortune tellers who are telling all kinds of big lies to the people. So there's no way of exactly finding out where we are going and where we came. So what is common to all these things? What the coming from the past and living here and going to the future, the different births or different lives. What is common to all this? A current is being transferred or a current being synchronized. That is the correct word. So the common thing to all these situations is that there is some form of current which is synchronized in each and every thought. So that is the secret behind a person who is dying unexpectedly in a disaster, who has been so good in this life. We don't know what other rubbish was in his pocket, isn't it? So we have no idea what sort of current mixture was there. It's not certainly the current which was created in this life because we can see only the current which was created in this life. You can't find any bad thing that the person has done. But can you talk about the future, the past? No. Aranhase beautifully explains this, and that actually matches very well to something that you experience. And this is all Lord Buddha's words. He doesn't give any of his ideas, but he understood all this. The noble friend understood all these facts very clearly, but uh, he doesn't want to tell anything as if he has found it, because he very humbly says that he understood these facts, and then when he checked the Pali Sutras, he found that all these facts has been disclosed by Lord Buddha. So because of the people's difficulty in understanding these deep facts from the Pali Sutras, they have not come to the light. So now we know that this is exactly the Lord Buddha's words. So, with his explanations, we are capable of understanding what really matters here. Each single thought has a very strong power, isn't it? We know that that power is being brought forward from the five senses. Thought is a product of the five senses. The five senses combine to form the thoughts when the child is growing up. So when the child is growing up, the thought starts forming. Thought means, as I said, combination of five or more less number of vibrations. It may be two vibrations or maybe three, four, five. We have five types of vibrations altogether, which means the functions of the five senses. The five senses means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin or the body. These are the five senses which non-stop generate some current. They are functioning all the time, but one becomes prominent each time. So, but it happens in such a speedy manner. We tend to feel that several senses are functioning together. Now, take the example of driving. You do so many things while driving, isn't it? You can see the road, and you sometimes do all the maneuvers of turning. If it is something with the gears, you might change the gears. You will apply brakes. You will turn, switch the lights off, all kinds of things. And not only that, sometimes you may be listening to a song on the radio or even one of the Dhamma sermons while you are going. And in between, there is a quick running of the mind somewhere and coming back also. You might suddenly remember about something that you have to do at home or something that you have to buy on your way. So, this is how the senses are functioning. In other words, they are individually their thoughts. If you see a vehicle in front while driving, if you see a huge truck in front of you, that is a thought. Truck is a thought. And if you hear some Dhamma words or parts of the song, that is a thought, where the ear is involved, but it is a thought. And if you feel the firmness of the uh, brake pedal, that is a thought again, where your body sensor is involved. And uh, so these are thoughts which are taking turns, one thought after the other, where one of the sensors are involved. But because of the rapidity of that occurring, you tend to feel that these are all uh, happening at the same time. So the thoughts are formed with the combination of the five senses. As I said, each sensor function is a vibration or a wave. So, light is a wave, sound is a wave, feeling taste is a wave, feeling smell is a wave, and feeling the skin touch are also waves. Feeling the solidity, feeling the liquidity, feeling the airiness, and feeling temperature, they are all different types of waves. Now, what happens when the thoughts are formed? These waves will combine to form a different type of a wave. And when that wave called thought happens repeatedly, there is a changing again to a different type of a wave. What is that? Itta sanyava, or the perception of existence. You feel that it is real. So that is a different type of a vibration. And when it is felt real, it's yet another different type of vibration. Self. I feel that this is existing. I feel that this is real. So isn't this the way that we feel that things are real? Yes, that is how you uh, feel that the whatever you are experiencing is real. So finally, the final vibration or the final vibration is something which gives you the uh, experience, which gives the system the experience that self is here. Now, talking about the five senses here, it's not only purely the five sensor functions that are uh, related to this life. So, something more important is happening here. Something more complicated is happening here. So, what is happening? The whole current that you had in your past experiences or the past lives, is also coming up as a summary here. Where did that come from? So this is what we are explaining as sasava or the taints. We call them stains because they are always hidden. So where does this sasava come from? Then you have to date back to the one cell level before becoming the fetus, before becoming the properly made baby in the uterus. There was one situation, one stage where there was one cell. The one cell formation happened when the ovum and the sperm combined together, and there's one single cell. And that cell also had a vibration. And what happens? The vibration of this cell synchronizes or becomes equal to another vibration from somewhere. Now, this is how, as we talked earlier about a person who is burning in anger or burning in current, has comes to the end of his life suddenly. That current will be synchronized to a suitable current. So you can see how uh, how complicated these happenings are. You get the current or the taints from your parents, and those parents get their taints from their parents. And also, not only that, the environmental factors, the factors where the child is grown, that also has an influence about these waves. So it's a very complicated network like thing. So the current which was there in the zygote or that one cell level, uh, the current that was there in the one cell level is something uh, that has come from so many other lives, and the synchronization of something matching will occur again, giving a little bit more push for the zygote to grow. So now the zygote is growing, the fetus is growing with that current in it, but that current is not seen from outside. It's not manifested yet. That is why we say that all the little babies are innocent. We say that the babies do not do any harm to anybody. They do not have defilements. They are so innocent. They are so uh, good. They do not have jealousy, hatreds. They do not have any cravings, nothing. But so it then you can say that you can see that the taints are the ones which will lead to some complexity of this current of the each thought, isn't it? Because each thought gets some uh, colors or some flavors from these uh, things. So therefore, you can't judge a person's goodness or badness from the behavior of this life. So that is how their fate can be decided. Their fate will be decided by uh, this complex nature of this current, which is created in each and every thought. These are actually maybe a bit more complex, but these facts, if not for our noble friend Aryan Vahanse, we wouldn't have had any idea about these things. Because when you understand this, it very clearly explains how these different incidents can happen. You feel sometimes if you are from a different uh, Well, it can happen even in Buddhism also. You might feel something kind of unhappy if s- an incident like this happens to a very good person in your family or a friend or a relative. You might feel that there is no point of believing this religion also. It's not helping us. Of course, the Lord Buddha said that the person who is the Dhammo Rakkati, Dhammo Have Rakkati. Uh, that means, I hope I mentioned the Pali statement correct. What actually means is that the person who is following Dhamma, who is into Dhamma, will be protected by Dhamma. That is true when you talk about the present situations. But there may be certain things that the Dhamma cannot protect you by like a shield protecting you. But certainly it helps mostly where uh, if you go on this Dhamma path, many things can turn to the uh, correct side, or many things can turn to the pleasant side. But certainly, uh, the things that has been brought forward in the form of pains cannot be changed. So, an innocent person might be a victim of such a disastrous situation. So there's no point of blaming the religion. There's no point of trying to split hairs about how did it happen to such a nice person, because it is all something planned very well in the form of chitta niyame, karma niyame. They are rules actually. They are the rules of the nature. Those things cannot be changed, and those things will happen as a part of the system. So the current which was hidden as in the form of pains or sasava may be the reason why the person had to suffer with such a disaster, even though he has been doing so much of meritorious works, meritorious things, good deeds in this birth. You can't tie that up to the karma also, particularly if it is a person who is going on this Dhamma path. You can't tie up to the karma, but that is the current which has been hiding there, the current which will become prominent and come into action. You know that Lord Buddha's time, uh, there was a rivalry king. There's a long story, but if I make it short, there was a rivalry king who wanted to completely do a complete massacre of the Shakya. Shakya is the mm, royal destiny of uh, uh, Prince Siddhartha, royal dynasty. So he had a hatreds that he wanted to take the revenge. Uh, Once this whole army was going towards the city of Kimbulwat to destroy the Shakyans, and Lord Buddha saw this matter with his super wisdom. He went up to the road. He was sitting under a tree and was there waiting. And this king and his clan army saw him, worshipped him. And with some sort of sermon, Lord Buddha could change his mind, and they turned and went back. This happened again for the second time also. Second time they came again. In the same way, Lord Buddha could change their attitudes. But he knew that this is not something that is going to stop permanent. The third time he knew that they are coming again. He felt that they are coming again. So what he tried to do was actually he tried to explain the Dhamma path to his uh, royal members and the people from that uh, caste of Shakya. So he tried to change their minds because he knew that this is going to happen again. So finally, that king came again for the third time, and Lord Buddha did not try to stop him because he knew that this is an inevitable thing. He knew that this is something, a natural law that is going to happen. So they went and they massacred the whole uh, group of the royals, and also all the officials who were from the same uh, caste, the Shakya caste. So this is simply an incident which comes from the Buddhist history. But the message that we have to take is that even the strongest ever person like Lord Buddha could not change that fate because it was something written as a part of the nature, natural law to those people who got killed. So, and also there are instances, even we know that the Mughal Pharaoh, uh, the one of the two chief disciples of Lord Buddha, his physical body was destroyed or he got killed in lay words or mundane words. He got killed by some thieves. But was there a person to be killed? No, there was a physical body. And he himself, Mughal Pharaoh, he himself understood that this is something inevitable. And because there was no self to get killed, there was a physical body to be destroyed, but there was no self. The concept of no self was very clearly realized because he was an arhat. It happened as an incident. The thieves tried twice in the past, and then the third time they killed him. So that is the way I can explain it in lay words. But the Mughal Pharaoh didn't have himself. There was no self for him to be killed. So these facts are coming from the Buddhist history, and we can get lot of information, lot of understandings from these stories. Actually, we don't know. They may be true, they may not be true, but most likely they are true things. But there is a big message hidden under that. So, as I said, the current which is occurring at this moment in this thought is not something just very simple formed by combining the five senses. It's a much more complicated thing. The perception of existence, perception of self, and also the perceptions received from the previous birth, all are combined together, all form one single vibration in this situation where the self is, where the present thought is formed, and how this present thought is empowered. So there is a huge power, huge current is there, and that current is the one which is going to decide about the outcome at that point. The next thought will be different. The next thought will have a different level of current. The very next thought will have a stronger current, and the thought not next to that may have low current. So actually, it is fluctuating, isn't it? When you look around, just look around when you are listening to this. You might see so many things around you. Now, if I look around, I can see a wall hanger, pictures, door, uh, Outside in the garden, there's a jack tree, some banana bushes are there. There's some shaking of the leaves due to the wind. There are sounds of the birds. There's a smell of some smoke from somewhere. Now, those are the things that I can experience at this moment. So, with none of them, I have a power. I don't feel any kind of current in the form of an agitation or in the form of some form of liking, attachment. I have no power. But does it going to last? No, it's not going to last. So this is the problem with you and me. The arhants will persistently have the zero level current with the thoughts. No fluctuations like you and me. But the arhant's mind is always with the zero current. Then why is it fluctuating for you and me? Or in other words, we are experiencing the nirvana in one thought, but the next thought will be a thing to a me. The next thought will have some form of current. The next thought, I feel that it is real. Oh yes, the banana tree is real. It's shaking in wind, and I can see some leaves are drying up, and a bunch of plantains are also growing up. So these are the thoughts uh, that are coming up, which makes the feeling that there's a real banana tree over there. There's duality there. I feel that it is real. So how did I get the plant and banana tree, a real banana tree over there? So that is a thought which has become real, isn't it? The thought which has become strong over a time. How did it become real over the time? Right at the moment, as a baby, I didn't have a banana tree. I may have asked as a small child, what is this? My mom or somebody else may have said that it is called banana tree. It has some bananas, very tasty. What you ate yesterday. And the leaves can be used to pack the lunch, rice and curry meal, which gives a very pleasant aroma. And so many things about the banana tree I may have got as data time to time. But right at the beginning, I didn't have a banana tree. But it is uh, becoming stronger and stronger now. And repetition of the same thought gives rise to the uh, experience, or it is manifested as something really existing. So for me now about the banana tree, all the thoughts or all the currents that I had in the past, all the mind sensor productions that I had as thoughts in the past comes as a summary here. So with that summary, also it includes, or in other words, it's a mind thought means it is another wave only. So this wave has all the components, not only the factor of the eye, ear, and even the body, because I have touched it and I know what is the texture of it. And also I have the other information about the type of the fruits that it is giving. The look of it, the trunk when you cut it through. We know that Lord Buddha explained or give that as a metaphor to the constructs or the sankhara. He said sankhara is something that happens, repetitive occurrence, layer by layer, it becomes strong and strong, and which looks real from outside. But when you cut the tree, you can see that just some flips like layers and layers. There's no hard core inside. There's no hard part like in other trees. But from externally, it looks like a strong tree, a large tree. But we know that inside there's no core, there's no hard component, and it is easily, it can be chop it off. So I have got the banana tree now with all those information. The whole set of thoughts are coming up now. So in the same way, every thought has the data that has been included throughout that time. And what Aranvas is very beautifully explaining is that don't think it's so simple. Don't think that it is just the currents that you collected or just the thoughts that occurred in this life. Whatever the thought which is coming up has the strength of the Sasava nature also, or the taints, the hidden ones which have been coming up from so many lives in the past. The power of the samsaric travel, power of the birth cycle, which is the taints which got right at the beginning telepathized to the zygote. So therefore, you never can predict about a person's future or the past or the present, depending on what the person is like in this life. So that very beautifully explains anything that can happen. You can't just put the label karmic there because there's a series of niyamas or the laws that is happening which synchronizes the power from thought to thought. So uh, this is what you can say about a tragic death of a good person. So all these things that happens in the day-to-day life can be explained by Dhamma very beautifully. That is the beauty of this Buddhist philosophy. You don't have to blindly believe. You don't have to uh, have any faith on what you can't experience, because most of the other religions are actually faiths. You have to blindly believe. You have to believe that it will happen. Hopefully, it will happen after the death. But Buddhism is not something like that. Buddhism is something that you can experience in this life, in this thought itself. So, what should be done for this current? Now, this current or this myself or this pains or the defilements when it is manifested, current, power, now all these names are used. We didn't know that they mean the same thing until our noble friend R.N. Mahansi tells us. It becomes quite simple actually when we find that so many words are being used to the same thing. It becomes simpler to understand. There can't be a person who will get rid of the fire. You can't have the preserve the person while you get rid of all your defilements. Earlier there was a bad person, now there's a good person who has got rid of the defilements. So that is a different phase, as I said. Two different phases. One is a good self, other one is a bad self. So these are actually the pitfalls that we are having in this path. A person might say that I don't have any burning now with the incidents that is happening. I was really getting angry very frequently. I was having cravings. I had so much of attachment to my family members. Uh, I didn't want to leave my house. I wanted to live there. Even living alone, I don't mind because I like this setup. I like this garden. I like this quietness. So, because of that, I don't want to change the place of living. Now, aren't these very common situations? Yes, you may be enjoying the quietness. You may not be getting involved with any kinds of fighting. You may be just uh, tolerating all kinds of arguments or whatever happening. But always see now there's a self preserved. Self is there who is tolerating all this. Earlier, there was a self who was feeling very disturbed with these happenings. The self who used to argue, the self who used to get angry or sad was there earlier. Now, with the Dhamma path, the it's a different attire now. There's a self now who is tolerating all these bad things. The person who has no fire with whatever is happening. So, is there a difference? No. In both situations, a self is there. What did Lord Buddha say? Lord Buddha said that self is the biggest issue here. So, you have to recognize how this self is formed because there is no way of getting rid of the self. You can't find out uh, you have to find out how this self was formed, isn't it? What is meant by self? So if you find it only, you will be able to lose the power of that self. The self is hiding in each and every nook and corner, and it is coming up in different phases, which makes it very difficult to find him sometimes. Sometimes you are hesitant to go forward and do something. Sometimes you are too much forward. You are not controllable sometimes. Others feel that why can't this person stop talking? He's trying to jump forward always. He has got so many things to talk. He will not allow another person to talk. So that is one extreme end. On the other hand, there may be a person who is unusually quiet. He doesn't want to uh, present himself to a crowd, or he doesn't like to talk in the presence of a group. He will go to the back of the crowd. He will not just talk, just listen. Now, these are two ways of the self which can present, two extremes. One is too much forward, other one too much backwards. So, identifying these different phases of the self is something very important. So, those we wouldn't have been able to think even without our noble friend Aryan Mahanse's advice. Because finding self is something like a hide and seek game. He's hiding somewhere and coming up with another face. When one end is gone, you are happy. You think that the self is no more there. But you have to come across with some challenges. When you get some challenges, only the self will come in a different phase. So these are some of the facts that our RN Mahansi, our Nobel friend, explains to us, which are actually very useful to correct us. So that is why he's saying that come forward in the Zoom discussions. Talk, be open and talk. The way you talk, the way you present yourself, you will expose yourself. You may be too forward, or maybe you are too backward. So the both extremes can be identified in these Zoom discussions. We know that often the people who are conducting the sermons, the conducting the discussions, Zoom discussions, They invite people to come forward and talk. But there are many people who have been listening to this Buddothpado sermons for a long time. They do not uh, talk for years and years sometimes. They have been listening to Dhamma for several years, but they say that I have never talked earlier. So that is also one form of self. On the other hand, there are people who always talk. They want to tell something all the time. And the listeners feel like, please stop telling him, please stop. But they won't stop. Continue with sometimes things which are not very useful also. So these are the ways that can present. The gross levels you will be able to identify at the beginning, but now later on, the finding the finer things has to have the skill of finding out. So that is what is meant by the practice. So practicing, when you start practicing these, you will be able to find these finer points of uh, self. So finding how the self is formed is the main, most important thing. So that is where your darshana comes to help. Darshana means knowing the true Dharma facts. So if you go to the main website, uh, www.buddhothpado-dhamma.com. Buddothpado, www.buddhothpado-dhamma.com. This is the main website, and this has these categorized Dhamma sermons. Of course, these are in Sinhalese language. The categorized ones were how the thoughts are formed, what is meant by Sakkaya Ditthhiya. So, like that, the various under various topics, there are so many sermons, more than 12,000 at the moment, as far as I know, nearly 30,000, 13,000. So, from these, you can find out some sermons which explains about darshana, because darshana is the most important thing, where you have to find out how this thought is formed, how this power is created, the current which is interpreted as myself, how is it created. So we know that as long as the physical body is functioning, the five senses are flickering and trying to form a current, and automatically the collection combination of these currents provide a different type of a current which we label as thoughts. So the current means the word itself gives a meaning that it has a power. So when it combines to form the thought, it has a more stronger current or the power. And a thought, when the thought is repetitively occurred, which we call abhisankarana, that is how it is felt as real. The thought is felt as real. So you can take anything which you feel real now. Even for me, just now I was talking about the banana tree. The banana tree is felt real because I have been seeing it again and again and again. I have touched it so many times. I have heard the name so many times. And I remember the taste of the bananas and how the trunk looks like, and the fact that Lord Buddha also used the plant and tree as a metaphor. So all these facts are there for me. So along with that, the perception of existence is also there in that single vibration called the mind sensor, which formed right now. It has all those components in that. So they are, in other words, myself is there and the banana tree is there. So this is how everything in the world is created. This is how your son was created, your grandchild was created, your workplace was created, your favorite rock was created, and your husband or wife was created. How the Australia or the UK or the America was created. These are all thoughts, isn't it? Yes. The thoughts become stronger and stronger when it happens again and again. That is where the thought is felt as real. Wherever the thought is felt as real, that is yourself. So that is the birth or the jati or the self, birth of the self, as it is explained in the dependent origination, Paticca Samuppadaya. This is where the self is born. This is where you are born. So it's not the mundane world birth, but this is where you are born. This is what is called the jati. So wherever there is jati, there is uh, bhava also. Bhava means the perception of existence is there wherever the self is born. So this is the complex thing that is happening in every fraction of second. We do not realize that each thought is a single one. We do not realize that each thought is not actually related to the other thought. This is what happened to Angulimala Thero also. Because of the ignorance, the thoughts, the guilty thoughts were being tied up together. Because of the current, in each thought, a power was generated. That is why that so called guiltiness or that heaviness of that thought was repeated, because each and every thought it newly happened because of the ignorance. Now, when the ignorance is gone, when that cover called ignorance is gone, he could see that the newly formed thought is completely independent on the previously formed thought. So when he had this clicking of this true factor, that is where he became an arhat. So it's a very beautiful story, and also it is a common story that is being mentioned in many of our uh, uh, Buddhist sermons, because it gives such a beautiful example uh, to the person, to the listener, and gives the idea about what is meant by this cause and effect phenomenon. The best example for the cause and effect phenomenon is Angulimala Thero. So, like that, I'm sure you may have come across so many other people who instantly sometimes changes, whom you think that after listening to Dhamma sermons, sometimes people change drastically. So maybe that person has the capacity to understand the truth just by listening to few sentences. There were people like that even in Lord Buddha's time. Upatissa, who was the lay person who became the uh, Arhat Sariyut later on, is such a person. Just by listening to two sentences, he came to the understanding. So even among the crowd today, I'm sure there must be people like that. There must be Ugatitana people like that. So just a simple phrasing or simple understanding, or sometimes just listening to one of our Mahanse's sermons, some people experience a drastic change. Sometimes they are crying, they are full of tears because they become so emotional when they feel that the beauty of the truth that is mentioned by R.N. Hansen. So he feels that some people do have that inner transformation just with one sermon, like it happened in Lord Buddha's time. So then, if it can happen instantly, it means that it is something that you can experience in this life, isn't it? Yes. So it's not something that you have some doubt also that it will happen after the death. This was one of the replies that we got when we were having a discussion yesterday. Uh, when they were asked what is meant by nirvana, they said not being born again after the death. So they were asked another question then do you know that it will definitely happen to you because it is going to happen after the death? So with a smile they were saying no, we don't know. So is it something new and different from the other religions then if we are expecting something after the death? It's not something uh, that uh, that we can have any kind of assurance, isn't it? Lord Buddha did not tell us a Dhamma which will happen only after death. What he said was this is an Akalika Dhamma. There's no time frame to this one. So it is something that a system can understand in this life itself. So then, isn't it so beautiful that because you have such an assurance and you can experience it by yourself, that there is no self here and everything is very smoothly, comfortably happening. So, if it is something that you can understand, something that you can realize in this life itself, the rest of the life until the body, the physical body comes to an end, it will be such a pleasurable thing, or I shouldn't use the word pleasurable, of course, it should be so relaxed life uh, thereafter. So it is something that the system can enjoy while alive. So then you have the assurance, then you know for sure that this is the effect um, of this Dhamma. So the stimuli that led to so much of fire within the system earlier will be there. It will continue. A drunken husband will come home drink after being drunk. A child who is very stubborn will uh, reject your request, or he will say no to you. I don't want it. I don't like it. You were burning with such situations in the past, but now you are into Dhamma. You start realizing that this fire which used to come up just merely because an vibration or ear vibration occurred, and the thoughts which formed subsequently created a lot of fire within the system. So now it is not happening so. That is your Dhamma path. That is your Asavakya Jnana, wisdom of seeing the defilements fading off. Asavakya Jnana. Asrava means the defilements. Kaya means fading off. Wisdom is jnana. So Asavakya Jnana is something that uh, you can feel that the fire which used to be created, the current which used to be created is coming down. So the things will be more comfortable. The life will be more easier for you and it will continue. You will be able to help the others more because there's no uh, mane on this side. Mane means measuring. Who is measuring? The self is measuring. Or, in other words, the defilements on this side will measure whatever you are trying to do, whatever the system is trying to do. You might feel that the system might feel, no, you don't need to do this much of help. You have done it so much, so many times earlier also. So do it less this time. I wonder whether they are making use of what we are giving to them. Are they wasting? Are they wasting what we are giving? On sympathetic grounds, we are giving away our hard earned money and things. But those people may not be taking the maximum benefit of it, isn't it? Now, these are the ways that the thoughts are formed. But now, see, the long bundles, big bundles of thoughts which used to come are coming less and less now. So you will be able to do kinds of more free uh, services to the other people without any measurements from this side. Because when this side, the measurements are there, whatever you are trying to do are guarded. They are kind of restricted. When there is no selfie on this side, that restriction will not be there, and you will be able to do it in the maximum possible way. So, in other words, you can certainly do your duties, your commitments in the same way, and they will be happening in a more efficient way also. You will be able to help another person in a more effective manner rather than having a fire within your system and trying to do the things superficially, uh, just for the sake of doing it. You will try to be normal as possible, but trying to suppress your current within the system and trying to do something for them. But automatically, what you have to do will come up with no effort at all if there is no person on this side. Uh, so I'll be finishing this sermon a little early today. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. We are very grateful about your guidance. May our friends who are helping be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are listening to this Dhamma be blessed by Triple Gem. Therwan Saranai.
pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Therwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse, your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Therwan Saranai. So we finished the discussion of the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened yesterday. And as instructed by Aryan Wahanse, today we are starting from the beginning with volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. So once again, this is The True Dhamma Has Awakened, volume 1. The subtitle of the book is Understanding the Illusion Called I. And it has 4 discussions, and today we are starting with the first discussion, that is on page 9. Again, we are back to the dialogue format between the meditators and Aryan Wahanse. So this is a dialogue between a practitioner and Aryan Wahanse. So this is a lady, Upasika. I am speaking from Gampura, Aryan Wahanse. May I speak with you? Aryan Wahanse, may I know your question? And Upasika, Aryan Wahanse, for the past 10 years, we've been practicing Sila and also listening to various sermons. About 3 months ago, I started listening to your sermons on the Nitmalana Buddothpado YouTube channel. I have learned a great deal from them. I have listened to approximately 40 to 50 sermons, but I still have some questions I would like to resolve. I feel that you have truly realized the truth, Aryan Wahanse. Aryan Wahanse, please ask your questions. Vasika, I would like to know, the first question is, what is Muhurtatavadiya? Or what is, in other words, awakening to the moment? And her second question is, how do we observe Ajata Bahida, or inside and outside? How can one achieve enlightenment from this? Aryan Wahanse, you said you have listened to 40 to 50 sermons, right? Upasika, yes, Venerable Sir. Aryan Wahanse, you should continue to listen to more sermons. May I know your age? Upasika, I'm 63 years old. Aryan Wahanse, the 2 questions you asked, awakening to the moment and Ajata Bahida, or the inside and outside, or the external world and the internal world, are closely connected and lead to the same understanding. The meaning of Muhurta is this moment. Our thoughts are called Nama and Rupa, name and form. The Muhurta, or the present moment, is usually clouded by our thoughts. We are constantly engaged with thoughts in everything we do and in all our speech. An aramuna is a stimulus from one of our six senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and mind consciousness. When we accept a stimulus or an aramuna as a thing, as an existing thing, it becomes a citta or a thought. A citta simply means a thought. At every moment, a stimulus or thought arises in the mind and immediately disappears. Aran Wahanse, the thought you have when you see a brick wall changes when you see a book. The thought when you see a flower changes when you look at the ground. When you turn your head, a thought arises and disappears even before the next one appears. If we are able to fully observe just one thought, it is equivalent to understanding all thoughts. Unfortunately, most people cannot even see one thought properly. Each moment, a thought arises. Even thoughts about the past or future occur only in the present moment. Therefore, it is essential to understand that there is always only one thought at this moment. That is all. So, this conversation between this practitioner and Wahanse about awakening to the moment and the so-called external world and the internal world. So they're kind of interconnected. And closely connected. Every moment, this, give me a minute. So every moment is clouded by thought. The present moment is kind of muddied by thoughts. We constantly have all kinds of thoughts about everything, anything we see, anything we hear, anything we smell, taste, touch. And these thoughts are also called aramuna or stimulus. They kind of mature into thoughts from aramuna or stimulus. They come into existence from one of the six senses. It could be something we see. It could be based off of that. It could be even when we say based off of, it means that same input from these senses matures into thoughts. So it could originate from the sight, the hearing, the smell, taste, touch, or mind consciousness. So when we accept these inputs as something that is existing, it matures into a thought. And they appear and disappear. Say, for an example, you look at a brick wall, the thought arises that it is a brick wall, but the experience of seeing is different to that thought. And that thought that says that this is a brick wall, let's say now we are focusing the attention to a book. Now the thought appears that it is a book. Now the thought that says this is a brick wall is already disappeared, and the thought that says this is a book is appeared. And say now in the next moment you see a flower. Because of the sight, a thought arises that it is a flower, and that's a totally different thought that is totally different to the book, the thought about the book, or the thought about the wall. As the system continues to switch attention from the brick wall to the book to the flower, as you turn your head around, a thought appears and disappears, even before the next thought appears. If we are able to observe this, observe just one thought, it is equivalent to understanding the whole mind. What is the mind? Mind is nothing but a flowing of thoughts. But if you try to grasp the mind, experience the mind, what you will end up experiencing is just one thought that arises and disappears in this moment. When we say a river, when we talk about a river, it's flowing of water. You can never touch a river. If you try to touch a river, you will end up touching water, because momentarily a snapshot of a river is nothing but water. A snapshot of a mind is nothing but a thought. So, understanding one thought, how one thought is created, is understanding the whole mind. For an example, if there is a mango tree with 5,000 leaves, if to understand venation patterns of all the leaves in the mango tree, you do not have to examine all 5,000 leaves. Just only by examining venation patterns of one leaf, the whole tree, the venation patterns of the whole tree is understood. Just like that, by examining one thought, how it arises and disappears in the moment, how it comes into existence in the moment, the whole mind is understood. But unfortunately, people are not able to do that. People are not even able to observe just one thought. Because if we contemplate on it a little bit more, what we feel like there's a person that has been living this life since the day we were born. But the baby who was just born, the newborn, doesn't have any idea about the birth. He or she doesn't have any concept of a birth, no any concept of death. As the baby starts speaking the language, and as the thoughts appear and disappear in the baby's awareness, baby starts speaking, asks questions and inquires about how he or she came about, how he or she came into existence. And the mother or the father would explain how the baby was born. Probably initially wouldn't even explain properly, wouldn't even go into all the details. But as the child grows up, he may look into this further, inquire about this deeply, and learn how the birth of a child happens. So until he or she learns this fully, there's no birth to this child. And as this child grows up, you probably have experienced this with your own children. They may ask, Amma, how was I born? And you probably wouldn't give the proper answer at an early stage. And similarly, you would go to a funeral house and your child would ask, what is this? Why is that uncle in the coffin? What is that? He or she wouldn't even know what a coffin is first. He or she would ask, what is that box? Why is that uncle in that box? And then you would explain that that is called death. This uncle is not going to come back again. And even then, it doesn't mean much to this child. Probably the own child of the person who died may play around the coffin, thinking it is something funny or something weird. Or we've seen this. We've gone to funeral houses where children of the deceased would be playing around the coffin, under the coffin, doing hide and seek. So they have no idea of a death. But as time goes on, as this child notices the father or mother who passed away is no more, that they don't have any access to them, then they realize the depth and breadth of a death. And they will ask around, ask the elders about a death, and form concepts, thoughts about what a death is. And eventually, once this child fully absorbs and grasps the gravity of death, then fears around death begins to develop. Oh, if this happens to me, I will not return. What will happen to my parents? What will happen to the things I love, people I love? And then they would ask around to see if death is what kind of an experience, what happens, how would one die? Then the elders would say, due to disease, due to accident, not being careful of life. And it's a painful thing. And then it adds to this fear. And then people always live with that fear of death. kind of attached to everything we do. So, and in this moment, before we started talking about death, there were no thoughts about a death. There was only what we were talking about. Whatever the thoughts you had in the moment, and now all of a sudden you're contemplating about your own death. So was the death in some place? Could we have attributed some physical location to the death? Or was it in a thought that was called upon by the label death? As soon as you heard the word death, you started contemplating about it. As soon as you heard the word birth, you started contemplating about birth. So isn't birth and death, aren't they thoughts too? And you feel like you've been living for a long time from that moment you were born, yet besides all these facts we just pointed out, the fact that even birth and death is a thought in this moment. There's no event called birth or death that we can attribute a memory to or a location to. Everything about you, the fact that you've been living on this earth for however many years you've been living, that's a thought. You just thought about it. Prior to this moment, you had no thoughts about it. What kind of a childhood did you have? Now you're thinking about it. Prior to this moment, no thoughts about that whatsoever. Everything is like that. Everything is a thought. If it's called upon in this moment, it becomes a thought in this moment. If not, it doesn't belong to the reality. For an example, you may be thinking, I'm going through so much in life. So many challenges, difficulties, adversities that I faced. Such a sad life I have. Now you're thinking about it. Prior to this moment, you were listening to this discussion. You had no thoughts about the hardships you are going through in life. So, didn't we call upon it as a thought? Aren't all these difficulties, hardships you're going through accessed through a thought in this moment? Can we attribute a physical location, physical storage place to any of that? The thought that was created as you were going through these difficulties, that I'm going through such a bad time. When this conversation about hardships came out, that thought was accessed and brought into the moment. Now you're thinking about it in this moment. Who is thinking about it in this moment? If you ask yourself, the answer will be, I'm thinking about it in this moment. So there is a self that's created with that thought in this moment. The idea that you've been living on this earth for 40, 50, 60, 10, 20, whatever, however many years is a thought. So all we have is this moment. Whatever the thought that arose in this moment has the duality, has the hardships and the self to whom these hardships appear, or the person who is experiencing these hardships. That duality, the external world and the internal world, the so-called external world and the so-called internal world, is in that thought. Think about a moment, one of the most beautiful moments in your life, in your relationship with your mother. Maybe she cared for you in a way that you really felt cared for. You really felt her love. Now you're thinking about it. Prior to this moment, no mother, no self. Now in this thought, we have that moment as a mental image and as a knowing. My mother was combing my hair or taking care of me when I was ill. Now we called upon that thought. In that thought, there's the so-called external world, which is the mother taking care of the mother taking care of someone. What is the internal world? The so-called self. She was taking care of me. So in this moment, this so-called external world and the so-called internal world is created. The so-called self is created in this moment in a single thought. Prior to this moment, what was the thought? About all the hardships you went through. In that thought, there was the self created. In this thought, the mother and the self created. Next, we'll think about your father. One of your favorite moments with your father. Maybe one time he took you to see a magic show. Now that mental image and the knowing about it, the scenario, my father who loves me so much, who took me to the magic show, or whatever it is, whatever your situation is. That's the so-called external world. What is the so-called internal world? Me. It always centered around me. All these three experiences we discussed about centers around this so-called internal world, the so-called self. Was there an existing self in any of the situations? No. Only a sense of existence. But the so-called self was created in that particular thought, in that moment. Yet, we went to the past to think about the hardships, think about the mother, think about the father. Did we even leave our own chairs? All it happened, all that contemplation about the past happened in this moment. There's people have been talking about time travel and all that, but to this date, they stay as imagination, not real. No one has been able to travel back in time because the world that you experience, if you want to go back in time, that's an individual experience. The relationship with you and your mother, how she took care of you, that is a memory that is in your mind. How can you time travel to that moment in the way that they portrayed in these movies about time travel with these physical machines and stuff? That is not possible. No one has experienced in this entire world that moment that we just contemplated about, where your mother took care of you when you were sick, or whatever the best memory you have. So there's no commercial way to time travel. And except for as a memory, revisiting a memory, there's no way that it's possible. and a photograph you have about the past, a video you have about the past. It's not even, we can't even call it a proof of the past. If you took a picture of that best moment with your mother taking care of yourself and show it to somebody else, for someone else, it's just a bunch of colors and, some people in a picture. It doesn't create anything. It has no ability to connect that person instantly to your memory by just looking at that video or photograph. If they're closer to you, then they probably have seen some of it and have an understanding or an idea. But this is an individual experience. This world that you experienced from early on to this moment what you've been experiencing, it's an individual, personal experience. People can relate to it from time to time, but your own individual experiences cannot be accessed by anybody else. It's in the mind. It's the stream of thoughts that were created. It's the idea or the assumption that the world, the so-called world exists in this moment. And there's a self who's experiencing this in this moment. That is that external and the internal world that's been created. And understanding that, realizing that, and realizing that the whole world is in this moment in single thought. It is how the whole world comes alive. And even in that thought, when we talked about the mother, the father, the hardships, those are all mental images. And if we dig a little deeper, how the first mental image was created, usually for most of us, the very first, if we are lucky enough, the very first mental images of our mothers. Initially, the child doesn't even recognize it. He saw her own mother. And the mother points at herself. So what the child sees is an image, bunch of colors and shapes, and says, Amma, or the mother, Mom. So the kid watches in wonder as to what's going on. So the mother continues to do that, and the kid gets an idea that he's supposed to say this, Mom, Amma, Amma. And slowly developing the skill to pronounce this properly, Ma, starts with blabbering and then moving on to pronouncing the proper word, Amma, eventually. So that image of the so-called mother and this sound, Amma, which is picked up by the ear of the child, that vibration of the word, which is mimicked by vibrating the vocal cords of the child, of the system of the child. This is a principle of telepathy or resonance. What's heard is repeated. The same vibration is recreated by this system. So in the mind, a mental object is created with the entanglement of the image that is of the mother, so-called mother, that they pointed at. and the sound, mother, mom, or amma, they get tangled. And then as child grows in age, he picks up on the smell of the mother, probably licks the mother and tastes her, touches her and gets an idea as to how she feels when touched. All these inputs from the senses get tangled to create this mental object of the mother. So that is how, even now today, when we just a moment ago when we talked about the experience that you had, the best experience you had with your mother, that mental image, if you zoom in on that mental image of the mother taking care of you, it has all these aspects, all the inputs of the five senses. In that mental image, you can see, how she looks like, the image, colors, shapes, her voice, her sound, her smell, her touch. All that could be accessed. So these and so there's no past mother or anything. It's just being able to, when I started talking about the mother, it automatically calls upon these thoughts and thought images and knowing about this situation of your mother taking care of you when you were sick as a child. So there's only this moment and this entanglement, these mental images that could be called upon with a simple label about mother, or with a simple statement or a sentence. Thoughts leading to more thoughts getting entangled with more thoughts. And every moment we thought that passed, or every sense of continuation that we have felt is just a thought in this moment. And if you can see that properly, how one thought gets entangled from another thought to another thought to another sense input from another sensor, even though it may look like a continuation of one experience to another, all there is just one thought in which this so-called external world and the so-called internal world is created. That is awakening to the moment. I see Dr. Sakuntala has joined. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. So we...
Teruvan Saranai, Harshi.
Yeah.
I pay my homage at Paran Mahase's feet. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yes, you were explaining how the thoughts are formed and how it progresses from the small child's time, from the radiant mind to the present state of mind. Yeah, as you said, this is what is happening all the time, is a series of telepathizations or resonance. Living means, or the feeling of being alive, is this changing pattern of thoughts. And one after the other, in a very rapid speed, thoughts are formed, and each thought is a representation of a previous thought, or representation of a previous spark. So how these sparks are formed, you very well explained actually. this is happening all the time. Person who has been exposed to one particular sensor input, like for example, if you talk about the mother, the the memory, or you can't actually call it a memory, but the spark which is related to that figure called mother uh, runs throughout your life from the time that you can remember her as a baby. So there's a big collection of inputs or big collection of data in that spark. Whereas regarding somebody who is known to you for a short period, like maybe a few weeks, few months, the heaviness of that spark or the contents of that spark is smaller. So whatever the thought, it's always a reproduction of something which happened in the past. So for example, now this is actually what we are practicing in the first part of the practical experience, where we try to understand, where the system tries to understand that this is always a thought, or this is always the function of the mind. So taking some some simple examples, like uh, if you have a tree in front, if you have a mango tree right in front where you are sitting, it's just a vibration of the eye. It gives a shape because the eye functions as a camera, and eye doesn't know what that shape is. So instantly the naming comes, or the thought mind sensor is vibrated. Actually speaking, I want to clarify something else. Now we use several words, but when it comes to the point, it's the same. Now even if you call vibration, or you can also say creation of the sensor or creation of light, these all are same actually, because there's you cannot keep a gap between vibration occurring to a sensor which is there and creating light. There you can't sort of divide it into three, but vibration means then and there the sensor is created, then and there the light is created. So it's same thing, looking from three directions at the same point, I would say. uh, this is actually different from the physical part of the eye. And that means your materialistic eye is different. Materialistic eye is there all the time, but the function of seeing, or the creation of the sensor, or the creation of light, or vibration, so all happens simultaneously, and it's the same thing. We are using different words to explain. So like that, every sensor is like that. Vibration means the formation of that sensor. It means creation of hearing, or feeling smell, feeling taste, etc. If there is no vibration at that point, there is no creation of the sensor, and there is no creation of the function. That means seeing, hearing, feeling, etc. Uh, so what happens is, when the shape of the mango tree uh, is created as a thought, uh, it's actually sparking a reproduction of a spark which happened in the past, some stage. And then with time, many data is collected on the same topic. So regarding the mango tree, when you are a small child, a child might ask the mother, what is this? Then the mother will say, it's a mango tree. Sometimes the child might take mistakes. He might confuse between a mango tree uh, and some other tree, even coconut tree. So the child might mix up the things. But with repeated inputs or repeated sensor functions, repeated vibrations of the ear and the eye in relation to that topic, the idea will get established. So child will not do mistakes later on. Not only that, with time, many other data related to this will get collected. And what type of fruits are given by the mango tree, and what is the taste, and what's the taste when it is a tender fruit, when it is ripened, what is the taste, the nature of the fruit, like what sort of pulp is it, whether it has a lot of fibers or whether it is sort of fleshy, sweetness or sourness, and the colors of the mangoes, and what you tasted somewhere, maybe your grandparents' place, how tasty were the mangoes. So you can, millions and millions of data will be there in that spark. What we don't realize is that it's just a spark occurring at this moment. Repetition of a spark which occurred in the past, some stage, not necessarily to be in this life. So that is actually, those are the nature's laws. You call them chitta niyama. Niyama means a law and chitta means the mind. So they are kind of laws where no one is controlling, and it's randomly happening. So if sometimes you might think, now there are certain instances where all of a sudden there are thoughts coming which has no relation at all to the recent incidents or what is around you. You might wonder, how did I get this thought? It's very weird. Similarly, about seeing dreams, sometimes we tend to see, I saw a very weird dream, never had any memory about this before going to sleep. I saw so and so coming, and we had a nice get together, and sometimes mixing of the characters. It's really funny. So, but we cannot explain these things actually, because there is no particular pattern of happening, and randomly these sparks get mixed up and then appear as a new spark at this moment. And also sometimes things not directly related. One of the very frequently heard example is that if you see orange color cloth or something, everything related to the orange color, maybe a monk's robe, maybe king coconut, maybe something you painted, one of your favorite orange color frocks, some flowers that you had in the garden. So things even not directly related will be sparked along with that thought. So this is the way that the thoughts behave, or thoughts functioning. The mind sensor is functioning. So when you realize, when you convince the system, when the system is convinced that this is a part and parcel of the normal or the natural flow, then you will not cling onto those thoughts. You will not give that value that was used to be given earlier. When the system realizes that this is yet another spark, another production of the mind sensor, or another vibration that happened right now at this moment, and creation of the mind sensor, then the value automatically which was tagged to that thought becomes less and less. Now, certain times you can't actually explain how it is happening, but if you first actually you have to think of it as a thought, and that means the savitaka, you call it savitaka, where you have to actively using the same thoughts, because when you are studying Dhamma, thoughts are needed, because even though thoughts are the most troublesome creator of everything, but you need to use the thoughts to understand these Dhamma facts. So first part actually in the form of thinking, what we call as savitaka, you have to actively think about this, how it is happening. And this is another thought, this is another thought. And when you see it, the power of that becomes less and less. So sometimes you don't realize how it happens. All of a sudden, you experience that, oh my God, what is happening now to this particular topic? I was burning earlier when I was confronted with this man or with this event. I was burning, and now what has happened? It is sort of diluted, and then I don't feel it that much. So it happens automatically, and you can feel that it slows down little by little. So that is what you actually experience, and that is what our noble friend is always saying, that you will experience the so-called world in the same way. You will be interacting in the same way, but only thing is that the burn or the fire that you had within in relation to these thoughts, they are the ones which disappear little by little. Harshi, anything to add on to that? Teruvan Saranai.
Not necessarily, Dr. Sakuntala. I think you did a great job explaining it. I think that initially what you were trying to say was, I mean, you explained it well, but another angle would be like when you say vibration, the physiological eye, whatever we see does not belong to the physiological eye, or whatever we hear doesn't belong to the physiological ear, and so on and so forth. And so when we say see, hear, smell, taste, touch, it's just that raw experience. And that raw experience, in that experience itself, that raw experience is like, let's focus on, just contemplate on seeing. It's just, let's say there's a vibration, but we can't say that. But for the, it's not like there's vibration, there's something called vibration. But for the ease of explaining, there's a vibration. The visible range of it is seen. The audible range of it is heard. So if there's a range that could be smelled, that is smelled. If there's a range that could be tasted, that's tasted. And whatever could be, felt as a temperature or a solidity of something, that is felt. So that kind of cumulative experience is the so-called world. So that's like, again, all these different vibrations being interfered, like two different, if you drop two different pebbles, kind of a space, distance apart in a still pond, you get two ripples coming from these two pebbles, and in the middle there's like an interference pattern like that. These vibrations together, like there are
Yes.
two pitchforks at two different frequencies vibrated. To a person who's far away, the sound he hears could be the combined sound of these two. So our experience is like that, and it's all
Yes.
vibrations manifested differently.
Yes. For the
Yeah.
vibration, actually, the physical part is necessary, isn't it?
Yeah,
If the
yeah.
physical part is not there, there won't be any vibration anyway.
Yes, exactly. You
Yes.
have to have that the physical sense or the organ or whatever it is. But just like how there's a battery shell, the battery acid, and terminals, and whatever the electricity that's produced by this battery, that doesn't belong to the battery. Just like that, you have to have the physiological eye, but the vision or the sight does not belong to the physiological eye, but that is required.
Yes.
Yeah, so just a different angle, I guess. Yeah, I think Dr. Ravi is also there, so I think we can. Yeah, Dr. Ravi, there on side.
Yeah, yes. Therwan Saranai Hashi, Therwan Saranai Dr. Sahuntala, Therwan Saranai everyone. Yeah, Therwan Saranai. Yes, yeah, I don't know whether you can hear me properly. I have some kind of a technical issue in the Zoom, but I think
We can hear you, Dr. Ravi.
right, that's all right. So if yeah, as you said, there is vibrations are the basic thing that give rise to this illusion, that is that responsible for this creating this kind of an illusion, I think. So again people might ask, so so you are telling always a vibration, what is that vibration, what is that so-called vibration? So it is another another so would there be a kind of another definition for that vibration? So in Buddothpado we hear these things, the responsible, the ultimate thing is a vibration, the ultimate thing is the vibration in the sense, uh, the, due to the vibrations everything gets created. So likewise, so in order to understand that thing, I think we have to go to the level of this Majja Sutra. So Majja Sutra clearly says, whenever there are two different extremities or two different poles, in between there you will create some kind of a power. So that power will give rise to this kind of a vibration. So for that power we call a certain vibration. So that power has the ability to creating this illusion. So that is very, I don't know whether someone can easily understand this thing, unless otherwise a noble friend comes and tell. So because it has to be come from the Abhijna Jnana, I think, because nowadays even the scientists are exploring these things, but they can't still find out what sort of the initial thing there is. I mean they think it is something in the dark matter will create this illusion, and they think they came out with a string theory, they are telling about the quantum theories. So all these things, so they can't really figure it out what it is, because they are trying to capture it through their available senses. But the Abhijnana goes beyond the capability of our ordinary senses. So, it can see through the Abhijnana. That noble friend can see the causative fact here. So what nowadays what scientific can do is just research on that fact, just conducting research on that particular fact. So they might find somehow other, but they can't just oversee everything and see what is the causative factor for this. So that means, so who is the Lord Buddha also a sum up, a kind of a person who had that ability. And also the our spiritual leader nowadays, Buddothpado is also having that ability, because it is not easily comes out. So it happens into a certain frequency. That means all the surrounding factors should be correct, should be aligned together to have this kind of abhijnana. So it we can't say it is. That's why for that abhijnana, the people who have that abhijnana, they can tell beyond the things that captures by the five senses or six senses. So that brings about some kind of a initial point, starting point to think or work out. So that starting point should be revealed to the world by a certain person. So Lord Buddha was there, and so that Dhamma was hidden for last 2,500 years. Now it has now been revealed again. So this is the point that revealed to the world. So what has been revealed by the Abhijnana is the fact that if there are two different entities, the power that is built in between is inevitable. So this is the core. So whatever we speak about, the illusion or the vibration or the sansaric journey, or in likewise birth, rebirth, and all these things comes after that. The core, the center, that has to be come through kind of a message from a person who is having this abhijnana. So that is the fact that has been hidden over the thousands of years. So now scientists have some kind of a path here to investigate whether this is true or not. So that's why, as people don't know this fact, they have kind of an hypothesis. So Buddothpado also says like this, and also Lord Buddha had said the same thing. Whether this is true or not, they can now conduct their own research to see it. So in the scientific manner. So people who do not follow that path, so the spiritual path is also there to see this truth from the understanding. So as we are the followers of Lord Buddha, so we take the path of spiritual exploration. So that is not a miracle or a magic, or it is a path that is being entirely depend on the understanding, the level of understanding. How much you will understand this truth, that much you will be able to uh, get closer to the Nibbana, or yes, Nibbana means the nothingness, or the non-self, non-soul state. So what Buddha used, the hypothesis that has been used by Lord Buddha to show that there is no soul is the Majja Sutra, or it is not the hypothesis, it is the truth. So, but we can't see, we can't find out whether it's truth or not, whether it's the truth, whether it is true or not, because from the naked eye, from the normal six senses, we can't grab it. So only through the understanding we will be able to find out, and also through the scientific way, people might be able to uh, investigate and explore and conclude, yes, this is the ultimate thing. But still, there is a path for the scientist to explore even, because it has been revealed by Lord Buddha, and also secondary by Buddothpado and Vansa. So that's why Aranvansa keeps on telling again and again, Tripitaka has become some kind of a base for him also to understand this. So it is, the understanding has to come through the Abhijnana, but to check whether the understanding is correct or not, there is Tripitaka, fortunately. So Tripitaka clearly shows what he understood was very correct. So it belongs to, so what we are doing is, we are not trying to figure out through the scientific angle. We are trying to understand through this spiritual path. So that for that you need to understand this very correctly. The ability to see the illusion as non-real, not real, is the wisdom that you have. So how much the wisdom you have, that much you will be able to move closer towards the go towards the true liberation. That means there is, so if you take, there's a person who is trying to liberate, is not wrong. If you take, isn't there a person who is trying to liberate, it is not wrong, not valid either. So both things are not true. So that's why for this understanding you need to have some kind of a balanced mind, so an open mind. So you can start this journey with the things you know, with the things you understand, with the message that has been delivered by a noble friend. So then you can start exploring step by step, and step by step go in deeper and deeper and deeper. If you if you go to the bottom end, you will find the Madhya Sutras true. the fact that the Madhya Sutra is true. So even not at that level, you tend to feel that there is no person here. Only happens as Dr. Sakuntala said. So we assign a person now to a certain spark. So that is our ignorance. So we have been in such a illusion that we can't figure it out that we are in an illusion. We were in an illusion. So it is so hard to believe that there is no person here. So if I even within this discussion, so I am feeling that I'm speaking. So this conversation, so I feel that this conversation is real time happening, a Zoom discussion. So why does that feel? Because we have been trained over the years and years and years through the samsaric journey to take this everything as real. But ultimately, with the message that has been delivered by noble friend, it clearly says there is no person here. Only we are referring to a spark. So whatever the things happen, it happens in this very moment. So this moment, so if you think something which has happened in the past, even if you are planning for the future, same thing, both incidences do occur in this same moment. So in this same moment, so can you take this moment is as a real moment? No, because we know through the Madhya Sutra and all these things, it is also a manifestation of a spark. So this is the illusion that we are trapped in. So we have to come out and see whether this message is correct. So it has to be felt. It has to be self convinced, because otherwise, if you listen to this Dhamma and if you start thinking about it, it won't help, because the realization has to be come through yourself. So how much you will realize these facts, these things, that much your transformation will occur. So that so don't what we can advise, can what is the advice that we can give? Don't focus on anything. Don't focus on internal transformation. Don't focus on nibbana. Don't focus for true liberation. Never do those things. Just explore, just examine, just investigate what has been told by Lord Buddha. What is the message? The message is there is no doer here. Even though you think that you are living, that is a misconception. That is the message. The message is very clear. No doer here. So we have a whole lot of work to do to find out whether the Buddha's word is right, correct or not. So then you will find some other day, someday you will find that Buddha's word is correct. So on that day, you will feel that there is no doer here inside myself as well. So that makes you to turn into another person, or we can't say another state. You will push towards to another state, uh, understanding is there, but there is no person who understands it. So that is the expected outcome, I think. So then of course you will realize that Buddha's message was very correct. There is no person here. We have been cheated for all these years. So it is not a fault of you. It is not a fault for someone else. That is the nature. So what you realize is, as Dr. Sakuntala said, the law that the mind gets created. So how this the mind gets created, it is a natural thing. It is the niyama dharma. It is the law of nature. So understanding will automatically push you towards the true liberation. So it in the absence of a self, what will happen? There won't be a person to suffer here. So you will realize everything happens as usual. You go, you deal with the people, you engage in day-to-day activities, and so on. You perform your social activities as well. So nothing to worry about those things, because there is no person here to perceive anything, to receive that thing. The receiver end is gone. So that is the true liberation. So it has to be felt. It has to be come through only through the understanding, because as I said earlier, there are two parts. One you can explore in the scientific way. Some people can explore through their spiritual way. Spiritual way is solely depend on the level of understanding that you have about these things. So what we are trying to do is, right now even, we are trying to understand little by little. What was the Buddha's message is the non-soul Dhamma. So we are just trying to understand how this non-soul state, how the so-called non-soul state get, how we can understand this state. So this is the struggle that we are doing. This is the path actually. So we feel that once you start understanding little by little, then what you will understand, you will realize, you will feel internally that your self centeredness or the self identity also getting dissolved along with that understanding. So that is the indication that you have for you to benchmark your progress. So yes, that's it.
Dr. Ravi, thank you very much for that explanation. Yeah, like you correctly pointed out, it's yes, we understand it first, but a realized one has to show us the way. Without that, it cannot be grasped by a mind, the entirety of the truth. When a realized one sees it through the abhijna, which is a higher insight that transcends the mind, then first it makes sense, because we kind of had some sort of a sense about what the real message is about, what Buddha talked about, based on the stories, metaphorical stories that we've listened to from Tripitaka and in other by other means. And so it first made sense intellectually. And as we walk the same path as who have walked 2,500 years ago, we confirmed within ourselves that same truth by directly seeing it within us, which is um, using thoughts as a tool, but the insight transcends the thought. Just like how the electricity doesn't belong to the battery shell or the acid. So, yeah, and as we go through this path, for an example, like how okay, we understand that it's name and form union, the thoughts, and we are kind of projecting the thoughts externally, outwardly, to think that what we think exists out there. But and then we know these are vibrations and all that. But when all of that come in full circle, like the speed of vibe, but even when we understand all that, something it feels like something's out there. Like so when that insight comes, that vibration, because of the rapid speed of vibrations, the existent field is created, that kind of plump, something is out there, something is existing, that feeling is created. And as the vibrations continue to take place at rapid speeds, that same field becomes the sense of the self, and it's just one feeling, one extension due to the same vibrational speeds. And simultaneously the mind is created. Mind gives that duality in terms of whether it's existent field or the sense of self. It's just one field, but because the mind is also simultaneously created to say that that is out there and I am here, that duality is created. And this insight, not the knowledge but insight, is like there's no way that you can grasp it with thoughts. So that is then that's like confirmation. Okay, what Aryan Vahanse has been preaching all this time, and the Abhijnana, that's true, because that has to be true. It's just one kind of partial kind of a truth and an insight, but an important insight, because that shows this, however much we try, because the penetrative contemplation is we try to kind of, based on what everything we know, based on knowledge, kind of try to figure out what it is. But when the insight is different to that, insight is what is felt as the direct knowing, direct experience in that via that contemplation.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's the beauty, because like Aryan Vahanse says, this couldn't be written in the book, and true enough, someone had to come with the higher insights to see that and kind of extract the proof from the book to say, okay, this is what Buddha was talking about, this is what Buddha was talking about. Like the recipe to make cake or velithalap or whatever, like person who really made the cake knows how the texture is going to change, or how if what can the cake not be uh, stuck to the baking tray or whatever. All that tricks of the trade or whatever it is can be learned only by doing it. So that is that is why we need the noble friend, because even these very subtle pitfalls that one could get into while walking the path, they are immense, and they are like unique to each and every system. So one really needs the guidance of the noble friend, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, yes. And also Aryan Vahanse always keeps on telling that don't take it as a person who is behind the name of our enhancer. So it's not a, actually it's not a person here. So um, once you understand everything, so you will you will understand that it is a collective happening. It is a transformation. It happens gradually. So once the transformation had completely happened, then you will feel that there is no person here. So, but we are coming from the mundane world. So the mind tends to take everything as individual basis. Uh, the everything as real entities. So that's why people tend to take Aaron Vance as a person. So that should not also be happen. So if you take Aaron Vance as a person, that means that you believe Aaron Vance is real. So this is the collective message that is given by the nature. Actually, when the conditions, suitable conditions are met, this kind of abhijnana will come out. So same thing happened about 2500 years back. Again now same conditions, same kind of conditions are there. Now the time has come to come up this truth into the world. So the what we see is the Aryanvanse, the person, but the message, he carries the message. The message comes along in that way. So we should not take him as a person. So what we have to take him as the message. This is the message. This is the message. So it is now available. Just pay attention to that and try to understand even for a little bit. So what is what is said by this message? So then, as you clearly said, this penetrative contemplation will bring you to a certain level, will take you towards a certain level where the field becomes more prominent other than the thoughts. So thoughts can't go beyond that to that level, because thoughts create something real as a result of these vibrations. So, but the field comes within, along with that understanding, is so unique. That is the field that Aryanvas and Lord Buddha also wanted to show into this world. There is a kind of weird field without a soul. That's why it is called an unsolved Dhamma. So Buddha's message is that. So that is the truth. So we have been cheated by a strong, more powerful illusion. So in that way, we are so helpless. Now the message is there, message is available. Just peep into that. Just try to understand what clear says by what the message is. So then you will understand by yourself. Yes, the Buddha's message was true, and it is still valid. It is the message that every human being should understand. Yeah. Yes, Harshit.
Yeah, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think we have come to the end of the session. Shall we wrap
Yeah.
up for today?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, let's thank you, Dr. Ravi, and yeah, Dr. Sakuntala.
Thank you, Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends, and Thiruvan Saranai are enhancer.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's
Therwan
continue.
Saranaya Namaste. Therwan Saranaya everyone.
Therwan Saranaya everyone. We'll see you again tomorrow. Fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Therwan Saranaya. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dharma.com. And today we're starting with page 164, and which is the last page of volume 6. It is very difficult for some people to achieve inward spiritual purification and transformation because they are burdened with defilements. When people try to play with the Dhamma, the door to Nibbana will not open to them. And the reason is the power they give to the notion of their individual self. In such cases, it can be extremely difficult to detect the hidden self in these individuals. However, the Dhamma must be understood individually. One must be able to recognize wrong views, avoid them, and ensure that those who teach do not misguide innocent people. Buddothpado discourses explain pure Buddhism. People can achieve Nibbana even today by observing true knowledge and practical knowledge. This is the meritorious ordination. Buddhism is based on the principles of dependent origination, not on meditation therapy. Buddhism is the observation of the true nature of the mind. Through this understanding, one can let go of the notion of an existing self. මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා. මාව දාලා මම යන්නට යනවා. I'm journeying with myself and I leave the self behind as I move forward. The Buddha Nikaya is in action. In these actions, craving, aversion, and ignorance gradually fade away until Nibbana is reached. This is the Buddha's teaching, the pure doctrine, and the world awaits its embrace for eternal peace and tranquility. There are a lot of people claiming to be spiritual people in this day and age, but it's a lot of people, even though it has become a trend too, they claim that they're spiritual, but a lot of people who claim to be spiritual people, they don't even understand the meaning of it. It's an inward purification and a transformation. It's difficult for someone who's burdened with defilements to get to that purification without knowing a proper path. People unknowingly use Dhamma as a tool, a shield, or merely something merely to be marketed or marketable in their short-sighted gains. But the door to Nibbana will not open to them just by claiming to Nibbana or claiming ownership or claiming familiarity, whatever it is, whatever the mental associations that are claimed or that are expressed doesn't make you any closer to Nibbana. By misusing Nibbana in all kinds of ways, one is reinforcing the notion of an individual self. Happens that is nowhere close to Nibbana, that's further away from Nibbana. So in these kinds of people where they have used Nibbana for their short-sighted profitable gain, it's extremely difficult to detect the hidden self in these individuals because they know everything about how one should appear or how one should operate. They know the characteristics of a person who's realized, of a realized master, but what they do not know is what the path is. So, they will kind of fake it, but that makes it extremely difficult to detect that hidden, subtle hidden self for them one day when, regardless of any of this, as Buddha said, your own raga should be custom tailored, or it should be created. No one can create it for you. No one can make it for you. What that means is you should be able to see your own defilements within yourself. That is why we always talk about being honest in this path. You have to, not to anybody else, not to your loved ones, not to your, children, no husband or wife or whatever, but you have to be honest to yourself. Like we have this Sinhalese saying, Ugrata hora behet kana, meaning you're trying to take medicine without your throat knowing. That's not going to happen. Yet someone can try it, and people try to, because you don't want to admit of your downfalls to your own self. That is the most difficult thing. That is why one would keep lying. We see this in Narayan Mahasu. Delivers these sermons when these Zoom discussions are there. Whatever these practitioners would say, it's like you're kind of you don't have anywhere to hide, because as we speak, a realized one can see where the self is. So by not answering questions in Zoom, nobody's doing anybody a favor. That means you can't admit your own downfall to your own self. So that is, in a subtle way, that the notion of the self. However, if one has enough, if one can gather enough courage to answer a question or discuss something in the Zoom or ask a question, that is progress in the path. Even then, the notion of the self could try to play different kinds of tricks to hide the self. But there's no hiding. And Narayan Mahasu can see through it, as we've experienced in our limited encounters. We see how how skillfully he exposes one's ego in these discussions. So there are many opportunities given throughout the day for someone really genuinely exploring the path, really genuinely journeying the path to figure out where one's subtle self may be lying. So it's that platform that's been created is of great importance, of great value to a practitioner to recognize one's own wrong views and to shed light on them. So, and not just that, especially controversial discourses, discussion on Zoom, that is one really significant discussion that exposes the wrong views or in the society in different different schools of thoughts, I guess, misguiding innocent people to really clearly explain how one view could be a wrong view. What's wrong about it? How is it according to Dhamma? How is it a wrong view? So, and the Buddothpado discourses explain pure Buddhism. There are no frills, there are no carvings, nothing as it is. The Dhamma expounded by the Buddha as it is, without any distortion, without any misguidance. And that's why the listeners of Buddothpado discourses are very fortunate, and that has already opened the path to nirvana to many people. Today, in this day and age, after 2500 years, by observing the truth about the mind, the truth about how the mind is created within you in the moment to moment, the path to nirvana could be opened within. And this is the meritorious ordination or Adhyatmika Upasampada. There's nothing else, because when ascetic Bahir came to Buddha, he was wearing, I think, leaf or parts of trees, tree branches or something like that. And he attained arahanthood. And that means that whatever you're wearing, regardless of whatever, however you're dressed, this liberation of the mind could be attained, could be achieved. And because it's a Dhamma that you have to realize, it's not a religion. This is the absolute truth about how things work. The true Dhamma that is based on the principles of dependent origination. It is not based on meditation therapy or concentration meditation. Yes, concentration meditation can help if you have a very scattered sort of a mind, to have a concentrated mind and be able to contemplate, have that penetrative contemplation to direct you at the penetrative insight. But that is by concentration meditation alone, Nibbana could be attained. what we call Buddhism or true Dharma is the observation of the true nature of the mind, as in when the mind is in action, as one understands how the mind works intellectually, then that true nature could be detected first-handedly when the mind is in action. By this understanding, the notion of an existing self is automatically let go. It's not somebody's doing it, but there's the value that's been attributed to mental objects slowly dissolve. That's what happens. Arahants are going to have thoughts. Thoughts are not going to disappear. The function of the mind is to create thoughts. That's not going anywhere, but the value that's been attributed by the system to each and every mental object, that slowly diminishes. That's why this Paranvasi says, "මාත් එක්කම ගමනක් යනවා මාව දාලා මම යන්නට යනවා." Leaving for this journey with myself, but by the end of it, the self is no more. That is this someone who's genuinely on the path. That is the Buddha's order or Buddha Nikaya in action. In these actions of seeing the mind, moment to moment, craving, aversion, and ignorance, delusion, they all fade away. And what's left with what's left will be Nibbana. Not that Nibbana is some special place or whatever. Someone who's starting the journey in the ignorance, we can't even say the state of mind. We can't. It's very difficult to explain in words. Let's say the state of mind that's in the ignorance is transformed to Nibbana. And we can't even call it a state of mind. What happens is that value that's been attributed is going to be dissolved, because in the understanding and realization that there never was a self, that there never is and never will be a self, or the so-called seemingly existing world was never true, that with that knowledge, in the light of that knowledge and realization, that illusion still cannot hold true. And that is what Buddha expounded 2500 years ago. That's the pure doctrine. And after 2500 years, the Buddha's pure doctrine is rediscovered and revealed. And we see every day how people who were suffering in these lives getting to eternal peace and tranquility. So that's all for the big portion of the discussion. I say Sudharma, Thiruvan Saranai Sudharma.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි හර්ෂි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all Dhamma friends. Harshi, when you started today's discussion, you mentioned that once we open our mouth, we expose ourselves in front of the Noble One. So although due to the illusory mind consciousness, we tend to believe that we are on the path, we have kind of realized this by involving in all activities and listening to sermons and by taking part in discussions. Then and there, he opens our eyes and shows that you are nowhere on a path. Though, it probably, if we have kind of a strong sense of self-perception, we might kind of collapse, or we might not be able to tolerate that also.
So I have such experience, Harshi. So in controversial revelations, this groundbreaking revelation, 7 o'clock Zoom yesterday, I also tried to, is it okay to reflect on that and discuss it, Harshi, here?
Yeah,
Is
go
it,
ahead. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. And so I um, wanted to explain a thing. We know whatever the words that we give, it doesn't matter, right? Aryan Mahanse does not go by the experience or whatever. He, since he is kind of experiencing non-soul or non-vibration state, the frequency of the voice, the sound waves of our voices are directly felt by him, and he actually mentioned it's so uncomfortable. I had to keep my mic muted because it's so irritating, and so then I realized where I am, although there isn't a person, Harshi. So it made me uh, think a lot about the feeling, whether what he said was, Harshi, I am totally in the mind, and so I accept it, and I really need to get out of it, and not as a person, not in a hurry also, but just need to reflect on it and be awakened to the experiences of the six sensory organs, and need to see through or penetrate through it better. My problem is, Harshi, to my understanding, I cannot maintain the mindfulness. Sometimes when I am awakened, or when I am uh, awakened to the present or mindful about it, I see everything. I mean, no burning, despite the level of the stimulus. Let it be very strong perception or whatever, depending on the person. Uh, I don't get burned. I relax, and that tranquility is there. But sometimes that when the mindfulness is not there, after a while I realize I have got caught in the mind consciousness, and I have gone to town with certain minor, we can't differentiate as minor or major or whatever. If it's a stimulus, it's a stimulus actually. But when we talk, only we realize that I can't use we, I actually still am caught in the mind consciousness, Harshi. So that is something that I wanted to mention, and so that you also, as an experienced person, can comment on this. The thing is, if I talk further, I totally understand that it is a system, that how it is crystal clear how we perceive things, and how the mind power, and how we get enchanted or disenchanted by these power created through the stimulus, everything. But when it comes to day-to-day life, it is not consistent. So I don't have the skill to maintain this, not as a person, but to be mindful about what we call see here. So I think I have a problem with that, Harshi. Teruvan Saranai. You also
So,
can explain.
yeah, so Dharma, but that's okay. That is how the path is like. I think I don't know how to explain this in English. I think Satara Samyak Pradhana Virya. You know, it kind of emerges very slightly at the beginning, but as we go through the path, that mindfulness or awareness kind of improves. So it's, as an infant or a newborn is not going, newborn is not going to walk right away, right? It takes effort and time. So it's not a problem, but if there's a worry about that, then that is the self. There's a
The person,
the
yes,
yeah,
Ashi.
the
Then and there, the burning sensation occurred. If I recall that burning started, but earlier also in previous scenarios when Aryan say like mentioned even in a tougher manner things, I that burning not as person. If I go back to try to recollect, it was not that severe, but still, when he actually mentioned it's so irritating and all, I stopped then and there. Uh, but I felt that burning within me, and like lost and like desperate, but not sad. But I knew he is there to help. That also came. So that was the experience. It's not a worry, but still I need to pay attention to it, isn't it, Tashi? Can't just ignore, isn't it?
not ignore, but the thing is now this whole Zoom and um if Aryan Mahan say pointing it out, if there was some sort of embarrassment or whatever like that, I had to uh, encounter this again or whatever, regret or whatever, then this Zoom situation has become a real thing, right? Then there's some contemplation that is required as to if there's something called Zoom, if there's one called Aryan Mahan, say there's a
Yeah,
self, like
yeah,
that kind
yeah,
of contemplation is really like really investigating within you. Otherwise, like Karen Mahan says, that mangosteen you have to
yeah,
cut over
yeah.
and over again and
Okay.
check to see if it is white
Yes.
inside.
It's not that embarrassment at all, Harshi. That's
Hmm.
100% clear. The feeling I got was like I kind of this noble one has felt kind of uncomfortable because of my voice for I mean,
That is also
short
self,
while. Ah,
because
that's it.
that is the self that wants to be a good person or a good woman in front of the noble one, right?
Ah, yes,
Yeah, so
yes,
like
yeah,
you have to inquire into
yes.
why, okay, I
Hmm.
had dig a little more deeper, and then the however many layers by which the so-called self is kind of hiding behind, if you dig
Yes,
deeper, those layers will be gone and the hiding self will be revealed.
yes, I see. That helps
That's
a
why
lot.
the honesty to yourself, to your, not
Hmm.
to anybody else, to your own self
Yeah.
is of utmost importance.
Mhm. Yes.
I hope that helps. I think there's
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Oh, no, there's Surangika is here. Maybe Surangika can help us here. Peruan Saranai Surangika after a long time.
Everyone, Saranai.
No, about your matter only. Like we can. That's a good question, right, Surangika? We can have a good discussion about it.
Everyone Sarnai, Harshi, and
Everyone.
Sarnai, Sudharma. I pay my respects to Aryan Hansen. Um, if I talk in the conventional world terms, Sudharma, my complete sympathies are with you. Because at some point or the other, there is that experience that all of us go through, isn't it? And
Yeah, that's like
I know, I
evident.
mean,
That's like only a matter of time to anybody.
exactly. And the strangest thing about this thought is one moment you're, completely, you have done all stages, every stage of the practical program has gone through that thought and there is absolutely no defilement. And then the next thought is, I don't know, gone somewhere else completely. And that's where the whole challenge lies, I think, as well. So I think, Sudharma, I heard the Andolnatmaka Desana last
Ah,
night, wasn't it?
Yes, yes, Miss
And
Rangita. That is.
yeah, I think the thing what he says is that the problem is if we encounter a problem, I think he
Yes.
has said this many a time, the problem arises in the mind and the thoughts only. If we have an issue, if we belittle ourselves, if we think that and Mahanse is going to think like this, or I am not progressed enough in the path, or why am I, all that is thoughts. I think that's what he was trying to say.
Yes. Yes.
And I think for me also, there have been times that he has said, the voice is too rough and this and that. And I've taken it in the same way as you have, Sudharma. And
Yes.
then I thought, okay, better not to speak in that case.
Yeah, no, the thing is, Aryan Mahanse tried to help me. He was telling, I can help you if you talk more, and the situation got worse. The more I tried to explain, so he can't do anything about me. So I got the feeling it's a thought. So I must be Padaparam. So now Aryan Mahanse is trying to help me. He was telling, okay, you are stuck somewhere. So if
Yeah.
you explain further, I should be able to help me. He was so compassionate and
Yes, he
he
was, I
didn't
know.
shout. He was so compassionate at that time, unlike before, Harshi. So that made me feel kind of so helpless. So had he been shouted or something, I wouldn't have been felt this. So he was offering help, but nothing works. So that's what to do. So I just maybe some other time I need to take more time, and it's nature after all.
I think the issue
Something,
is
yeah.
with most of us, I think. Sorry, I can't speak to him about Harshi, but myself as well. This second stage, now, as you said, Sudharma, we have a sound base, isn't it, about the true Dhamma philosophy. And time and
Yes.
again, if you are asked to explain, you can explain very well, because that is because
Yes.
you understand. But what
Yes.
happens is we have also this tendency, two things, I think. One is the fact that we have got so used to being in the mind that that is our natural default position. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
always we go back as we, even if we go all over the place during the day, we always go back home, isn't it, in the evening?
Yes. Yes.
So wherever we are, we say nothing like home,
Yes.
or we say nothing
Yeah.
like our own bed or something. And that is because we are comfortable at home, isn't it? We may go
Mm-hmm.
to the dearest of friends' houses and stay.
Yes.
And you may have known her for 20, 30 years, like her own sister. But still, you think, good to have stayed here, thank you very much. And then you won't tell her, but you will secretly think, it's good that I'm going home now, I miss home.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's something like that. It's isn't it, Harshi? It's like as if because you've been forever and a day, before childhood, before that Montessori time, you have no recollection even. So from that nursery days, this mind has been cultivated, and everybody, society, your parents, everyone has been saying that, everything is true, everything is real, you're there, you're a personality, you have a sharp mind, you have qualifications, or you have a good memory. All these things have reinforced this so-called memory, me, self-perception, and the fact that you have thought and analyzed and done things with that thinking also has magnified the
Negative.
sense of I.
Mm, yeah,
We
exactly.
have fattened
But
our ego by saying that,
mm,
by society also has, no, that person doesn't have a good memory, or you have a
mm,
really good analytical mind. So
mm,
all these
mm,
little things slowly have built up unconscionably a sense of
self,
the strength
self.
of the mind. So as
Mm,
much as we have heard the true Dhamma philosophy, and we know R.N. Mahan he has been saying and saying and saying. for the last 5 years. And as you said, 10,000 discourses, we know. And yet, we go back to the mind. We don't do it. It's not we. It's, as you know, it's the system. The unconscionable, unconsciously, the default seems to be the mind. So through what R.N. Mahanse is saying, that the practice also, I think, is that second stage of the Dhamma practice, practical program. And in doing that, you don't have to go in, I mean, sometimes, because every time you can't be doing the walking meditation, when these thoughts come, I heard you saying that some thoughts are like really heavy, and then because they're so heavy, you feel it. And because you feel it, immediately you reflect. And because you are so attuned to the Dhamma philosophies of Dharma, the moment you reflect, the heaviness goes.
Yes.
Right? So, and that's good. That's because you have trained, you have kind of, done it, you understand it, you see through the fallacy, and so the thing is that heaviness you can feel immediately because you have a sense of calmness. There is a sense of inner transformation. Most of the time there is no attaching to anything, there is no defilement, there is no worry, no stress. But so when you suddenly feel this heaviness, it's not the usual thing. Those days, heavy or not heavy or light or joy or whatever it is, everything we went with the wave, isn't it?
Yes.
It was like a wave, and we went with the wave. We didn't know anything else. And so therefore that we thought that was our usual form, and that was it. But now, with listening to the Dhamma, there is that inner calmness. There is that lightness, as R.N. Mahanse says. All of us feel that. So because that suddenly when you get the heavy thought, what is this? And moment you trust like that, you think about it, and then you kind of that feeling dissipates. But then I think what you said was those little thoughts that keep coming. Those thoughts are like something, you're meandering down a path, and then before you know it, you have one thought has become the second thought, and you have gone on with it, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
And that is where this has happened to me as well. Even if you take something, even if you think at that point that you have got one thought and that wasn't significant, yet halfway down the line you realize, you've been thinking on this, isn't it? And then you take like a Dhamma point and say, now why did that happen, and this and that, and then you leave that issue alone, and then you go on the Dhamma point.
Yes.
So that also, because that's what R.N. Mahanse says, if you know it, you have to stop it. Because even the Dhamma point is, if you know it, you don't have to be going on and on and on with that Dhamma point. Then you take another Dhamma point, another Zoom discussion, another point, attach all that, link them together, and then now you have forgotten that insignificant thought, and then you are going down the Dhamma point thoughts. So all these are what we have to realize is that they are all thoughts. And each time there's nothing else to do. I mean, Haji, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's nothing else to do. But when you feel as if you're going down you've got an insignificant thought or minor thought or whatever it is, they're all thoughts too anyway. You just think, this is a thought, and dismiss it. You're not dismissing it actively. When you realize it's a thought, that's all you have to do. But like the Buddha said, Tadapi Passapachaya, that you have to, at that point, see that it's a thought. And then you do your work, and then again, before you know it, you got caught to another string of thoughts. Again, if you stop in your tracks and think, that was just a thought, no? And that's all you have to do, I think. Haji, if you can, because I found that was helpful to stop this continuous strain.
Yeah, that's true. That I think that parivajjana pahatabba is like kind of different from going along with these thoughts. But yeah, that helps if something kind of continues to come back, the same thought or whatever. But still, like based on where Sudharma is, you're the one who knows. If you can, like, where in the what do you call, the karmastan, the practical approach, if the external world still become real to you, that contemplation is required.
Hmm.
If
I got
if
it,
yeah,
Ashi,
then
and
yeah, you can't get ahead of yourself, and however much in a hurry the self is,
yeah,
it just kind of has to, like Karan was always says, you
it
plant a
should
seed, water
happen,
it,
isn't
yeah, give
it?
enough nutrition. You can't be like, oh, the leaves are not here yet, the flowers are not here yet. You
Mm.
just have to give it time for the due course to happen. Dr.
Mm.
Sakunthala is here. I think she's, yeah, Thiruvan sir, and we would really appreciate your feedback as well.
Therwan Saranai, I pay my homage at Karen Mahasi's feet. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yeah, actually, it's very interesting, the story about these thoughts, isn't it? Because that is, uh, the physical body is like a puppet, and the thoughts are manipulating, and thoughts are sort of taking over the control. As Surangika also mentioned about the thoughts now, it's a string of thoughts always. If you are alive, and if the breathing is there, and if as a result the senses are functioning, so there is a continuous string of thoughts, but most thoughts are not significant. Mm. So therefore you don't feel that you had them, but there is continuously uh, collective function of the sensor activity, and then there is a thought, and most of the thoughts are not felt actually. What we feel time to time is something that the value is added. Uh, so then only you feel now, for example, you are going on the road and you are passing so many things. You see them, you hear them, hear the sounds, and you feel certain things like the wind or maybe the hardness of the flow. You hear the sound of your shoes or slippers. You hear the tooting of the vehicles, birds singing, all sorts of things, and you tend to pass people, houses, but they are not given a value. So therefore, sometimes some of our participants say that there are periods without thoughts. Actually, it's not so. Thoughts are there all the time, and the ones that the ones that the system tend to cling on for some time, for some reason, are the ones which are felt. In other words, a value has been given and taken it as real. So, as you all very clearly mentioned, such thoughts do not stop as a single thought. And there are many, many things linked to that. Some are directly related, some are indirectly related. You can see that a huge episode of the drama is occurring now. For example, you feel cold sometimes with the cold wind, and the string of thoughts which it all depends on the person's experiences actually. The spark which appears suddenly within a fraction of a second, just with that sensor function, will be the cold that you experienced in some country, or maybe in a city like Nuwara in Sri Lanka. Coldness that you felt when you opened the fridge door, or on a rainy day, and then it will get sort of linked to some other things, like a day that you spent with your family somewhere, and the people who participated in that family union, and the things that they said, and the weaves exchanged, and the way that how enjoyable it was. You can see that a huge line of thoughts are linked to that. So it really, now sometimes the happy thoughts, we don't feel the weight of it. We feel that it is something pleasant. We tend to feel only the sad or angry thoughts as heavy thoughts. No, actually, whatever the thought which comes, which is given a value, is something heavy. But the system tend to appreciate the ones that are pleasant and not take them as a burden. So this mechanism of telepathizing can occur. Now the thought spark, or the picture that you get instantly, which we call Nama component of the Nama Rupa, it has to be somewhere sparked in the past. So it's always some past incident which is sparked at this moment. So past incident may be in this life, or maybe somewhere in the birth circle, millions of years ago. So that's what Aryan Mahase very clearly said. And also Lord Buddha has mentioned this. This Dharma is, it's akalika, or you cannot give a timing. So therefore, that spark, something that happened some time back, will spark right now at this moment. It becomes the same spark. So there is no gap between the two. That spark becomes this spark. So it's one spark right now. So it has to be some past experience. Now, if I tell a word like, if I say Kesel in Sinhala, the people who do not have any idea about the Sinhalese language will not have a mind picture, will not have that spark. It becomes only a sound to them. But for the people who understand the Sinhala language, will have a quick mind picture about the plantains, the varieties of the plantains, which the Sinhalese word is the kesel. So we'll have a variety of plantains, various colored ones, the tastes, and when you ate plantains last time, and even the bush of plantains which you have in your backyard, so many information will be there in that single spark. So this is the nature. This is what's called the Chitta Niyama, or the nature's law, how the mind is formed. So this is an automatic or system functioning. There is no way of changing this pattern, and the feel of angry or sadness or whatever the current that is created is also a part of this same process. That part actually we need to sort of very clearly understand, because sometimes we tend to feel that that current that is formed as a result of this sequence is me. So that is the biggest fault in this pathway. So when you realize that this current is also inevitable, and the current is the one which we label as me, myself, then some of these gray areas become clear. I think we can discuss on these things that I mentioned, and please correct me if there are any mistakes that I have mentioned. Therwan Saranai.
Yeah, that was right, Dr. Sakuntala, and thank you very much for that valuable input. Surangika, you have any comments about that? Any additions to that? Therwan Saranai? Or Sudharma, you have any questions about that? Any comment?
Yeah,
Therwan Saranai.
so if තෙරුවන් සරණයි හර්ෂි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. Yes, as first I would like to pay my gratitude to Ms. Suranga for the explanation. So I realized actually going home to our mind is a big problem. So yesterday also what I was trying to do is when Aryan Hansi was asking me to give more explanation so that I can help you, because he was so compassionate and he wanted to help me get out of this point where I am stuck. So what I did was I went back to mind and I was talking almost utter nonsense actually. So that the system, that was what the system did. So there I realized that we cannot find solutions or cannot like be on path using our mind all the time. So it's again, this is illusionary mind consciousness. So thank you so much for that reminder, Ms. Surangika. And as Dr. Sakuntala explained, this every day we discuss how things are perceived by sensory basis and this telepathizing. So actually after listening to Dhamma for, well, like I first started in 2021 and then couldn't continue. From 2022 onwards, regularly I was listening to Dhamma, and this Satyajnana, this wisdom of truth, those sermons are crystal clear to me. The problem is I need to improve the mindfulness. Once I remember Aryan Hansi suggested you should do concentration meditation also to be consistent, because your mind is all over scattering. So otherwise having this knowledge also still being in mind, so there is a problem. So Aryan Hansi opened my eyes yesterday also. So try to improve mindfulness, not as a person. Otherwise, this mechanism is crystal clear to actually how the self-perception occurs. Everything, the theory part is crystal clear to me. I can explain it to anyone even, but need to do more on practical approach, as Harshi also suggested. So thank you so much for all your comments. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, if I can just add a little bit more. So that home thing, Sudharma, but the thing that has, because of ignorance only, but that forgetfulness and going back to the mind is, we have now thought that home is the mind, but what is the home? Home is non-vibration, isn't it?
Yes, ignorantly we take as mind. Yes.
Yeah, so almost like a newly found friend, but not the newly found friend. We think, my goodness, it's the mind, it's my mind, it's my thoughts, everything is mine. And because we don't say mind all the time, but unconsciously that's what is happening. So when that light of true Dhamma is shone on it, that is what we have to know, that whatever that comes is coming through the thoughts. And I think Dr. Kokila said this several times in the midnight Zoom as well. The more we think, the more that we allow the thoughts to kind of take over and consume us, there is no room for the feel to emerge. The feel that there is nothing here, that feeling, where is the room? Because everything is almost completely swamped by these thoughts. They can be these just conventional world, usual humdrum materialistic stuff as well. And even Dhamma reflections. Now that is also, as Harshi said, there is a time to do vidarshana. There is a time to do penetrative insight, and that also depends on at what stage one is, because you can't give that same thing, tell that same thing to everybody. We can't also, I think again, Dr. Kokila pointed this out at some point, and Aryan Vansi also says this so many times. Just because you are done 3 years or 4 years or so, there are some people, some mothers we hear, they haven't progressed even to the practical stage. So that practical aspect, angle to putting this true Dhamma philosophy into our day-to-day world has been missed out. So because some people, even if they listen 1 or 2 months or so, they've got it and they understand it. So the issue is now, because of this knowledge thing, as Aryan Mansi says, we are turning this Vijanati thing into Pajanati. The Pajanati means not just knowing, but seeing. So when one says we are seeing it, we have to see the thought has to be seen in all its fallacy. And if we understand that home is not vibration, vibration gives rise to thought. But home is actually non-vibration. We have continued in this samsaric cycle because this vibration, and as Dr. Sakuntala said, the current has been taken to be real. The current has been taken to be me or I. And that is where the whole thing has got stuck. And that's where the ignorance lies. So the more we dwell in thoughts, that the feel has no place to emerge, and that is where one has to continuously kind of show that the thought keep going to the thought and see what is this thought made up of. And again, if we I think also don't do enough reflection on the light and the sound. Again, Aryan Vansi says this so many times. If there isn't even a sound, if there isn't even anything called a light or a smell, how can there be a thought? How can thoughts be real? So, I mean, that kind of, then there's nothing else to say, isn't it? It just completely makes you go silent. What more is there to talk, isn't it? If there is no sound, no such thing as sound, no such thing as light, all this is just a construct, and construct is coming through only these sensors. Then what is the substance of that insignificant thought that is going on like a train, you know? What are we are, this is why the Buddha understood the mind completely, and it's through that only realized this whole non-vibration as the state to be, because it is this mind that is trying to assert itself, to entertain. It's an entertainment. It's almost it's all defilements. This sense of wanting to be. I don't know how to say it, Harshi, maybe you know the words, Abhisankarana and Viparinama. Abhisankarana and Viparinama is the thing, the evolving nature of the thought. The thought is also never static, isn't it? The thought is
Yeah.
also constantly changing shape, constantly changing the mind object is also changing. If you now say you have something that you really like to think about, or it's something that you really like, say your son, and this is something that I've heard also in other talks. If you are told to, okay, now for the next 5 minutes, don't think of anything else, but think about only your son. Can you do that?
No,
Because
no, we
even
can't.
1 minute you won't wait with
No.
just thinking about the sun.
Yes, yes.
There'll be all kinds of other things that will come to your mind. That is because that is the state of the mind. The mind itself keeps on changing, keeps on evolving. And because there is nothing to it, as Dr. Sakuntala says, some earlier perception telepathizes and a perception occurs. And it's just a series of these perceptions telepathizing in the mind consciousness. If it is not coming at that very moment from a particular sensor, then the mind sensor keeps on telepathizing and something, a spark occurs and then a thought occurs. But where is that thought? What is the source of that source? Something occurring, something that had occurred earlier is telepathizing at that moment and it is occurring again. And then one goes off at a tangent on that thought. And then next moment, another object. And next moment, another object. And so it goes on. So when is this finishing? That is what needs to be considered. Is there any purpose? It's just changing object to object, object to object, and going on and on and on. And if we also get onto that bandwagon, I am saying we here, sorry, I shouldn't be saying that, but there is never end to that thought train, isn't it? And just putting, I think showing that to become pajanati, just when the thought arises, just see the thought as to what it is. And if another thought arises, see the thought as to what it is. And because you have engaged in the vidarshana at the appropriate time, that is going to help in seeing that thought as to what it is. So I'll just stop there. Harshi, if you can correct me if I said anything wrong as well. Tedwan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai Swamika, thank you for that explanation. In another angle, so it's that same example Aran Wahanse uses in this factory that makes concrete animals and ducts and posts and stuff like that. You input your raw materials to be cement, sand, rocks, water, and and what comes out of the other end is these animals. You have seen these concrete elephants, horses, ducks, and stuff. So with the name changes, the shape changes, but the inherited value in terms of that, what it is made up of, is the same material in different proportions, right? So similarly, thoughts are made up of vibrations, manifested vibrations, images, sounds, smells, tastes, and whatever is felt when there's touch. That combination, can't even say different proportions, but the value that's been attributed by the system is different. One is mother, the other one is father, the other one is the husband, another one could be grass or something insignificant. But that is how the value has been attributed based by the system, based on association and what the society, the convention has given, and all that. But essentially, just like the concrete animals and ducts have been made up of cement, sand, water, and stuff, thoughts are made up of differently manifested vibrations. So inherently, there's nothing to say that has any value or any varying degree of value in that. So if you can see when a thought comes, oh, my tummy hurts or whatever, tummy is also made up of an image and a sound and all the stuff, all the good stuff. And the self is also like that. That initial thought that the system took, if there's a mother, if there's a father, there should be a self. That thought is the one that has been, like Suranka mentioned, been evolving and kind of being updating and being current through every thought that's been created, through every thought that assumes there's some external world that's existing. So, like I know you said, you've listened to Dhamma quite a lot, but if you didn't do the contemplation, the penetrative contemplation, they do not become your own direct experience. That's why you have to have your customized raft, customized by you. That
Yes.
is that direct understanding, direct knowledge, direct insight of Dhamma. Otherwise, it just stays as knowledge in a shelf somewhere in the memory or whatever we call it. So until that happens, the progress cannot be seen. Like it has to become your own knowing.
Experience. Yes.
Yeah, not just knowledge. Like, you can memorize the multiplication table and as a result, you can do few sums. But if you get the numbers really well, then if whatever the number there is, you intuitively have an understanding as to what kind of percentages or this kind of subtraction would result in this kind of thing. That intuitive aspect wouldn't be there as long as it sits as mere knowledge. So that contemplation with everything, go beyond the words that's mentioned in the sermons. When it said the birth of the eye is the birth of the self, okay, that's few words, but what is the message that's beyond that? What does it exactly mean? Like that involves a whole lot of opening of eyes. That's why these controversial disclosures like gets you to get to that penetrative contemplation in many angles. Like say it's the same discussion every day, but it's many angles. So different kind of like if we are to say it in a different way, that we say like different networks of brain are connected, we say in different contexts, something like that. Different kinds of angles of penetrative insight will, the eye will be opened. So that if that is lacking, then it's like my memorizing the multiplication table and doing some sums.
Very clear. Yes. That active engagement, not as a person, but that's what we call skillfulness, isn't it, Hashi?
Yeah,
Skillfulness.
skillfulness comes like,
yeah.
Now, so Arana has told you to do concentration meditation some time ago. I would start that day. Like, because
I actually did, Darshi.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of self-evident, stuff also, because now, if it's okay, I lived with the two sons for a long time because my husband passed away in 2014 and just lived with the helper. So when my sons moved, we were closely attached, kind of family, three of us. And when they left also, I didn't feel it, honestly speaking, because even when they want me there, I don't intend to leave because I do the job and I'm quite okay all by myself also. Such, burning is not there. Even now yesterday, I got a pain in my, since you mentioned the pain, body pain also. I tried, Aryan was that when we take the pain as a stomachache or pain in my back, actually we feel it. Then it becomes more and more painful and it becomes real, it becomes a thing. But through kind of that wisdom of truth helps us to see it as pain, feel it as pain, then that pain is not giving pain. So that such experiences are there, Harshi, but the problem is I need to understand the mind consciousness more, because I now I when you all were explaining felt that I have a kind of inner belief that mind is a persistent thing. It's there. So, but it also arises and cease, because now in relation to five sensory bases, also seeing, hearing, then smelling, they are also in this fusion of the sensory experiences. Then finally the mind consciousness, and uh, actually we can't give the gaps, but still finally the fusion of all sensory experiences, then mind consciousness arises and mind power. And that since, as Dr. Sakuntala said, it's there is no detectable gap between thoughts, no. And then again, when thoughts occur in mind through telepathy, that is another mechanism. So that another mechanism means they are the thoughts get in contact with the mind consciousness, and with that all other, I mean, the seeing, hearing, smelling. Now when we think of the thought of mother arises, mother's image, even the voice and the smell, even the taste, you would say, like everything is fused in that and come in one shot. So that although I know it, the concept, but when it comes to practice, uh, I kind of get deceived as mind is a persistent thing. I think that is also a problem. Yes.
I
So
think,
it's,
Dharma,
yeah,
without analyzing what's going on, okay, this is happening with me,
yeah,
this kind of thing is happening with me, this kind of,
yeah,
without
yeah,
going along, without kind of going down that path, what
yeah,
we need to realize is nirvana is
yeah.
in this moment.
Hmm,
Whatever the
hmm,
thought we have right now, if it
hmm.
assumes that there is an external world,
Hmm.
automatically the self is created. So there's no
Yeah.
nirvana in this thought. So if
Hmm.
the truth about it is seen right now, that is nirvana. So
Hmm.
if you can pay attention to like even the way you talk, I think there's a lack of skill there. If
Hmm.
you can go back to this recording and listen to, like, okay, there's progress. Of course, anybody who comes to this path understands this Dhamma.
Yes.
Even intellectually, it kind of lifts off a heavy burden
Hmm.
because you were like killing yourself. Oh my God, I have to do this with my life, do that with
Hmm.
my life, and all of a
Hmm.
sudden, it makes sense that this so-called world doesn't exist, and you're like, oh, I was just killing myself over nothing. I can just slow down a little bit, so that heavy burden is kind of lifted off even just by learning it intellectually. But this is not like, in the school, you probably understand this very well. Even a child does a small thing better, you give a star. I got a
Hmm.
red star, whatever, a good star, whatever it is not.
Hmm.
But this journey is not like that. Okay, there's
Hmm.
progress. Okay, now I don't get, my sons are about to leave me, or sons already left, but I'm not upset about that. But in the big picture, suns are still real, right? To
Hmm.
you,
Hmm. Hmm.
right? I'm
Yes.
not,
Hmm.
I am a person who's not scared to live alone. Now,
Hmm.
earlier it wasn't the case, but now this is the case. all that you talked about your situation in those few lines, if you can go back and listen to it, in the grand event of, grand scheme of things, you still believe the existence of these suns and the world and all that, right? The self still, that contemplation hasn't happened. That contemplation has to happen. Then the detail into which you go when you talk, they will slowly diminish. But now, since everything is real, of course, you will go into all the Vyanjana, Anuvanjana, these detailed things about the world that's already existing. Does that make sense?
Yes, very clear.
Yeah, I think Dr. Sakuntala Anand Mahansi is also here. Theruwan Saranayi Anand Mahansi.
Yes, Harshi, what's discussion is about? Now just I joined with you.
Anand
This
Mahansi, Theruwan
forum, yeah.
Saranayi.
Yeah.
It was kind of a continuation of Sudharma's discussion she had with you in Andolanaatmaka Deshana.
Yeah.
So how the self is created. So she had some questions about her nature and her sense of self. So that's what we were talking about, Sudharma. Anand Mahansi.
Yeah. Sudharma, the problem is Sudharma's her problem. That one is a feel. You know? The feel alive. That's alive feel. It's a soul. What's the soul? Sudharma, are you there?
Yes, Aryan Mahansa.
So I ask him the question, what is this life? What is this soul?
It's ignorant belief, Aryan Mahansa.
No, it's not a belief. It's not a belief. What's the feel of alive?
That something is out there and the person who experiences
No, it's a feel. It's a feel. It's a feel. You won't always think about it. It's a feel. A feel is a perception. It's a feel. You know, it's a sanya. It's a feel. It's alive. Feel is otherwise the perception. You know, everything is perceptions. We are talking about we are using this word is perception. What is this perception? Word is light also perception, yeah. Sound also perception, yeah. You know, this feel also perception. The sanya is alive feeling. It's alive feel. Otherwise, alive feel is a perception. Itta sanya is existent feel also perception. Existent feel is a perception. Existent perception convert in the alive perception. What do you think about? Itta sanya becoming anitya sanya. What is this? Itta sanya is existent feel. It's a power. It's a power. You know, chair is an example, is chair. What is chair? It's a picture, yeah. I have a picture. What's ear? Ear creating a sound. It's a chair. It's a baby. When you're kindergarten time, it's coming. You know, it's a chair. I have picture. Chair is a picture. Ear have sound. Chair is a sound. But what is this chair? Otherwise, now today, what happened? You have existent feel. Chair, existent feel. What is this existent feel? It's a power. You know, I creation is I conscious. What is this consciousness word? Is a power. Vibration is, rapid vibration. Creating. The power is generating. There's a solar power like that. Automatically. Nobody is doing. Natural phenomenon is happening. This. What is this? This I creating. I sensor creating. It systematically is coming. What is this? Existent. Feel. I create. I factory like that. Constructing automatically. No. Nobody's doing. It's a light. What is this light? It's no one is doing. Nobody's doing. You also not. You also not doing this. It's automatically happening. It's light. I creating. What is this I consciousness? Consciousness word we are using is this one. Existent field. Light existent field. Otherwise the sound existent field. Ear consciousness. Consciousness word we are using the existent field. It's a field.
Mhm.
That's why we want to say you. It's a field. You know, perception word is how to feel, but feel these words are only the words. So feel we can use the perception word. That's why itta sanya. Sanya is what is that perception? No. Itta
Yes.
sanya is existent perception. No. So after this rupa vedana sanya sankara vijnana is what is this? 5 aggregates. No.
Yes.
5 aggregates. It's a meaning. Is speedily. Is a quantum theory. No. Speed given you something highlighting. No. No. It's okay. No. That's a many times happen in this spark is finally light is there. That's a quantum packet. No. It's a waves. Science, new scientists are talking this no. Quantum no. The Buddha's time, Buddha what's telling that is 5 aggregates no. It's the same no. What is this power? It's the existent field. Is anybody is there? Light existent field? No, nobody's there. That's consciousness is power, no? Do you understand what I say? Harshi,
Yes,
do you understood what I say?
Yeah, Rena's.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I want to say is alive feel how is coming. This existent feel is otherwise the alive feel. So becoming alive feel is a two type. One. Yesterday also I explained this. No, yesterday I explained it. So ear consciousness is sound, no? It's a drum is inside the ear and vibrate. That's the sound. The sound existent feel is the power. You know, many times it's drum vibration is happening. That sound, no? That sound. It's a constructing. Nobody's doing. It's constructing automatically is constructing this. Like that is why it's a ayatana, salayatana. It's factory. It's a factory. I made in this. This product is created in this factory. I is a ayatana. What's the meaning is this? It's a creating one. Product. Sound also product. Light also product. Smell also product. It's a production. No? It's producing. What's the correct word is Harshi? Is it correct?
Yeah, Rena's. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so also taste also product. So otherwise hot and cool, smooth and rough, everything is product. It's our skin sensor. This 5 sensor, eye, ear, nose, mouth and skin, is given this product. These 5 perceptions is product. Perception converting the consciousness. That is why Rupa is vibration, Vedana is feel, perception is that feel. What's that feel? Light or sound. So, okay, so creating this constructing system is Sankara. So, Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara. Vijnana, what's that? Consciousness. What is this consciousness? Again and again and again and again, spark is happening, is finally, his power is there because one spark have a power. You know, different end somewhere. Just the power is there. No? Like a nuclear bomb, also same. You're talking nothingness, no? What is that? Different end somewhere, negative and positive is touching, is spark, no? That's the power, no? It's okay, Harshi? That's the power. That's the power is generated. That's the Buddha's Majji Sutra. Yo bante viditvana majje manta nalipati tam bruhi mahapurusho said the Simbani Maja. Is a Tripitaka is there. It's the Majji Sutra. Buddha told this. It's a power. How is generating systematically. It's different in somewhere. That's the power. That's the ending. That's the beginning this world. Who is newcomer? Scientists destroy this method. No one can destroy this method. It's a Majji Sutra. It's a Buddha's word. Not any other scientist. What is this world? What is the beginning in this world? What is the end in this world? So new scientists are finding the end in this world. Where's the end in this world? These waves. It's a how is telling this? No, so you know what Buddha's explain is this different this different ending is the whole world. It's a power. That is why there's a dark matter, dark energy. Word using so universe is a universal truth is. They are talking dark energy. But what is this energy meaning? Is a power. Everywhere is a power. What are you looking? What are you hearing? What are you smelling? What are you feel? Everything is power. What do you think about Harshit? Everything is power, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a waves, no? Light also waves, sound also waves. No, hot, heat, everything waves. Can you tell me without waves anything? No. Why? Everything is waves. Solidity also waves. Liquidity also waves. Yeah, what is without waves? Have you without waves? No. What is the without waves? This world is, this science is the word, is the power, is the different in somewhere. That's the power. That's the waves. Spark is the wave, is the word. Sparking word. That's the sensory word. We haven't experienced without these sensor creations. What is real world? This is constructing world. It is simulation world. It's not a real one. What is real world? Non-vibration is the real. One is spark. Is the real. That's the end in this your circle of birth. That's the end in this world. You know, it's a feel. You are talking about her, Sudharma, you are talking about the feel. Feel is the power, is that this power, how is creating this light is power. That's conscious word we are using. That's why it's the sanya. It's an existent perception now. That's someone know this. Existent perception is disappearing, is coming. Non-existent perception. Nothing here, anything. You see, light also systematically is happening, no? It's coming. It's okay. Sound also systematically is coming. It's okay. Light and sound together coming. That's chair have existent feel. You know, chair is a thought. Now you can realize we have thought with power, but what is this thought? Is chair. Otherwise, chair is perception. Yeah, it's okay. Otherwise, other side, again and again, and chair is coming. Yeah, spark is there. But chair existent feel also coming. That is spark creating speedily is creating. What is that? The light sound like that same method, system, process is happening here. That again and again chair is coming. Chair coming existent feel. That existent feel is existent perception is coming. What do you think about? It's a power is built up. Power is together coming. More power is generated. That's thought have power. How is thought creating this power? How is thought coming this power? How is telling Harshi? It's clear. It's okay.
Yeah, Maharaj, yeah.
What's that? How is thought? What's the real one? How is thought? Power is coming. What is that? How is thought? Thought have existed power? No? Now, chair, example, chair have existed feel. No? Chair, today chair is existent feel. No? So normal guys, chair have really chair. No? They have real chair outside. What's the meaning? Is chair is real or no? It's not real. But someone don't know this Dhamma. He have chair. Chair is existent. No?
Yes.
But someone know this Dhamma. He know chair is sound and firm. It's okay. Finally, what is chair? Chair not existent. No. He know there is no chair. So after power, what is this power? Is existent is the power. Existent is thought is given this. No, existent also thought is coming. Do you understood what I say?
Yes,
Uh,
Aryan now. Yes, Aryan now the shape of light.
This
So,
very important. This very important is a
yes.
thought. So that's itta sanya is a thought is coming.
Mhm.
We are thinking.
Yes, that power,
Yeah,
Aryan answer
it's a power.
is
It's okay. It's okay. Please. That thought is a perception. Is existent thought is coming. The existent feel is there. But it's inside. But outside we are thinking. That's why thought is here. Existent perception is a thought. It's a itta sanya. It's a thought is coming. Every perception, this one type of coming. What is this? Thoughts are coming. There is thought. You are thinking. This cha is okay. You can see the TV. There is a chair, but there is no chair. But outside, you are looking the chair. You are thinking chair is there. But normally, this too is your eye is like a photo, no? It's a camera, no? It's the same, no? But you are thinking this one is real. But after what happened, this Dhamma, he understand this system. That's the final what is this final what happened, lay people, final what happened, this Mandarin guy, they are thinking outside this chair. They are thinking chair is there. It's a thought. But this one understood someone. He know there is no chair. That is why itta sanya becoming a anitta sanya. What is this meaning? Existent perception becoming non-existent perception is a thought otherwise. This thought is finally is power. Thought power, thinking power. That is why we are talking mind power, thinking power. Thinking power is not coming. That is why mind power is gone. After tranquility is coming. Are you okay, Sudharma? Do you understood what I say?
yes, Aryan answer.
Now today, normally, everything, whole world, you are thinking is real. But after it's not real, now is change. What is the change? There's a change is coming. First is vision. It's right vision is coming. What is this right vision? This world is not real. But you want to understand how is this magic is happening. This is a magic, no? How is this magic is happening? Now you know. System. That's the Dharma. That's the Buddha Dhamma. That's the Buddha's philosophy. That's the dependent origination. That's the insight meditation. It's process. Understand. So now you know how is coming this existence is feel and the existent world perception. What is this? One side is you are thinking this world is real. Other side is you have feel. These two sides you want to understand. Perception is that's two sides, or otherwise perceptions. Why? It's sanya, no? Cha is a sanya. It's a perception. Otherwise, cha existence is also perception. Sanya, these two perception is here. Inside there, feel. Outside there, you think. You know, someone eat the pineapple, is okay. Pineapple feel is inside now. It's a taste. But you are thinking, this is pineapple. It's a thought, inside there a feel. No, two side is here. Do you understand what I say?
Yes, Aryan.
Yeah. You know, now finally this thought is that's cause and effect Dhamma. Cause is vibration, yes, light also coming, effort, sound also effort. After that, cause is sound and firm. Is effort is a chair, table, mother, father, everything. After mother, father is cause, effort is a existence. After existence is cause, effort is a alive. This is the imasmin sati idang hoti. This is the way is dependent origination. Imasmin asati idang nahoti is meaning is you understood this system, you know there is no chair. Is after what happened, imasmin other asati. That's one is chair is there is no chair is imasmin asati. Idang nahoti meaning is that's a cause and effect dhamma. You are not here. What is this alive feel? Is side by side. Existent feel other side, alive feel is other side. Non-existent feel is there. Non-alive feel is there. What is this? How is this happening? We are explain. So normally power is generating, no? Normally this system are working. But you know, finally you are thinking this is real, is power is there. That's thought have power. Final thought have power. You know, power, final stage we are talking cause and effect dhamma. Effort is final one is the thought have power. But thought have power. What is that power? You are thinking is everything is real. But finally you understood this dhamma. You are not thinking everything is real. Is power is not coming. That is the reason. That's the difference of fading is. That's why thinking power is gone. Thinking power is not coming again. This power generator system is automatically is happening. Automatically thought come in the power. But you understood this Dhamma, that thought power is not coming. That's why Nibbana is here. Tranquility. Because thought have the power. System are normal working. Final system given you to thought power. But thought, you know, real, the power is not there. Thought is real, power is there. Thought is not real, power is not there. What do you think about Dr. Ravi? Are you there? I don't know.
Dr. Ravi is not here. And
Yeah.
Teruvan Sarnai.
Yeah. What do you think about Sudharma? It's very important
Yes, Aryan.
because this thought is given this power. Dr. Kokla, are you there?
Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala are here. Dr. Chandani too.
Dr. Sakuntala, what do you think about?
Yes,
Sakuntala?
Aranvasi, it's a beautiful explanation. This is what you have been teaching us all this time. As you said, it sounds very simple when you say that when the thought is real, there is power. When the thought is not real, there is no power. It sounds simple, but I think when you apply it to the day-to-day life, it's not that easy, but it is the way to realize the ultimate truth, Taran Mas. It's a beautiful explanation.
What do you think about thought? It's very worth this.
It
Someone
is,
understood this thought
yes.
power is not here. It's very important. So some you know this thought is not real, power is not there.
Mhm.
It's very important,
Mhm.
this one.
Yes.
Yes.
So you are thinking this thought is real. That's why power is there. Finally, this powerhouse thoughts are coming. No, unbelievable system is inside. Kindergarten time. That's thoughts are creating. It's okay. After you see, that's again and again that chair is coming. Power is there. Systematically thought. You are. It's real. It's the reality. Is the power. This is thinking, no. Unbelievable, this, I don't know, understood, don't know. Unbelievable, this one. Terasa.
Terasa, can I
Terasa.
just clarify something?
Yeah.
Now, when you when a system has a complete transformation Rahatan Mahanse will have something similar to Itta Sannyava, but knows that it is not real. Is that, I don't know
No,
whether what I understood.
Arata stage is, everything is normally, everything he know. Kya is
Yes,
there,
yes.
but he know
So,
it's not real. That meaning is
yes.
he know it's not real. It's not real. Thought is a power is not there, zero.
Yes. But still
It's
it looks
understanding one.
like,
It's not a thinking, it's the
yes.
understanding one.
Okay, I
It's
understand.
understanding one. That is why inside meditation is understanding one. That
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world. To end the suffering of all human beings, Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. Today, I'm going to talk about Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse's one of the great sermons uploaded to YouTube 6 years ago. Nibbana is near you sermon, part 3. Section of the part 3. In that, Aryan Vahanse is explaining Lord Buddha's Aganya Sutra. And in Aganya Sutra, as we described yesterday,
Aganya Sutra, it says about the Brahma nature of the radiant mind. And Lord Buddha have never talked about the outside world. Lord Buddha has all the time talked about the inside world created inside the human mind. That basic theory is showing the world by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Until Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing this basic theory to the world, everybody thought Aganya Sutra, Sapta Suryodgama Sutra, and each and every sutra is about the outside world. No. So in Aganya Sutra, radiant mind Brahma nature is shown through the little baby. And in Aganya Sutra, Lord Buddha is talking about world created inside the mind. Chittena niyati loko. All the time Lord Buddha taught us the mind, the world is created based on the inside mind. And that is the thing each and every Buddhist teachers and the monks are not knowing, and they have forgot about it. They can't understand it. And Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is the the most uh, wise spiritual master of this era, is showing that there is no outside world for us. We are basically inside our mind-based world. That is what Lord Buddha said, Chittena niyati loko. Reading the Pali verses, even no clergy, no monk, all over the world, they are still thinking about the outside world. After revealing the ultimate truth of Lord Buddha by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, now only religious Buddhist, even the Buddhist teachers are also understanding that. So the other religion people all the time with their ignorance way of thinking, they think there is an outside world and there is a self here. But Lord Buddha has never taught such uh, stupid things, and Lord Buddha taught us the actual way of creation of samsaric journey and how to overcome that. So in Aganya Sutra also, Lord Buddha showed us way of redeeming from this world. Yes, in Aganya Sutra. Now only with the help of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, in this world, people who are listening to this true Dhamma are actually understanding what is this world. Everybody is talking about world, 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 but actually each and every person's world is created inside their mind, because each and every human being is taking all the stimuli, perceptions through their six senses and creating a world inside them, inside their mind. And that is also not permanent. And when we understand the true nature of the thought processes and the creation of thoughts, we can easily go beyond the thought process and the so-called mind-based world. Actually speaking, it is very profound and great, these teachings are, but because nobody can understand these teachings, because Lord Buddha's true teachings can be understood only by a fully enlightened spiritual master like Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, wisdom of Asia from Sri Lanka. How it is very profound and great. However, we written in books, when realizing this, we feel very calm and serenity. Aryan Vahanse is telling.
whatever way, they have written so many books talking about worlds outside, but actually now only we are understanding, and every sutra and everything is talking about this inside mind-based world. And when we realize that, we feel very calm and serenity, as Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is explaining. Because though we were listening to Dhamma from our childhood, we didn't feel this kind of relief, because now only through Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa's true Dhamma, we are relieving from our mind, because now only we can feel we are listening to the ultimate truth of this samsaric journey and the human realm and these three realms, and how to go beyond this samsaric journey. In another sutra, of Lord Buddha, Sapta Suryodgama Sutra. In that sutra, Lord Buddha is talking about all the world where all of them are created inside the mind. Yes. In this Sapta Suryodgama Sutra, Lord Buddha is talking about all the worlds. That means 31 planes of existence. Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is explaining in this Nibbana is near you sermon, third sermon. We ourselves can feel the heavenly nature when redeeming from the mind. Yes, that is the most beautiful thing about this true Dhamma. When we understand, when we listen and understand true Dhamma only, the relief, we can feel the relief. Otherwise, just things written in the books, however we try to read or write or listen, that will never happen, because we need all the time, we need a fully enlightened spiritual master like Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa to guide us. So, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is talking about Sapta Suryodgama Sutra. Sapta Suryodgama Sutra. Talking about all the worlds where all of them are created inside the mind. We ourselves can feel heavenly nature when redeeming from the mind. Yes. Buddothpado, as Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is explaining, we ourselves can feel the heavenly nature when redeeming from the mind, because the mind is the one giving us pressure all the time with the thought processes. So, when the thought power is going down, we are not pressurized by the thought processes. That is why Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is telling, we ourselves can feel the heavenly nature when redeeming from the mind. Redeeming from the mind means we are overcoming the pressure of thoughts, because when we understand, when we listen to this true Dhamma of coming through Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, the true teachings of Lord Buddha, we can feel
we are getting relieved from the mind because thought power is going down. Because we can understand each and every thought, how the thoughts are creating. And therefore, thought power is going down. So we can control the mind. We are not living based on thinking all the time. We are redeeming from the thought processes. Thought process is just flowing. We are living with relief. That is what Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is telling. We can feel the heavenly nature. That is the heavenly nature. That means the we are the listeners of this Dhamma is living peacefully without the thought pressure, because thought power has gone down. Slowly, day by day, thought power is going down, and we can feel the relief. That is called the redeeming from the mind. And also we can feel the emptiness, because when the thought power is going down, that means thought processes are coming very slowly. So we can feel the emptiness about this seeing, hearing, and feeling, this mind-based world, emptiness in this mind-based world. And also we can feel the Brahma nature, because we know the thoughts are only creations of color, sound, and touch. So we know the thought processes are just flowing without power. That means the thought power is very slow, and we can feel the emptiness, and we can feel the Brahma nature. That means the thoughts are very low. That means thoughts are very less. Thought power is low and thoughts are very less in the mind. That nature is Brahma nature. At that point, we are not attaching to anything coming through this mind sense. So Lord Buddha is telling in Sapta Suryodgama Sutra, there will be 7 suns rising. That is also very wonderful. We can just imagine in the past years, so many clergy used to say, one day these 7 suns are rising and this world is going to be ashes. But actually, Lord Buddha is talking about the world created inside the mind. Yes, that is also a wonderful story. Lord Buddha is telling 7 suns are rising and your world will be vanishing. That means your mind, Lord Buddha is talking about the vanishing of your mind-based world. Here Lord Buddha talks about Sapta Bojjhanga Dharma, the 7 factors of enlightenment, equalizing to 7 suns rising. Yes, what a wonderful story this is. Such a wonderful story. Lord Buddha is uh, taken as example. Seven suns rising over your world means 7 factors of enlightenment is equalizing to 7 suns rising on your world. That means your own mind-based world. So what are these 7 factors of enlightenment? Those are According to Dhamma, those are Sati, Dhamma Vichaya, Virya, Piti, Passaddhi, Samadhi, Upekka. That means mindfulness. First one is mindfulness. Second one is investigation of Dhamma or the phenomena. Third one is effort, energy. Fourth one is joy, rapture. Fifth one is tranquility, passaddhi. Sixth one is samadhi, concentration. Seventh one is upekka, equanimity. So, how your mind-based world is vanishing through these 7 suns. The first sun is mindfulness. That means to redeem from the mind-based world, we need the mindfulness. We have to practice mindfulness to take this ignorance out, to overcome this wheel of illusionary world. So you can just try this and see. If we are not mindful, thoughts are just flowing and we were caught by the thoughts and so many thoughts processes are creating. That means unknowingly we are caught into our sansaric journey. But now what? But when we are practicing the mindfulness, that means we are practicing to see our thoughts. When we are mindful, we can see the rising and ceasing of thoughts. So when we understand the rising thought and how it ceases, we know what is arising. If it is an angry thought, we know how to contemplate on that. Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi has taught us to contemplate on the thoughts. When there is an angry thought, we know this angry thought has come created due to a stimuli. So we can go to that point and we can see through that, pierce that thought, how this angry thought came. So when we can then we can understand a stimuli came through our eye sense or ear sense, maybe ear sense. Somebody is scolding you. Then based on that you got angry. But that is only a sound. You heard only a vibrational sound through your ears. You don't need to catch it. You don't need to go with it. When you understand you got angry because of that scolding, then that is only a sound. It is also created inside your mind. Inside your mind. So you know. You know, when you understand this, you know, no need to get angry. Your anger will fade away because of that somebody's scolding sound, and your because of your past uh, data, you combine the name and form, sound form with names, and you thought and you thought it is somebody is scolding you. No, it's not that. It's only a created shadow created inside your mind, a sound created inside your mind, and it is just a sound. So it's not uh, affect you. It will not affect you. There is nobody outside and there's no self here. So no need to get angry about anybody or anything. When you understand that angry thought will slowly disappear. Also your angry feeling also disappear. That is how the mindfulness works. Again, another thought. When you are mindful, you can see mind. If you are feeling to eat something, uh, eat some tasty ice cream, then you can just understand. You can just understand it is only a stimuli coming through your mind sensor. So it's only color and sound and touch based uh, stimuli. So if you are going to eat so much of ice cream, you will get sick because your sugar level will go up. That is why. That is why you have to understand this. That means the awareness shows you the craving for ice cream is just a useless thing. Where ice cream is only a stimuli created inside your mind because of the past memory. Then that thought will also go away. Like that, if you are living with mindfulness, you will not be fallen into trouble. Then the second uh, factor of enlightenment, Dhamma Vichaya. That means investigation of Dhamma, investigation of phenomena. Yes, that means, as I said earlier, investigation of the thoughts, investigation of the stimuli, names and forms coming through your six senses and created inside your mind as forms or names. So if when you have mindfulness, the investigation of Dhamma, investigation of phenomena will happen. If you try to do it, it will easily happen. And the third factor of enlightenment, this is the base of this. That means virya, the effort, energy. Yes, if we have no effort, we can't even do anything. Even we can't even walk. We can't even do our day-to-day activities. But see through this Dhamma, you need effort. Otherwise, you are living like a deaf and dumb person, like an idiot, useless person. If you have this effort and you put energy towards this Dhamma to understand it, then only you can understand this Dhamma and practice this Dhamma. This virya is a very great thing. Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is telling us we should have the virya, the effort, the energy to understand this Dharma. Because Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa has put so much effort, more than 30 years, and understand this true teachings of Lord Buddha. So we need to put effort to understand this true Dhamma. Without effort, we are just like dead people. You can see the rat race of the human beings. They are like dead people. Somebody who's understand this Dhamma, listen to this Dhamma, can see how the other people are behaving, because they always think this outside world is true, and they always think there is a self here. And due to that, they are just suffering from the morning to night, because they are not looking at trying to look at the truth of the humanity. They just believe so many wrong views, and some are like animals, acting like animals. They are just drinking, eating, and having drugs, and try to fulfill their six senses. It's very pathetic. So, to understand the true reality of this world, and this mind-based world, and the life circle, and the, the samsaric journey, the wheel of suffering, the first and the foremost thing we should have effort and awareness. Both are very important, but without effort, we are just sit and wait until our deathbed. So many elderly people are also like that. From the morning to night, they are sitting in front of televisions. Somebody is giving something to eat. They just eat, wash themselves, doing their day-to-day activities, and just wasting time in front of televisions or in front of mobile phones, but they are not trying to understand what the true reality of this phenomena, true reality of this mind-based world. Even though they have time, so many people on this planet Earth, they are retired people. They have much time to uh, try about it, but actually they are not doing so. They are not doing so. They are just waiting. What a pathetic situation it is. Because even 1 minute wasting in this life is very pathetic, because while listening to this truth, ultimate truth, we can live an enjoyable life. We can do whatever we need, but while doing other enjoyments, you should try to listen to this great uh, Dhamma coming through Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa. No matter whatever your religion is, no matter whatever your culture is, no matter whatever your skin color is, no matter where you live, keeping aside your everything, you should listen to this Dhamma. This is the uh, ultimate truth of reality. Then you can follow your religion. You can do whatever your cultural activities. But as human beings, you should know what actually happening in this world. Otherwise, it is a pathetic situation because nobody can help you at the time of the death. If you are believing somebody is there to help you, there are 800 billion people living on this planet Earth. So somebody says, Hindu says there is the Brahma created this world, and uh, Muslims says their God is Allah and Allah is going to look after them. Christians says there is God and God is going to take care of them. And there is another set of people says they are the uh, most they are the most highest people from others, and their God is the most precious one. But you are human beings and you have a good brain. You can just think how a one God can look after 800 billion people. What is his capacity? So you should think about it. What is his capacity? How is how is he able to do that? Your each and every uh, sufferings, your each and every uh, feelings, each and every prayings. How can we hear? How 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 can we expect a God to control or look after 800 billion people in a normal way? You can just think whether it is it can happen. It's not practical. Therefore, you should think about yourself and you should understand how your mind works. Then only if there are words, then only if you are if able to uplift your level of your mind, then there will be gods and they will help you. That is a secondary thing. But first thing, you should understand this. If there are gods, why this kind of natural disasters are happening in this world, and uh, how this kind of wars are happening? How which god is willing to kill each other? Which god is teaching you all to kill each other? It cannot be practical. A god means a person with highest mind, highest mind. That means a spiritual nature of mind. If a god has a spiritual nature of mind, can he teach you all to kill each other? So it's not cannot happen. It cannot happen. That is why you should understand the true reality which Lord Buddha has revealed to this world before 2600 years ago. And now Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is revealing it to this human world. So you all can, from any part of this world, you all can understand this Dhamma by listening Buddothpada PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel, or you can go through www.wisdomofasia.com, because you know each and every day scientists are inventing so many things. So if so, you should understand scientists are the people who are inventing new things. So what is the involvement of the religion to those inventing things? So uh, you should look at this life in a practical way, because no religion is able to stop dying, right? Only this Lord Buddha's true teachings is help, showing you how to overcome death. The people who are listening to this true Dhamma, ultimate truth of Buddhist teachings, coming through Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, showing to the human world how to overcome death and become living forever. No rebirth or no death. There's no suffering. That is the ultimate truth of realization. That is why we invite you all to listen to this Dhamma. So, in these 7 factors of enlightenment, after effort there is preeti, joy. That means if you have mindfulness and the effort, you are able to investigate the phenomena, and then when you are uh, putting your effort to investigate the thoughts and the phenomena, the joy will arise in you. Joy will appear inside your mind because you are relieving your unwanted thoughts. You are getting relief from your unwanted thoughts. Then this is the good step we can have by listening to this Dhamma with mindfulness and investigating Dhamma, the thoughts, and with the effort of looking at the thoughts and the phenomena, we can feel joy inside our mind instead of suffering. So, as human beings living in this planet Earth, that is the most important thing we should have. And after having this passaddhi, the preeti, joy inside your mind, not only the joy, tranquility is also happening. Tranquility is also happening inside your mind. Your mind will be feel tranquility. And not only that, when you listen and practice this Dhamma with the help of mindfulness and effort, you can have the concentration. Yes. When you have the concentration about the thoughts arising and ceasing, you will completely redeeming from the thoughts, not attaching or clashing with the thoughts. That means you are coming to a point of equanimity, upeka. That is the best ever place you can reach. Whatever you see, you are not shaken. You are in the equanimity. Whatever you hear, you are not shaken. Whatever you feel, you are not shaken. That means your mind is unshaken because of these 7 factors of enlightenment, and your world is completely redeeming from your mind-based world. That is why Lord Buddha said in Sapta Suryodgama Sutra, when you practice these 7 factors of enlightenment, your world is over. That means the thought world, your world created inside the mind, the thought world is vanishing, finished. Then you are in the equanimity with wisdom. Nothing for you to suffer. There's nothing for you to suffer. To redeem from the mind-based world, we need the mindfulness. We have to practice mindfulness to break this wheel of illusionary world, the ignorance. Lord Buddha also clarified very methodically in Brahmajala Sutra. When the students of Bahavari Brahmin came to meet Lord Buddha, in the Lord Buddha's era, there was a Brahmin called Bahavari, and he had students, and they came to Lord Buddha to clarify something, because the problem for Bahavari Brahmin was that what is avidya, ignorance, and he didn't know what is ignorance and what is great science. What is the top of the head, and what is the head splits into 7 pieces. This is a curse. This is a curse of a wrong-weaved sage has done. Yes, some sage, the wrong-weaved sage, has done a curse on Bhavari Brahmin, and he didn't know what is it, and his students came to Lord Buddha to clarify this matter. Bhavari could not understand it. Only Lord Buddha given the proper clarification to Bhavari's students. Here Lord Buddha says, top of the head is avidya, ignorance. Yes, top of the head is avidya, ignorance. Because of the ignorance only the world is creating inside the mind. Split into 7 pieces means science for ignorance and the 7 factors of enlightenment. There are the 7 suns in Sapta Suryodgama Sutra. Nobody has told me this. Aryan Mahanse said, when I realized Dhamma, these are properly arranging and coming into this system. Aryan Mahanse was telling, even at the beginning, Aryan Mahanse also thought this Sapta Suryodgama Sutra is talking about an outside world. No. After realizing this complete ultimate truth, Aryan Mahanse is telling all these Dhamma, when after realizing this, all the Dhamma facts are properly arranging and coming into system unknowingly. That is the marvelous thing happening through this nature, wisdom of nature. So the seven sons are actually talking in the Sapta Suryodgama Sutra is seven factors of enlightenment. Top of the head means the ignorance. It is unimaginable how this Dhamma is coming through. We are also looking at Sutra Deshana, but not in those sutras. We can see what is there in sutras through our own wisdom. The ultimate truth is naturally seeing. Yes, Aryan Mahansa is telling. It is unimaginable how this Dhamma is coming through. And Aryan Mahansa says, Aryan Mahansa used to see this, looking at these sutras, but not in those sutras. The real meanings are hidden in these sutras. At once, nobody can find it because that is the way of Lord Buddha's preachings. Only the enlightened masters can understand this and uh, teaching to his pupils. So, Lord Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa says, we can see what is there in sutras through our wisdom. Yes. When Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is the fully realized, enlightened spiritual master, and when Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is seeing through these sutras, Aryan Mahansa can understand this ultimate truth is naturally uh, coming through the system. Yes, yes, if we have wisdom, we can see something from the outside and we can feel the whole story about it. It's like something like that. This enlightened wisdom is something like that. When Aryan Mahansa is seeing something, Aryan Mahansa can feel everything about it. That is the nature of a enlightened master. That is how Buddhothpado Aryan Mahansa is clarifying the sutras, because the hidden meanings of Sutra Deshana can be seen by Buddhothpado Aryan Mahansa. The hidden meanings are very deep. At the beginning, I also thought and said the Sapta Suryodgama Sutra is talking about outside. No, it is not so. It is merely about the inside mind. Yes. After realizing Dhamma only, Buddhothpado Aryan Mahansa had seen the Sapta Suryodgama Sutra is talking about the inside mind. So Lord Buddha is such a great scientist. So nobody can talk the ill about this true Dhamma, because the actual true meanings of Lord Buddha's words are coming through Buddhothpado Aryan Mahansa in this era. After trying more than 30 years, now Buddhothpado Aryan Mahansa is going village to village, place to place, very far away places. Nowadays, Aryan Mahansa is in Sri Lanka's very far away place, Ampara, and jungle monasteries, and uh, meeting people and teaching Dhamma, how to see the Nibbana in this lifetime, not after death, like that, as Lord Buddha did in the Buddha era. These days, Buddhothpado Aryan Mahansa is going very far away places and meeting people and meeting Sergi and talking, discussing about Dhamma and trying to convince them what are the true teachings of Lord Buddha. So, as human beings came to this planet Earth, we are very much lucky to have such a wise spiritual master, unvaluable, because the actually speaking, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is living in a different dimension, whether his body is in this planet Earth. So, no use of cursing everybody, no use of fighting for nothing, no use of killing each and everybody. You should have listened to this Dhamma and understand what is the true reality of this human mind and the mind based world and the thought processes. And we came to this human realm to understand the true reality of this nature. That is why we have this chance to listen to this great Dhamma. So there are so many. In 3 languages, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa's Dhamma is in the social media, Sinhala, English and Tamil. In Facebook also so many English Facebook pages are also there. In Instagram, in Twitter, uh, and in each and every uh, social medias, Buddhothpado Aryan Mahansa's true Dhamma is flowing effortlessly throughout the world. So, as human beings, uh, our duty is to listening to this Dhamma and going beyond this wheel of suffering by understand the true nature of the mind. That is actually our duty. And helping others by telling this ultimate truth. It's our duty to showing the correct path of overcoming the suffering, because each and every day we can see people are suffering so many problems in their heads. When we look at the people going on the road, we can see how much they are way of suffering by looking at their faces. So, at least to listen to this Dhamma and understand the actual true nature of the humanity without living in blind faith and dying means such a pathetic situation. So, each and every human being, we invite you all to keep your way of thinking for a while aside and just to listen to this Dhamma and understand the true reality of this nature, true nature, and try to redeem from your mind based world and live a peaceful life. The relieved mind is the thing we as a human being we can have. That is the best ever gift we can have in this planet Earth. That is a relieved mind. Living with relief. Yes, relief. Other than that, nothing else will give you pleasure. Relieved mind only give you pleasure. For today, I'm going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world, to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aran Maharsa at his feet. Tiruvasarnai Aran Maharsa. May all our Dhamma friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology always be blessed by Triple Gem. This is a continuation of the Buddothpado PeoTV English medium YouTube channel. 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time is for the discussion. As you know, that if you have been listening to these sermons, if there are any doubts or points which was not clear enough for you, we can always discuss. So these 2 hours are for that. You are welcome to join this discussion session and then come out with whatever the points that you have to talk about. We know that Buddothpado PeoTV English Zoom is dedicated for the worldwide people who are speaking English language, and a group of us Dhamma friends are trying to give the Dhamma message with the guidance and supervision of our noble friend Aran Maharse. Our noble friend Aran Maharse has been doing these sermons for the last 6 years from 2020, and now it's fast spreading throughout the country as well as out of the country worldwide. There are many people who are joining these Zoom discussions. In Sinhalese medium, there are a total of 8 throughout the day, and they are meant for different purposes. And if you speak Sinhalese language, you will be able to listen to any of them, particularly if you have not listened to Buddothpado sermons early. You will be able to join the morning 9:30 a.m. or the night 9:30 p.m. Zoom discussion, which is meant for new people. And for the friends who are communicating with English medium, apart from this YouTube channel, we have a website, www.wisdomofasia. So this website, www.wisdomofasia.com. Wisdom of Asia is written as one word. So you can find quite a number of scientific proofs also, along with some explanations and sermons in English medium. This will help you to widen the facts that you are listening in these sermons. And of course, please do join us in this discussion session, because it is nice to take it forward as a discussion. And there are books written in English medium also. There are, I think, about 7, 8 books are there. You can get the details from this website, how you can get the books wherever, whatever the country you are. And there are Buddothpado centers in some countries. If I name few, Singapore, Korea, Australia, and Canada, those countries, there are centers, so it will be easier to get down the books through those centers, and you can get the contact numbers through that website. So until our Dhamma friends join, if I briefly mention what our Aran Maharse noble friend is trying to convey is actually the truth. Truth is common to every person. So, whichever your background is, what is your language, what is your country of origin, uh, ethnicity, is really immaterial because truth is something which is common to everybody. You know, Buddhism is a philosophy, there is no pressure to believe anything, and always Lord Buddha said that Buddhism is something that you yourself has to understand. There's no forcing, no, we don't expect you to believe what we say. So it is a self research, self experiment. That is what Lord Buddha also did long ago because he couldn't find what he was looking for through so many teachers. So he left them and finally he did his own research. So that is how he came to this inner transformation and this deep understanding of what is really happening, why people or animals are being born, and what is the meaning of this living, and why what is the cause for the death, why are they dying, and what is the meaning of this world, so-called world that we are experiencing. So this is obviously, you can see that this is common to any living being, not only to humans, even to animals. So it's a kind of a cycle which is going on, and uh, the cycle seems to be never ending because Lord Buddha wanted to find out why people are being born again and again. Now, there should be a deep seated cause, reason to have these births occurring again and again. It's a cycle. The death is there. Death means the ending of the physical body, and then uh, it's there's birth again. I can see friend Sudharma has joined. There was Anai Sudharma.
Everyone, Saranai, doctor. I don't know whether there are background noises, doctor. I'm away from home. Like, is it disturbing?
No, no, it's not.
Ah, really? Then,
Yeah.
yeah, then I can talk. Actually,
Yes.
I'm just by a very busy street.
Yeah.
But still, if it doesn't disturb, that's fine. So, doctor, uh, yeah, you must have given an introduction.
Yeah. Very brief introduction about the
Ah,
different channels and what R.N. Hase was trying to explain. The what is meant by truth. That is what I was talking.
yeah, beautiful. And doctor, most of the time now, actually, he's uh, drawing our attention to non-form experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even in the morning one, yeah, that is what you all have been talking about. But it's again strange. Some of the people just try to explain it with words, but
Mm.
what Aryan was is trying to communicate is um, something at field level, as Dr. Kokila and then Swarnamali, all those people have been telling all the
Mm.
time.
Yeah. I
So,
could
yeah,
want
doctor.
could listen. I just heard about that beautiful example, that metaphor that R.N. Hase was giving about the tree. To
No, doctor, I couldn't follow that because I was getting ready at that time. I logged out, I think. What does
Mm.
that metaphor, doctor?
That is for the three levels. That means
Yeah,
sensual world, form world, and formless world. What he
yeah,
said was, if you take a tree,
yeah,
the leaves, fruits, and flowers
yeah,
uh, it can be equal to the Kamaloka or the sensual world. That
sensual world. Yeah.
yeah. And the bark and the tree trunk to the form world, and the aratu or the hard core of the, can you say hard core? Aratu.
Yeah. The inner hard wood. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's something, I don't know. Some word should be there. That is the
Arupa.
non-form.
Yeah,
So it.
form.
Hmm.
So what he said was, now the first two, even if you come down to the Arupe level, that means you transcend through the sensual world, transcend through the form level, and then come to the formless
Yeah.
or non-form. But if still the non-form is remaining, at some point the tree can grow again.
Ah, right. If that
So,
hard part, so if it is the roots, it would make more sense because I have very recently cut down a jambu
mm,
tree in the
mm,
garden. So it
mm.
was cut, but still now it's growing because the root part is there. No?
Yeah, I suppose root also is something that can be considered
Yeah, but
hardcore.
what?
Mm.
But I'm not sure. A science person may be able to explain, but bark thing is where xylem and phloem thing where water and nutrition gets
Mm. Mm.
uh, formed is there. So Aratu has nothing to do with that. I actually don't know. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
true.
I can't
Very
actually
true.
botany. I can't remember now.
Yeah,
Whatever. Yeah,
if you see from the science angle, I suppose that is true, because
yeah,
Aratua will not give rise to regrowing of the tree.
yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
I think that other example Aranwase has given himself, leaving
Uh-huh.
the and cutting it even at the ground level, will
Yeah.
let the tree grow again.
Exactly. That we experience quite a lot. Now,
Mm.
just, yeah. But anyway, it is nothing to do with trees. Then now people have another metaphor to
Link
now,
it.
if you happen to listen to this discussions last few days, it was
Mm.
all about Arupa doctor. I had a time because they take that mountain thing. Don't what happens in the dawn. You don't see things separately, but just the blurred kind of image of everything.
Ah, yes.
Doctor, are you sure you are not disturbed with the external
But
sounds?
no, I'm not. No.
Really?
Mm.
I'm in Colombo, just by the high level road, seated in a yeah, outside one department store. But it's really noisy and disturbing here. But the
No.
phone seems to be good. It doesn't capture that much background noise, right?
Mm.
So yeah, doctor, they are there. So when Narayan Mahase gives a metaphor, they take it
Yes.
Gediatum, like as a whole, and they are more focused on the metaphor than that real message, real concept.
Mm.
So, this was beautifully explained. That is actually the level of burning, no level of
Exactly.
self burning
Mm.
level, three levels. But they, some of them actually, uh,
Mm.
they talk a lot about metaphors. They take metaphor after metaphor. Then somebody was taking, Asanti also gave a beautiful metaphor um, of that beautiful painting.
Ah, yes, yes.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is the exactly was. Yeah, the colorful painting can be compared to sensual world, and then the faded painting could be the perception world. That is the weight given to the external stuff, no, doctor?
Yeah,
Uh,
that's right.
Yeah,
And
doctor, please excuse me for a while.
okay, yeah. Terwasarnai, Dr. Kokila. Sudharma just joined for 10 minutes because she's in Colombo. She said she won't be able to continue.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, you're back. That's good.
Yeah, evenings, every evenings.
How did it go? Was it
I
tiring?
experiences actually when you try to give this. Yesterday, of course, we had a program
Mhm.
that was in one of the remote villages, actually, organized by one of our group members. That was really beautiful and very. We felt it really the way that they tried to take the message. Actually, as Aryan Mahasi also says, we felt really sorry about these mothers and fathers. They were crying actually. Some were crying when they were explained about it. They were saying, we have been doing meditation for like 15, 20 years. We have been observing SIL for so long. And this is how we are doing the meditation. Now, when they say how they were doing, I mean, if they didn't hear at least this Dhamma at this point, I don't know what sort of a sorry state that they are in. One mother was saying she's doing the uh, mm, bhavanava. This is the what is it? Ayatana bhavanava. How she was doing was. ඇස මම නෙවෙයි ඇස මගේ නෙවෙයි ඇස මගේ ආත්මය නෙවෙයි කන මම නෙවෙයි කන මගේ නෙවෙයි කන මගේ ආත්මය නෙවෙයි. So like that she is telling about the five senses, and then she will say රූපය මම නෙවෙයි මගේ නෙවෙයි මගේ ආත්මය නෙවෙයි. So like that she goes on telling that again and again and again, and that is a meditation. So Ayatana Bhavanaava. So
Mm.
she was saying if she misses one part, she feels very upset because she feels that it is not complete. She feels that it is a kind of
That's actually sad, right? Yeah.
very sad. Now, when we said this is not how you do the Ayatana Bhavanava, I mean, what we are doing is similar thing. When we are doing this Vidarshana Bhavana, we are just checking how the thoughts are formed from different uh, senses. So she was asking, are you asking us to stop this? Do you think that this is useless? So it was very heartening to see the way that they were responding, and they were holding the hands and they were crying actually. And they were saying that at least now we listen to this. They were saying, I mean, this is what we were taught. I said, there is no, I mean, you can't help it because even our monks are helpless because they are also learning these things from the books. That is how they have been taught. So they have done whatever they knew. So this is
Mm.
something which is really, I mean, all are helpless in that way. Now at least you know what to do. So we will just move on from here now. So some were saying we don't have much time now. We have been doing all this for all these years. We may not have very much, I mean, very long time to practice these things. So there were sort of so many points that we had to address. Anyway, they were so keen. I mean, most of them are fairly old. Just few young people were there. The ones all must have been about 60. There must have been like 80s also. But no one fell asleep. That was the beauty of it. No one fell asleep. They were asking questions, responding to what we were saying. Very beautiful interaction was there, and so many questions. And so keen to have another session, and so keen to have the books. We had only a limited number of books actually. We offered one set of books to the monk also in the temple, and other books we promised that we will get down more books, and the leaflets also we showed them how to get the connection to the Zoom discussions. And also, I don't know, I mean, the technology wise, how good they will be. But we told them to get some help from the younger generation, younger people at home. So it was actually really contrast with the Mavatagam program that we had earlier. So positive, and so they were so shaken with uh, the real things when they heard. I mean, compared
But
to what
if they are genuine, they can get it.
they are genuine. I feel that there were few people who really got it that time itself, and they were very keen to hear more about it. And in fact, they asked, "Can you give a small summary at the end of the day?" Because you explained so many new things. And they asked whether it was recorded. Actually, that was one of the mistakes that we did. We couldn't record it because there was no signals, so we couldn't connect to the Zoom. And the mistake that happened from our side was that we didn't have an audio recording. So they were asking, give us a summary at the end, just in point form, which we did. So it was something like, I mean, turning something completely upside down because all what they knew had to be erased. That if I tell it in a summary, they had to throw out whatever they have been writing so far and then get a blank sheet and start. So it was really beautiful, and hospitality was to the maximum point, I would say. One of the things that touched us was actually there's a bus going through the village, and at the lunchtime, quickly they wrapped up 2 parcels of food and sent to the bus driver and the conductor through a boy to the road. And they were saying whenever there is an almsgiving in the village, the bus driver and the conductor will get their share, which showed their hospitality. I mean, we generally take our lunch, we go to these places. But when I mentioned about that, he said, "Don't come with food to this village."
Wow.
so, so that was so nice, and it that sort of place actually feel like going again because so positive. And they were saying, if you can get down Aryan on one of the days, please try to do it. So we have to see when Aryan finishes this round. We have to talk to him and see. And actually, it was very positive. He didn't stay. He went out for something. But he left everything in our hands. He said, you all can conduct the whole thing and do whatever you want. Use all the facilities in the temple. So I hope he will read the books also. We gave some of those simple books, the set of 5 small books, something for the beginner. When we asked him to give a small introduction, I mean, to start, he said, I can't do it because I know nothing about what you all are going to say, so I can't talk. So by that time they have started their SIL program, had their morning meal, and also they were ready by the time we went. 8:45, like we started. And even at 4:30, they weren't in a hurry to go. So we ended it at 4:30.
Is it near Kandy?
It is actually from Teldeniya, another about 6 kilometers inwards uphill. So it's like 35 kilometers from Kandy. Road is very difficult, very winding and narrow roads. 2 vehicles can't change the sides in most of the places. But there is a bus also working. So fortunately, we didn't have any problem because that day was OA day, not much vehicles on the road.
Mm.
And in this, the leaflets, when we were distributing the leaflets, actually, there were really interesting characters were there when we were trying to give this. Some were saying, අනේ දැම්මම නම් නිවන් දකින්න බෑ ඒක හින්දා ඕනේ නෑ. Some said like that. So some were saying අනේ ඔය වගේව ඕන තරම් දෙයිලා තියෙනවා ඉතින් ඔක්කොම එකයි නේව බහන්න වෙලාවක් නෑනේ. So that sort of responses. Some people very interested. They said, "Give me few more leaflets. I have few more friends. I can distribute." Then we were trying to distribute it to the timekeepers in the bus stand. They were- Actually, it was really a real experience because this we have not done something like that earlier. No? So they were saying, "Bana ha ha inda giyoti bada inda thamai inda wenne." So
Actually true.
it is true.
So they have so many reasons to not
Yeah.
to listen to them.
And we used another tactic when we were giving it to the young. Now, a lot of young people are there. No, they are coming out of the classes, and so you think, "පුතේ මේක අම්මට හරි අත්තම්මට හරි දෙන්න." When they say something, when we say something like that, they looks a bit startled and they say, "Ah, okay," and they will take it. And we also said that please don't throw it out. Give it to amma or give it to attamma. So when you
Mm.
that was one of the tactics found by one of the friends who went with our group. And when you are giving it to the police people, now when I tried to give it to one of the, he looked a bit high officer, not an ordinary constable. When I tried to give it, he said, "ඕක කියව කියව ඉන්නවා දැක්කොත් එම අර උඩ කට්ටිය ඇවිල්ලා අපිට කියවයි" කිව්වා. So what he meant was his high officers will come and make a comment about reading the leaflets. I didn't actually expect him to read it then and there, but he didn't take it. But
Mm.
when you give it to the other police constables, I mean, we had to use some tactics. I mean, in a very polite way, with a little bow, and we offered, then they will take it. And for the young officers, we said, ගෙදර ගිය දවසට අම්මට දෙන්න. අහන්න වෙලාවක් නැත්තම්. Then they say, කවදා ගෙදර යයිද දන්නේ නැහැ. I asked, මහත්තයා කොහේ ඉඳලාද ආවේ? මොනරාගල ඉඳලා. So it was really interesting. I mean, so many different characters, different concepts. And also there were some people who took it and threw it and went because that was a problem that we had. This clean Sri Lanka concept is there. So because of that, if you find some leaflets being thrown away, they can take a photograph of that and then file a court case against the telephone number. I mean, the owner of the telephone number in that leaflet.
Yeah.
So that has happened. I mean, there have been some leaflets thrown away. So thereafter, we tried to get the permission, but they said that was I mean, through some influences we tried. Even we approached DIG. DIG was very helpful to us. But he said this is a collective decision taken, and it is common to all kinds of leaflets because they are distributing leaflets about the classes.
Mm.
Classes. So we couldn't reach that. So thereafter, what we did was we distributed the leaflets to the people in the vehicles. We got into the buses and gave the leaflets to them. And sometimes when they are passing, we put them into their bags. He said, "ගෙදර ගිහින්
Mm.
බලන්න." So at least, I mean, some percentage of them will, take it out and try to read it. And the very first few days, what happened was when we distributed, actually for the first 3 days, we distributed without knowing that law. And because it looks colorful, even the children were asking. So I used to ask, "Puta, bana hano adoya." Then he is taken aback with, then they don't ask for it. But we try to give it by looking at the people's face and try to sort of read their faces before giving the leaflet. Now, when they are bored and they are sitting and waiting now for few hours, we selected that time to distribute the leaflets because they can't go away. They are sitting on the pavement and they have to reserve their spot. So they had nothing, just looking at the roads. So give it, they start reading and managed to give to some foreigners also. We just showed them the Wisdom of Asia website. Try to go to this website and see. This might be interesting for you. So different characters were there.
That's
Interesting,
beautiful.
real experience also. It was raining time to time. We were getting wet also, so we had to protect the leaflets which we were carrying. So that was the experience. Anyway, stickers wasn't that difficult because lots of vehicles they allowed to put the stickers. And then we went to so many supermarkets where there are markets, not supermarket, market areas. And we had to check the board. What's the name of the shop before giving the leaflet because there are lots of Tamil and Muslim shops. And also we had to see whether they are having any Buddha pictures on display or pictures or statues of gods. So by that we had to decide. And if there is anything like that, we had to assume that they are Muslim shops. So like that we had to be selective, and then particularly when we were doing it in the candy market. And there are several other markets also for those. Also, we from shop to shop we went.
How many people were there with you?
Actually, now very first day there were about 35 people came, and the subsequent days, less and less, there were days where were only about five of us. Five were there, and some days 7 people. Then again on 25th, there was about that is a day that Aryan Mahase was expected in Kandy. So that day there were about 20 people altogether. So it was nice actually. I mean, just to see how the people's responses are. Hopefully, at least some percentage of those people will try to listen. And the program was really rewarding. So I feel that all of them will start listening to this Buddothpado. All of them, because we have this agent now, we have this friend from that village. So through him, we can find out more details. Therwan Sarnai Surangika. She must be busy. I don't know, whatever the points that you were discussing, you may have been discussing things. Today morning sermon, of course, I couldn't hear because I couldn't listen because quite a big backlog is there to clear.
Yeah, actually, I'm actually in a small apartment because I had to come for a basketball thing for tomorrow, and then I may be disturbed with the sounds, but hopefully now it's okay.
Okay.
Because it's a small thing, kids' sounds can come. I'm sorry if it happens.
No, right now there's nothing.
Thiruvan Sarnai Surangika, I think she will talk. I think, yeah, we had several good discussions. These days, Aryan Hanse is more into non-form thing. I heard him talking to a small group of people today, and it was he was like telling how, I think it was Asanti and to that this can't be like by force felt. I think it should be listened. It's in practical, the practice, whatever that thing, but in a kind of rocky area like a Galtalawa or nothing. And I think it's in a
It's in
temple.
he's in Ampara today.
Yeah, but it was not like a big discussion. It was few of them, Sevandi, Asanti, and Dilruk, and few of them were there. And Aranasi was talking. In the middle of it, actually, the sound went off and nothing came. But here and there, we could hear how he was advising them to not to take this too seriously and try to relax. And he criticized people, trying to. He said, just be true. And he criticized, I think, some 7 o'clock Zooms and some Zooms where the Arupa is being discussed, but suddenly people are shouting like, he was laughing all the time when he was saying that. He was like, මේ පොලේ මොනවද මොකද්ද වගේ තෙරුවන් සරණයි තෙරුවන් සරණයි තෙරුවන් සරණයි, like that they are shouting when there is a small like a low level, like a high level discussion is going. He asks everyone to calm down when they are joining the discussion, things like that. I heard. It was an interesting one. He was laughing throughout all that talk. It was a small talk. Therwan Sarnai Suranka?
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Sakuntala. Nice to hear your voice. And I was actually listening to you, at least for the last 10 minutes, recounting the experience. It must have been really an experience, isn't it?
It is, yes. You can read the faces when you are giving the leaflet, when you try to give it 1,000 expressions. You can read their face.
The thing that just struck me was, can you remember some time ago, R.N. Vanse was really going on about the Pindapata? There was a time that he used to talk about the Pindapata and how he said it is an excellent way of breaking the mana, the self-view. But then at the same time, he said that Pindapata can also be a way of the mana being there. If it is, used incorrectly, saying, oh, I am a person who is going on Pindapata type of thing. But I was actually thinking about the former and how this experience that you had with all the other followers, doing that, because you were mentioning about some people rejecting, right? And they're not going to sometimes speak to you nicely and reject.
Yeah.
Isn't it? So you have a mixture of responses, mixture of rude people, abrupt people, blunt people, don't care people, interested people. And the more interesting thing is true, you're giving the message and trying to distribute, but also seeing how the mind sensor and the self reacts to those, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
So it would have been a really good experience. Having all that is like Kamatahan, isn't it?
Actually, when the people were refusing, it made us laugh. And we felt sorry. I mean, this is something that you are getting right up to your hand. You say, no, I don't want. So felt sorry about them also. And made us laugh the way that some of them responded.
But that reaction also, I mean, it doesn't come like that always. So it's like, different stages of the path, it is a different reaction. I remember, who was that? there was someone from I can't remember where. She used to tell like a month, must have been about 8 months ago, where she was trying to distribute those and in her village, and how she used to get agitated when they didn't listen to her.
Okay.
And then Naren Vansi said, well, that is something you have to look after. That is happening within you, and nothing to do with those people, he said. So, and then after that, she realized it. Nisanka or somebody. Nilanka, no?
Lanka.
Yeah. But then she understood that, and after that, I don't think she said anything like that. But it's interesting, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
you can see the reaction that way, and then once that phase of the path is over, then it's a case of it's the compassion, it's the wanting to do, and then if you we are giving it, if you don't want to take it, that's a different thing. But as our advancer says, ඉතින් අර path එක පෙන්නයිද ඊට පස්සේ ගන්න එක තමුන්ගේ වැඩක් kind of thing. But the effort to give it to a person doesn't diminish either. Wherever an opportunity presents itself, it is also done, isn't it? It doesn't, you don't fall back.
Yeah. Now there were buses stopped by the side of the lake. All the either STF or army personnel or police people, they were inside. I mean, they were just doing nothing, just scrolling through their phones and waiting. So some of us got into the bus and gave
They must have got a shock. Civilians getting into police buses, no?
Yeah, police buses. They were enthusiastic. I mean,
good.
STF people, some were carrying the guns also. And we had to cautiously approach them. Would you like to take this and read later? They sometimes put a sort of mixed look and then they accept it. I was telling earlier, Kokila, you may have heard now the young fellows, young girls and boys, they are just waiting at the bus stand. They are again sort of scrolling through their phones. They are glued to the phone.
Yeah, actually, that's an excellent idea, Dr. Sakuntala.
Facial change. I mean, they don't put that what a trouble type of look. Or you can see that softening of the facial appearance.
Directly, the moment you say mother, or if the mother doesn't work, if the mother they are currently irritated with, at least the mention of the Attama softens the face.
Really, you can see the change in facial appearance. Then they put a smile also. Then they will take it.
Yeah, see how when the moment the purpose is changed, isn't it? මට නෙමෙයි මට වෙලා තියෙනවා මට මේ ටියුෂන් තියෙනවා මට එක්සෑම් තියෙනවා මට boyfriend හම්බෙන්න තියෙනවා but that's all right, I'm giving it to my mother or grandmother.
But at the end he said ඔයාටත් වෙලා තියෙනවා නම් අහන්න ඔයාටත් හොඳයි.
Yeah, because actually sometimes curiosity can get the better of them, no? And then they unbeknownst to us, these young children also must be, it's the same thing with our lives, isn't it? At a certain point in the lifetime, there has been a depression, not about this depression, but depression about what is this world about? Why do we have to do this? That kind of thing. Isn't it? As R.N. Vance was asking those experiences from those people and the Maharagama talk. What did you feel when you were small, type of thing? So then later on, the education, having to get a degree, having to have a job, these are things that kind of overtook the system, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then that started gaining momentum and becoming strong, and then the obligations that come with it has kind of overpowered the feel, the tendency towards non-vibration. But so these young crowds also, you always see them hurrying to that tuition class and this tuition class. But how do we know? Isn't it deep down there? Something like giving a small poster might strike a chord in them that we don't know of. which can take them to the temple, take them to the Metmal monastery, wherever, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's actually such a good deed that you all did, Dr. Sakuntala. We were talking about it in the English Zoom. Sudharma was talking about it as well. So very good.
Sometimes they say, "Passe hamune, then morne." So that's sort of their point. And at one day, there were two white ladies. They looked very tired. Also, they were carrying their backpacks and walking. So I just approached and asked, "Are you interested in Buddhism? Do you like to know anything about the Buddhism?" No, sorry, not now. We are tired. We are trying to find the tourist information center. We are running up and down there. We can't find it. So I said, then it's okay. Come, I'll show you. So I knew where the tourist information center was. So I took them. And
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
from the distance, I could see that I letter. So I said, that is where you have to go.
Mm.
They were from Australia.
Oh, okay.
So they have come on a tour and then they wanted to find more details from the tourist information center. So they went.
Mm. Such a good experience.
Hmm.
And then that final thing was at Teldenia, you said it last night, R.N. Mansi mentioned.
Yeah. Actually, the mistake was that we couldn't make an audio of that one because the signals are zero in that place.
Even if the signals are not there, you can make an audio. Is that how it works? Because
No,
I'm not
that
good with this any of these things.
we could have done a recording and then sent it later on. That part we missed actually.
The recording, Dr. Kokila, is a phone function. You can just record the voice.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Recording.
Mhm. Yeah. Or did you listen any questions from like anything specific? Not questions. Specific from last night or today morning, Surangika?
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Kokila. I heard you mention that small chat that R.N. Mansi made with those people or something and so on.
Did you listen to that?
Yes, so like you said, portion of it, unfortunately, the volume went, but the bits and pieces that he said was the things that you said about people just coming onto the Zoom when they are talking about a deep topic like Arupa. But then towards the latter part of that, he was talking about the fact about needing patience if one does not have the feel, leaving it to time. I mean, time, he said there's no such thing called time, but having the patience to let it be was one thing, because the hankering after the feel itself is the self view, isn't it? Or is it the self view or the vibration? Self view, no?
Yeah. Self perception? I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know, whatever it is. And then he was saying that other final point about the Sotapanna. If one is still having that Dhammodacaya, that means that the Sotapanna stage itself has not been attained. And then he was saying that actually, yeah, this so-called Arahant state is, if he asks people to talk about the field, then they mistakenly think that he's asking whether they become Anagami or Arahat. Isn't it? That's what he was
He's
saying.
asking that whether you have an experience. That's all he
Only an
said.
experience, exactly.
Mm.
And yeah, so the experience is a different thing to saying, because the saying itself shows that the self view or the perception has not gone. Because it comes into focus, isn't it? Moment it comes into focus, it means that that self thing is there. Then the other one he was saying was Sevandi and all was saying, now he said, don't think about the feel. So then she was saying that, but the thoughts are coming, no? Isn't that a natural function of the mind sensor? So then he said, there is a difference between, now this is where the English language fails, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? How can you say hitenava and hitanava in English?
I think active and passive.
Active and passive. Right. Okay. I forgot about that. Yes. So Sevandi was saying, thoughts are coming, so you can't stop it, isn't it? So then he said, well, the passive thought will come, and that natural arising of that thought is a function of the mindsets. But then once that thought arises, lingering on the thought or active thinking of that thought, an active thought of a passive thought, an active thought about a passive thought is the self.
Thinking about a thought.
Thinking about the passive thought of not feeling a thing is the self. Very confusing in English. So it's simpler in Sinhalese, isn't it? He said, හිතන එක හිතන්න එපා. Yeah?
Which is very difficult without much practice, right? Like it's actually difficult when you put it in that way, because this improves with the confidence and improves with the experiences, I think.
And that's also another excellent example of that අස්වලෝමයක් සියක් අඩකට kind of thing. No? Very, very fine, no?
Yeah.
I mean, the thought comes, that means the attention to the thought that arises can't be there, because the moment it goes there, that means it has turned into it's come into focus, and then the self is there. So this whole thing has to happen so seamlessly, so without kind of a volitional whatever, that it has to be completely natural, isn't it?
This part is from yesterday's practical Zoom, no?
No. Today.
Today. Today morning, all right.
Not morning, no, not the morning one. This
Later.
is later on.
Okay.
This was a later on thing, Dr. Sakuntala. I'll send you the clip.
Please, if you can. Okay.
He was trying to explain the Arupa in the morning, so towards the latter part, but that's where somebody was piping in and saying Theruvan Sannai type of thing, which kind of put him off.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday, Dr. Kokila, so see, I don't know, these are also different stages, isn't it? My father had a fall, not a fall, he nearly, we were doing something with him. I mean, I had got something on Amazon and was trying to fit it around his waist, but so I had to call him quickly from the garden. He was bending and doing something. I don't know whether that whole thing, the bending and doing and then calling him into the patio, that whole thing, the moment I finished, I was trying to fix this belt around his waist. He was saying that he was feeling nauseous, and then he collapsed, semi-collapsed. So, and then was non-responsive, so I had to call the paramedics, and the paramedics came, and then so there's quite a bit of activity going on, but in that process, a thought arose that this is not becoming a thing. The thought didn't say, this is not becoming a thing to me, but the thought arose that this is not a thing. That, the typical
That will
concern that
also
would be
that
felt
will
at a
also
particular
drop, I
time in
think.
those days, like, um, uh, blood pressure would have gone up and this and that, and today would have been a burning sensation, those things would have been the typical reaction back in the day, no? So, but then even now, to our advances point, even that thing shouldn't be coming, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm. So that is the difficulty. The mind sensor can automatically give rise to the thought.
It's kind of peeping in. Always
Yes, peeping in, that's right.
peeping in. Otherwise, this activity doesn't necessarily mean anything. Yeah.
So, does that mean the thought also shouldn't arise?
No. Thought can come. Actually, it doesn't matter. Today morning, not today morning, this discussion with Asante and all, he said a good part. This is all about seeing truth. That's all. I mean, nothing else matters. Nothing else matters.
Mm. And the thing is, you can't force that reaction. That
Yeah, you don't have to do
reaction,
anything at
obviously,
all.
because it's
Whatever.
non-self, right? If it happens that way, then it happens that way.
Yes, there shouldn't be a kind of a control anyway. But this දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැතින් දෙයක් වෙනවා. දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැති එක දෙයක් වෙන එක නෙවෙයි වෙන්නේ. It will also slowly die down.
Mm.
දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැති එක දෙයක් වෙනවා. Yeah. That it is not a thing is a thing.
No, that it was not a thing was not a thing. But the fact
No,
that it
why
was
it is getting focused is that no.
in a subtle way.
Subtle way, it is a kind of a focus.
Is that why the thought arose? So what you're saying is ultimately for the Arahant, the thought even doesn't arise.
No, thoughts will arise. I have to give this person some glucose, so I have to give some CPR, or I have to ring triple O, whatever. These things will happen.
No, I didn't mean that those things that will naturally happen. Giving water.
Yeah, those things are the natural ones, no? Those are
the natural ones, no? Yeah. Okay,
yeah,
got
that's
you.
the sidekick. Otherwise, who thinks about මේක දෙයක් වුණාද නැද්ද? ඒක අදාළ
In the
නැහැ
midst
නේ
of all
සිද්ධියට.
that, no?
සිද්ධියට අදාළ නැහැ.
Yeah, and that comes.
Same thing that Asanti and
Same thing about they said, isn't it?
Sevandi,
Yeah.
yes. They were trying to tell no. Make a දෙයක් වුණ නැති වුණත් ඒක focus වෙනවනේ or something like that. They
Yeah,
were trying to
Santi
say.
was saying, no?
Yeah, Aranansi said, yeah, that is the thing. There is a self.
That's also the self, yeah. So the focus also won't happen, is what you're saying, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, with focus, it doesn't matter whether focus happens or not. What I'm saying is, it's not relevant to that situation.
Meaning the thought can come and go.
Or even that is Dhamma part, no? Why Dhamma part is coming there? That's
Yeah,
not
Dhamma
necessary
part need
when
not come
patient
at
is
all,
collapsed.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, when a patient is collapsed, why should the Dhamma come there?
Why should the Dhamma come? Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Can you explain a little bit more about that focusing thing? I remember that Aranhase said that always becoming a thing means always it is focusing. So in the Arahant's mind, if there is no focusing, is that what you were trying to say?
No. To your question's answer, no, it can be focused. Your question is different. Your question is always with the focus. No, the bird got focus. I am here. The
Yeah.
accident got focus. I am here. No, that kind of question you have. That is a different one.
Mm-hmm.
There's
No,
no
what?
self in focusing. So in that, so this is the problem. The questions, the answers are very tailored. Answers are tailored. So if you actually feel that when something is focused, there is a self, that is not the thing. There is no self in anything, whether it is focused or so. Now just imagine someone has fallen to the ground. Now exact thing. Someone has very dear. Someone has fallen to the ground. Not even a patient. It's a father. So definitely there will be a focus, right? So is
Yes.
ඒකත් දෙයක් උන්නේ නැහැ කියලා නෙමෙයි සුරංගිකා කියන්න හදන්නේ.
Yeah, that's what I was asking about what
Yeah,
she.
that thought was a focus. So it is a different thing I'm telling. It's a different entity I'm telling. So don't now if she told me father felt that I got focused on that, the answer would be different. The answer would be different. Now this is a different point. Father fell down. The like main focus wasn't there. She did whatever she had to do, and a thought came. මේක මට දෙයක් උන්නේ නෑනේ ඉතින්. ඒක අදාළ නෑනේ එතෙන්ට. ඒක අදාළ වෙන්නේ තාම එහෙම හිතන හින්දා. දෙයක් උනාද නැද්ද කියලා හොයන හින්දා.
Yeah, the thing is, the now generally we poke an eye into it, no? It didn't come.
Yeah, that's because of the lack of confidence. That
Yeah,
will
it
come
didn't
with
come
time.
saying this is not becoming a thing to me. It didn't come like that. But
Yeah, still it doesn't matter.
But that it still the thought arose that
මේක
this
දෙයක් උන්නේ නෑනේ.
wasn't a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that means either
Yes,
whether
the self-appreciation is there, even though it is the word is not told.
yeah, so it's almost like this is something I noticed, doctor. So the relinquishing of the not relinquishing or diminishing or whatever it is of that self view is also kind of it's also dissolving in stages, almost like the yeah, I think we discussed it like the Kamaloka, Rupaloka, Arupaloka. First, that very Olarika surface level, overt kind of self thing dissolves. Then then almost in the outline, the form kind of thing, that perception level thing, isn't it? Because the sense of I doesn't come in that way, very tangibly. But as you say, there is almost like nogavi, like type of thing you say in Sinhalese. That is what you're saying, isn't it? Otherwise, why should that thought even come, isn't it?
Yeah. So the focus word will because Dr. Sakuntala asked focusing. Focusing is fine. Focusing is not a problem at all. So the focusing on that and doing everything is fine. Focusing even Dhamma is not bad. It's okay. But this is a subtle thing I'm trying to say. Focus is a sanya. There is a perception there about something in that line, that whether this is a thing or not, that has fallen into the perception line now. So that is not a thing, but this Dhamma is a thing. Obviously, Dhamma is the thing then.
Yeah, so now so when
Because
we
there is no self anyway. That perception power is the self. We don't have to
Yeah,
worry
I
about the self anyway.
So because when Asanti explains, generally even on the Zoom, the focus is taken to be the self-view,
Focus is
the Atma company, right?
focus can be Atma Sanyava also or Atma Kampana. Yeah. Now, a beautiful thing was said by Aranas. I mean, he has said these things multiple times. He said, he asked a question, even that was confused. He asked, Arupa is a hite kotasa. And it was confusing them. And he said, the non-form is underneath the form. It is still the part of it. Did you get that point?
Yeah, he said that Dr.
Yeah, so
Sakutala, he asked the question whether they think that the Arupe is part of the thought or not.
Arupa is a part of the thought or not? Mm-hmm.
So some people gave various answers. Somebody said no, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? And then he said, I think it was the way he posed the question where people kind of got, thought it was a tricky question. But then when he explained, I think they all got it because he said, no, the arupe or the formless part is a part of the thought because one can't have a thought about something with regard to the sensual realm without the form and formless realms being there. So, that part we have heard, right, before. So when he started explaining, I think everybody kind of, it clicked. But when he said, does the thought have a formless component? They thought immediately because, he talks about the field separately, so then I think they were tracking it that way. And one or two people said no.
No.
But underlying every thought and word and action is a formless component, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yes. And why I'm saying that is this ekasitaka nivana dakina, why it is important is to understand everything. So the pierce through the non-form and feel the non-vibration. That is the important aspect. ඒක
Once I remember he said that Arupa is also part of the world.
Yeah, part of the world in the sense, Meloa is this
Melo and Nilo.
Meloa and Eloa, but Loka, yeah.
Okay.
But when he was talking about the people who are more into the field, he said there's only very few people and that he knows those people and he kind of follows when they come out to the Zoom type of thing. So that means that when the sensual and form realms are kind of transcended, then despite the formless also being part of the world and part of a thought, so it's still part of a thought. It's difficult to say like that, isn't it? But then still,
that's why piercing one thought is important. Piercing one stimuli.
But he said they have more of the field, like Brahmaloka.
Yeah, that's a type of people. That's a different story. Like feelers, there are feelers, but still, the feelers, there's a little bit to pierce, right? it is difficult to say, but it's not like the people in the sensual world. People in the sensual world it's bit different because, but the feelers, if they are already in the arupa, kind of in the feel side, that's what Aranwansa is saying, the dukkha දැනෙන එක්කෙනාට, that word also is used for that. He is actually referring to arupa. It's not the olarika dukkha. We can say olarika dukkha also, but actually feelers. So the feeler is not paying attention to the what happened there. Is what was felt. So the original feelers are different. They are kind of in arupa. But Aranhansi beautifully said that how he craved for arupa and how he realized that this can't be the Nibbana. Because as soon as you are out of arupa, you're sad, you're agitated. Nibbana is nothing like that. It's just a full transformation where it is all the time. Okay, it's all the time. Anything can happen in the mellow. Doesn't necessarily matter. What were you going to say, Sakuntala?
Yeah, to arupa is also another addiction type, no? That is why people who have experienced that still want to go back and do that meditation, because it's also kind of an addiction.
Yeah. But in this Lokottara thing, it's a practical Dhamma, no? Nothing like that. Once realize that arupa has nothing to do with anything, it is the craving will slowly go down. It can take ages, it can take kalpas, it doesn't matter.
That happens if that system knows that there is an alternative pathway. If he feels that this is the only path.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Feeling. That's why Aranhan said that even though it is a small talk there, he was saying what Aranhan is asking not about whether you have attained Nibbana or anything. He's asking whether you have felt this for a moment. And he said it plays a massive role because even he said that. He actually said so many, one weird sentence too. He said, Suranka might remember. He said a person might go to the end and Sotapanna, Novi, something like that. Do you remember, Suranka? Something like that. I mean, he has said this before, but he said in a slightly different angle. Sotapannat නැතුව or something like that.
While having the Sakkaya Ditthhiya, trying to reach Anagami. Is that something?
Arupa, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned a little while ago. He said that you can, even if you go to the end and you still think that you have it or something.
Yeah.
Or you get this, when you're talking about the Dhamma, you get this Uddacha, Dhamma Uddacha. That means that the Sotapanna itself has not been transcended. And he said that though people think that this is happening, sequentially. I have heard this before from Paramatha Dharma doctor, Nakavatta Thero talks about it. He's Paramatha Dharma, he has said this, that he has said, Pala Hatara sequentially Panavanna Bෑ, he has said. So anyway, that's something similar that Aryan Mansi said today. He said Sotapanna is actually not there where someone is going into the Dhammodacha or going right to the end and thinking that that person has the feel or thinking that person has the Arahant. And one can never talk about fruition level for that very reason. Because there is no person to attribute a fruition level to.
Mm.
And he said, yeah, though one thinks that
The
this
best
happens.
example I can take is the baby. Will ever baby say I have achieved something? No.
No, yeah.
Yeah. Will baby think I make that now for the example you told, will the baby like play and suddenly think make no, nothing, like it's just a flow of events for the baby, right? Something like that. Like it's a simile, but something like that.
And Sakrudagami is something that I remember he mentioned once. It's like flowing underneath throughout. Gradually, the keles is becoming less and less. So it is
That's
something.
exactly right.
Yeah.
That's why he is separating that from these experiences as well. කෙලෙස් අඩු වෙන එක part එකක්, experiences are another part.
Sorry, I missed that, Dr. Sakuntala. I had to go out. What was the thing that you said?
No, I remember Aryan Mahasya once said Sakrudagami means it's like something flowing underneath all this. Yatin Galano, it is happening and the defilements are fading gradually. So it's not something in between now. What we knew was Sohan, Sakrudagami, Anagami, Arhat. I mean, we like mileposts, we mentioned something like that, but I remember him saying that this is something flowing underneath all this.
Yeah. So, if the defilements are there, there's no talk of an arahant anyway.
Yeah.
But these experiences are important. That's he has to highlight them as the teacher. But one would know how much what experiences are important and what experience are not, and how the defilements are coming down and all that. But understanding this path is very important. He has highlighted this, like the how these experiences are happening, but the final stages will not come until the all the defilements are gone. That's why when people talk as they are arahants, Arahants is asking, then keles kiyanna kohena kind of thing. And the fear of death and all that he takes up because of that. Because people don't people actually they don't have to relate this. I have to say that also. None of these things are relatable to a village mother. It will just happen. None of these things are important to a village mother. When someone is saying Dhamma, it will be important, right? If Dr. Sakuntala is saying Dhamma, Usurambika is saying Dhamma, it will be important for one to understand that there are few things that a person might say, like how how to understand them kind of thing. It is important. Even understand yourself. But the thing is, for a village mother who suddenly got to know Dhamma from Maranansi, some of the changes might happen very, very early. And the careless part will keep happening. And she will not even know. She will just feel the sukha at the end. And she will not even know sometimes whether anything has happened even. So we know from Lord Buddha's time also that these examples are there. You know, there was a story in Lord Buddha's time. There was I think a very aged man in Hansi or someone who was boiling water. Everyone was telling her to be inside the arame and boil water and something like that. And when they came back, she was an arahant. But these stories are there. It highlights there's a change, right? Internal transformation happening. But it won't happen until the defilements are coming down. Defilements are mainly your main kamatahan, like the main issues, like main perceptions, which are very valuable to you. In the sense, not valuable to you. Important perceptions are you. If it's the kids, or if it's the parents, or if it's the job, or if it's husband, wife, whatever. Those are the important perceptions that are. Now, if you remember last night talk, I don't know whether Suranka listened. There was I think she was Monica from Kuwait. It's very easy to understand that it was a massive perception for her. So this people don't understand that they are talking about the Rupa world, that they are talking about either the sensual world or the Rupa world. So whether it is your past, whether it is your current situation, a trauma or achievement or whatever, this perceptions, if one perception is very strong, it will hinder the path. Did you listen to last night one? You know the Kuwait lady? She was talking about the path, the nature. She was talking about the nature. She was talking about how the village mothers are. Was it last night? I think it was last night.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of it. She was trying to add on to Sudharma's point. No?
Yes, but can you see how this form level or even the sensual level, how these perceptions are so strong? It is good that she spoke. Maybe she took it out from her, like hidden stuff out, because it's strong perception. Like, you know, we talk about this repeated trauma to a child. Something interesting which happened to a child. They are very hidden perceptions. They if you don't actually capture them as important, like if you don't capture them according to the Dhamma path, you might not even know that they are actually hindering your path. Like, because strong perceptions are there underneath. When other people are talking about the village mother, how village mothers are suffering, it came out to her in a very strong manner. And she didn't realize that. And she kept telling, no, it's not a power, but it was power. That's the thing. So these are very, very interesting things that discussions can do actually. Because
Wasn't she talking about just about village mothers not feeding
no,
whatever?
it went personal now after that.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. Okay.
Yeah, it went personal. She was telling about how she was like this and that, but when it went personal, we can see the shift of the
Yes, then of
the
course,
power.
yeah.
And
But see how
said,
easily it can turn, isn't it, if that perception hasn't gone?
yeah. She just wanted to add something to the top, but then it slowly changes. Kind of පැන්සලක්වත් හම්බුන්නේ නැහැ. පැන්සල් ඉල්ලුවට දුන්නේ නැහැ. Kind of it went on. She said there was no power, but I'm not even talking about the power. I'm actually talking power is actually arupana. But I'm talking about the form level. How that perception is ingrained in that system, they have to know that. You know, we talk about children being a perception, strong perception. Parents being a strong perception. It's the same thing. It's the same way. Doesn't necessarily need to be like whether it is independence or whether it is the someone harassing you when you are little or injustice or whatever. You know,
sense of
they are
injustice, yeah, fairness,
same thing.
patriotism, Sri Lanka,
Yeah.
especially in these countries.
Some people will quickly jump as soon as මේ රටට මොකක් හරි කරන්න ඕනේ කිව්ව ගමන් ඔක්කොම වගේ කතා කරනවා දැකලා තියෙනවා.
Yeah.
Yes, Saranhans, we have to do this. Yeah, they all get like quickly. They are awakened suddenly. All this time, the Dhamma was listened in such a calm way, didn't even hear, maybe even sleeping. But suddenly, the patriotism comes. The whole scenario is up and out. But these things are very important when a discussion is going, that to catch up actually, to understand the perceptions, hidden perceptions, which are so like having power. And actually, nicely, beautifully, Aranahanse put something there, which I was like, wow, Aranahanse thing. He said, අපේ තාත්තත් ඔක් කී හිටියනේ. Nicely he put it there. Actually, he tells that to every talk he talks about his father. He told අපේ තාත්තත් ඔක් කිව්වනේ. මම පොඩි කාලේ අරක් කරා මේක කරා මේක කරා. දැන් මොකද තියෙන දුක ඇහුවම මුකුත් දන්නේ නැහැ කියලා. He nicely turned it to himself. It's a very cultural thing also, no? අපේ කාලේ නම් මෙහෙමයි kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's a cultural thing. I mean, even I used to say, don't throw away food. You should be knowing when food is not there, how we suffer. Have you ever had time that you feel hungry? Of course, these are perceptions that is stored, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very kind of it comes up, and it's not sometimes it can be teaching something, but it is interesting to catch up with these things to understand the privacy laws and all these things. They are very specific things.
And then I think whether it was in the morning or last night or wherever he was talking about, somebody said, isn't it, wanting the peace and quiet.
Mm.
and then not getting the peace and quiet, and how that is unsatisfactory or something like that, he said. But then Naren Vasi said there is the want, there is the tendency of preferring peace and quiet, and there is also, but if it is becoming a thing, then that's the mind, no?
Mm.
Somebody was talking about, I think he was talking about the arupa, but he wanted to know what is the experience. What can you say as an example if you're feeling the arupa, no? Wasn't that the question he asked in the morning Zoom?
I can't remember. Did anyone answer that? I can't
Somebody
remember that.
answered and said, කට්ටිය ගාව ඉන්නකොට ආසානයක් දැනෙනවා, අපහසුවක් දැනෙනවා. Somebody was feeling uneasy when there were people and preferred to be alone. So then he said, well, to be preferring to be alone can come in different stages, even in the lay person stage.
Mm.
But the preference to be alone also, there is a fine distinction. But if it is coming with an uneasiness or a kind of a wanting, then that's the mind.
Mm.
But it's one thing to generally prefer the silence and the solitude. It's another thing to hanker after it or wish it or be restless when you don't have it. All that is different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, if you tell Mahansa what is his preference, obviously it's solitude, right? He has said that so many times in the Zoom. The
Yeah.
preference is not to have anyone around.
Mm.
But does that mean that stops him from doing all the things he does? No, right? So, I mean, what better lesson can be given than that? And as the path is progressed, that is felt, isn't it? First one has it's like that Nibida kind of situation, isn't it?
Mm.
But first someone wants to leave everything and go like Dr. Ravi wanted to, remember? A long time ago in the Zoom. And then, yeah, so then that kind of stage gets passes away. And then you can even have, now there was an instance in this experience here, there is the obligation to do, and then there is a resentment that obligation is keeping this system from going away and being alone or being in solitude or just being with the Dhamma and all. So all that comes from the mind, isn't it? So then that stage also is past. So it's interesting how this path, the progress is in different stages. It's almost like different milestones, isn't it?
Mm.
These are, and one has to pass those. There is no jumping over all this and going straight somewhere, isn't it? And that is why the true teacher with the full experience is so invaluable in this realization. Because every nook and cranny has been experienced. So you have this saying in Sinhalese, no? හැරෙනකොට දන්නවා මොකද්ද කරන්නේ හරි වෙන්නේ හරි කියන්න යන්නේ කියලා. No? It's something like that the noble teacher would sense that. And that is why the guidance is so valuable.
It is very valuable. I think reassurance and saying, just calm down, you can't do anything, just do whatever you do, be okay with whatever you have, kind of thing. He was saying today.
But to your point, sorry, I think I digressed actually. Dr. Gogula, to your point about those little things that come up, like, especially I think when you come from the background we had in Sri Lanka, and you come to these countries, and sometimes the children who are born in these countries have no idea of all that. Naturally, that thing comes up, isn't it? Either you will say it, that don't waste things, and there's so many people in this world who don't have things to eat. Those are the common things that come to the head. No. People don't have 3 meals a day, stop wasting food, and this and that we tell, no. But then
Actually, it
similarly,
works
yeah.
also. It works. Unless told, they don't pay attention to that. It's just adding another
Yeah, because it's
perception.
not in their system, no, isn't it? So see how
Yeah.
these things work, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not in the system, they don't know that there is such a thing called hunger, famine. They can't comprehend that families don't have 3 meals a day. All this type of thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everything is the system. What data is put in, that's the way the system functions.
Yeah. Some people can't understand how a person can be anxious because they don't know how the anxiety works. And some people can't understand how depression works because they can't understand how low they can go, right? Inside that. It's really true. I mean, well, as if you can sense them only, you can really see how low they are or how agitated they are and stuff like that. It's very weird things. The perceptions you have is, but this bhave, this from first thought to the not the not the mind consciousness actually. And these other things are also taken as thoughts, light, sound, basic ones are also taken as thoughts, but specifically this bhava is all about this mind consciousness thing, mind bhava. And habits, activities are all actually from those perceptions. If someone was hungry a lot, then they will know that, as well as they will do what to do something to prevent that, right?
One thing that it struck me was when he said today in that Dr. Sakuntala, I sent you that clip. That
I think she has left.
has she gone? Okay. In that chat, I think he said, remember about not having meals? And he said, if you when you come on these trips, if you haven't had the food and meals are not happening at the normal time, hankering after those things is not the patisota. Did you hear that part, Dr. Hogan? And then he was saying, so, because the mind wants the things on time, the satisfaction and all that. And he said, if these things are a thing for you, you might as well stay at home. And because those are all mind-driven things. Mind wants the next meal. Mind wants to have it on time. Mind wants this, that, and the other type of thing. But then at that very time I was listening to that, I was preparing dinner for us. And it was getting a bit late, slightly later than the usual time my parents have dinner also. But the thought struck me at that time. So now these Arahant and all that he says, no, we talked about this managing the senses type of thing. If one is not in the monastery, if one has not donned the robes, and is still either for some reason staying in the conventional world, job and parents or obligations or children or whatever it is, then that routine happens, no, still. So in that routine, one has to still go and get the groceries, still go and get the vegetables, still select something as a meal for today, tomorrow, lunch, whatever it is. So invariably, it's difficult to not, it's difficult also in a way, and then I suppose it's not difficult in a way if one stops thinking about it. When he brings this up, only a thought does come, but otherwise you change the meals, you change the food, you don't have the same food now for the breakfast and the lunch and the dinner. So these things can still happen naturally in the normal rhythm of, different options are chosen, different things are taken. Is there a risk in that routine that is naturally part of being in this gihi side of things, lay thing side?
I
Gihi,
think
I mean not in a gihi sense, but in the conventional world of maintaining a house and family and all that. Is there a risk in that whole thing, doctor?
I think there's no risk as such, but I don't know whether I'm telling properly this one, but I feel like someone actually has become an arahant. I don't think there is a possibility of that arahant to actually look after someone. I don't
Which
think
is
so.
why Gatikada was anagami.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Exactly.
I mean, I may be wrong, but I feel that it's if no one is actually caring about that person, there's a chance that they won't actually look after themselves.
But if we think about it like this, now
Ryan
R.N.
Hanse
Mahansa,
always advises because that perception has to be there. If you put that perception into the system, it might work.
that
When
it has to manage the body.
yeah, kind of. But in the latter stages, whatever perception, it doesn't matter. There's no
Yeah,
power.
because
So there is a risk. I
there
mean,
is a risk of remaining in that.
unless others are actually looking after, like in a monastery, everyone looks after each other, right?
Mm.
Like
What I was
that
trying to bring up
family.
there was now R.N. Mahansa after 2015 realization stayed on till 2021 or 20.
Mm.
So now, and then he
Even
didn't come
now
out
he
also,
has
no?
even now he has responsibilities of the children. He says, I have to do one responsibility for the family today, like something like that. He says, no, today I had to go with
Mm.
the daughter to something like that. He has told. So still he has some assignments kind of thing, I think, to do, which he does, which is okay. That's what I'm saying. So if something is assigned, there's always a possibility of that happening.
Yeah, so say for instance, before all that, forget about children and all that. If he was, so that 2015 to 2020, say for instance, he was alone somewhere in the jungle, then now fending for the body has to be done, no? So fending for the body would have been done by, as you said, taking on a perception, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that
Yeah.
perception
It has
won't
to
be.
be fed kind of thing.
That's
Is
why I
there?
suppose he talks about the Ayatana Kalmanakarne there,
Yeah.
because if one is not in the robe, if one is not in the monastery and is not getting alms, then what can you do, right? So the
Yeah. Yeah.
most
So the
practical
Lord
thing
Buddha's
is to,
time,
yeah.
Vinaya is a perception again. It's a new perception. Vinaya. So don't go. It's a Vinaya kind of thing. So it's a rule which which it is okay for all Radharmansis who are listening. It's a rule. So like the police, I mean even police, Aranhans says no one goes against any rules. The king says do this or die or whatever, it's taken as normal. So there's nothing against the rules or nothing against. So if there's a message from Lord Buddha, don't go to dinner after this, after 12, don't go alms giving or like alms round. They took it like it's a new rule. So it's a new perception, it's fine. Doesn't necessarily matter. It's taken. But when Devadatta came and tried to put so many stuff like extreme stuff, Lord Buddha refused. Because Dhamma path is not that. Dhamma path is not that. Dhamma path is not that exactly you have to be under a tree or something like that. No. He didn't take those 10 things that Devadatta asked for. He didn't listen to them. He didn't absorb them into the system. But he put Vinaya for everyone. So that the actually less attention is gone for Arahants. Less attention and less damage. Isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Because, yeah, he
That's
doesn't.
exactly Aranvans is saying. Actually, one day he said, but anawashya attention එකක් එන්න විදියක් නැහැ මේ ධම්මපාත් එක නිසා. එන්න සුදුසු නැහැ.
Yeah. Because if the self is dissolving here, how can there be attention coming on here in the first place? It's completely contradicted.
No. From others even. He said, කළමනාකරණය කරගන්න එකේ තව පාත් එකක් තමයි මේක අනිත් අයගේට attention එකට යොමු වෙන්නෙත් නැහැ. flow එකට අනුව යනවා. කැපිලා පේන්නේ නැහැ.
Yeah.
He said that nicely.
Because the capilla pain, the yano means itself is the
Yeah, that's a different
Dhammodacchaya.
thing. Yeah, that's a different thing. Yeah, in a way it matches everything.
Yeah.
But he said Vinaya, there are a lot of reasons for the Vinaya. But Lord Buddha never said Kalamanakarne, but Vinaya is a Kalamanakarne. Word Aranhansa uses is slightly different because now everyone is mostly not in the rope. So no one gives the food. No one gives the food. No one pays the rent or pays for the place to live.
Yeah, but I mean, see how difficult it is to be like that and also come to the Arahant state. Because it's one thing to come to the Arahant state or feel the self-vibration, become the non-vibration, and then take on a perception which is completely devoid of the self and continue existing for the sake of certain conventional things that have to be done, right? But that is Aranvans's experience, no, because he had given up everything. When he says that he collapsed and the leaves fell over him in the samatha time, that means at that time there was no intention to come back, isn't it? Or go back or come back or live or whatever it is. I mean, it's easy to say. It's another thing altogether to comprehend the enormity.
Yeah, someone who has
action.
not done that, we can't even comment on that.
We can't even comment on it. I mean, we won't even sit in one place for a long time when it's dark even.
Yeah.
We want to get the system home, right? To where there is light and a switch and a comfortable bed and a chair and something. Just imagine being in those places, no light, no candle, nothing, wild animals shouting in the background, and then just not wanting any of that. I remember once he said about him getting a message when he was in some place about,
come
I think,
home
a
or
family
something.
obligation, wasn't it?
Yeah. Mm.
Some kind of somebody was calling him saying something had happened. And then he had thought about it, and then he had said to himself, no. So now if somebody can mistakenly take that in the wrong way also, isn't it? Because in all most homes he says, if you have family obligations, donning the robes is not the correct thing to do. Right? So and that's that. But then here, it's kind of difficult to see the stage he was at that time, the state of mind or field or whatever, to be able to do something like that, isn't it? Because he himself has said that if you take on a view that no, the Dhamma or the Nirvana is the most important thing, and you forego your obligations, that itself will become a, what is that thing word? Paravalal or something, no?
Yeah, that is in the mind, yeah, actually. But he's more into the field, no?
Yeah, so I suppose if a follower is in the mind and tries to do that and has not really transcended the mind, then that is going to come back and haunt that person, and that path is going to be
Forever.
closed. Yeah,
Yeah.
because that is why Anand Vansi doesn't allow that system to come to that point and
No, even
stops
that
it.
Swami Nuhanse's problem, I don't know whether you remember, a long time ago, there was a Swami Nuhanse who was trying to tarnish Aran Nuhanse. In that also, he came and said, no one utters a word because you all are not in that level to utter a word. Because you all will lament later. Aparade kind of thing. So if something is said, it's only me.
Yeah, so whatever, we were trying to discuss at that point was, so in 2015 to 20, after realization, for that kind of managing the senses is done with a perception which has no power behind it, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just merely something that is taken on, like it says nasanya.
Yeah, it is like drinking water.
Nasanya kind of thing, no sanyawa kenettet namahanini kind of thing, isn't it? The perception is there without the power. So for existence, for the sake of whatever it is, that some
It's actually not
perception
even
has to be
thought
taken.
like that. It's
What's
not
that?
even thought like that. මේක මේ existence එකට
Oh.
තමයි බොන්නේ නෑ. එහෙම එකක් නෑ. වතුර තිබහනම් පුළුවන් වුණොත් බොනවා.
Yeah, so.
And for the hunger also, he used to drink water, I think. Like he says, no, වතුර බිව්වා පළතුරු කෑවා.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is one doesn't waste away without taking the water. Now, because he says otherwise you don't.
Yes. Yeah, true. But that will
Because.
happen just as a reaction. Like I said, no, when you saw that on the floor, you will do whatever you have to do, right? Yeah, that kind of reaction. But you will not go out of the way to find food also. There is a risk in that. That's what I'm saying. But when Lord Buddha put rules, they all had to go in the noon. Whether you're hungry or not, you're gone. So, and you can't go in the evening because before that, the Theros were used to go at any time when they're hungry. Remember?
Yeah.
And Lord Buddha stopped that. And he said, before 12, you do whatever you like. Before 12, go for the alms. So it's a rule now. Nicely taken. I thought that was so powerful that our Lord Buddha handled thousands of disciples. And restrictions were all to prevent other people misunderstanding arahants, also arahants losing their life. Because when there is a kind of a law, go and have meals before 12. Now it becomes a habit, no? Only few days, 7 days, something becomes a habit. Then out of habit it is done. Not with the power, without the power. As you brush your teeth, you don't really think about today I have to brush my teeth. No, just go and brush your teeth. It's a habit. Habit without powers are there.
But having to make every choice can be
That is
difficult.
tricky. Which brush I'm using and all that. You know, like which type of brush or there are tricky areas.
Yeah, I mean,
Now, even
especially when it comes to, say, food also, isn't it? Because
food, Aranwansi said some people can't eat some type of food, and that's okay. Said, you know, some countries have some types of food.
food
He
and
said
the
he couldn't.
choices you make and this and that. And one day I remember he talked about creams. No, somebody said, "Oh, I don't need any creams," but he said, "Why can't you use creams?"
Yeah. But the thing is, you might not go out of the way and buy a cream also at the end. It
Yeah,
doesn't necessarily
exactly.
mean
Yeah,
anything.
something in the house might do, isn't it? Whether it's
Yeah. So it's දෙපැත්ත කැපෙන පිහි වගේ.
so many examples to give, but because yeah, I think we discussed about the healthy food kind of thing, isn't it, 2 or 3 days ago? Some people can be doing it like a passion, thinking that, oh my God, I need to take healthy stuff to live or not to get diseases. And someone on the path can also be taking healthy food and making those choices without the burning. No?
Yeah, they are the previous habits. If someone made a habit to drink a water glass before anything, it will be a habit. I remember my father had that habit. Like a big glass of water before anything in the day. It's a habit. He usually does it every day. Things like that.
Was there a talk today in the Buddothpado practical doctor?
For the evening, maybe it is in the evening. I don't know.
Oh, maybe that was why the thing was on, but only the music
Nothing was
playing.
there. Yeah.
Must be in the evening.
I think we have come to the end also.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Aryan Mahansa. Triple Jim, what's your role?
Fellow seekers, who have united not by coincidence, but by a shared clinging towards truth, freedom, and inner peace. This quiet morning offers us more than a routine, I think. So it's just an invitation, kind of invitation to pause, to reflect, to awaken to Dhamma. Dhamma in the sense, the truth. So it gives kind of opportunity for all of us to be awakened to the truth. With deepest reverence, I begin my offering, my humble worship to our noble teacher, Buddothpado Aranwansi, whose boundless compassion and unwavering insight continue to guide us towards the true liberation, towards the proper understanding. So, Teruvan Sarai to all of you who are present here, and your presence is a blessing to this collective journey. So, we gather here not simply to hear words, but not simply to hear a continuous kind of sermon, but to understand, to contemplate, and to deeply internalize the truth that Lord Buddha compassionately revealed over 2600 years back. This Dhamma is not only timeless, it is timely, always ready to meet us where we are, to show us the path when we already walk in it. So it sheds lights on our path. So that's why we say this is the era of Buddothpada, rebirth of Buddha. So that doesn't mean a person called Buddha has been born. The truth is getting revealed day by day. So, and today, what we are doing, we walk the path together. Maybe on their own phase. That doesn't matter. All of them are moving towards the same direction. So every morning we begin by reading the English book series called The True Dhamma Has Awakened. It is a kind of profound collection of teachings that provide a structure and the direction for our reflections. So these texts are available in our main website. Our website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So these resources are available in Sinhala, Tamil and English. So they are free to download, and I urge you to visit that particular site and read them attentively. If you have any questions, you can bring them up here. So currently we are focusing the True Dhamma Has Awakened, the 6th volume of this True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So And also, I would like to remind you that those who have more analytic scientific uh, kind of exploratory mind, I warmly invite them to explore our new website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com website. So it has been designed to bridge Dhamma with the modern inquiry. So it shows how the age-old truths harmonize with what we are beginning to discover through modern science. So especially for the younger ones, this website has been developed for you. Please visit to that website as well. If you have any questions on that, please feel free to bring up them here and we can discuss them openly, and we have the opportunity to ask directly from our noble friend as well. So before we turn today's reading, let's briefly revisit some key points from past sessions. Until our Dhamma friends get joined, so we can I will try to recap some important points that were there in previous discussions. So we reflected on one of the most essential teaching of Buddha. The six sense bases are the world. That means Vinaya loke abhidda domanasanam kaye kana pasini viharati. This meaning is very profound. Everything we call the world arises within the framework of our six senses. So at a glance, if you think, oh, what was the sixth one? What is the sixth one? We have only five senses now. So yes, if you see an animal or another human being, so you will see the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and the skin sensor. But you don't see the sixth sensor. What is the sixth sensor? Sixth sensor is the mind. But unfortunately, it can be visualized externally. But are we seeing the real sensor? So people think the mind is in the brain. Some people think it is in the heart. Some people say it has no place. Yes, we have to know these things. Chitte niyati loko. That is Buddha's word. What is that? It says, your mind is your world. So, if Buddha says like that, so does that mean the world is in our brain or in our heart or somewhere else? So this has to be clear for you. How this mind gets created, how you assign a place to that mind? Does the mind has some place in your body? So these are the questions we have. But in Lord Buddha has already explained it very nicely, how this mind gets created. The sense, you know all about the five, most of the things about the five senses. So they are just capturing the change. Whatever the change occur, they are able to capture it. So the capability of capturing the change will differ from one species to another, one animal to another. So, for an instance, we can say, you already know, the dog can hear the higher frequencies. Its hearing frequency range is more wider than human beings. So, as you know, human beings are able to hear the frequencies in between 20 hertz and 20,000 hertz. But for the other animals, especially for the dogs, the range is more wider than that. I think it goes up to the 40,000 as far as I know. So similarly, the vision, the capability of capturing kind of image is the functionality of the external eye. So it also differs from one animal to another. And within the human species also, one individual might see better than the other individual. So, and also human, so these five senses concept can be applied to humans. But for another, if you take another animal in the animal kingdom, so it might have more than that number of senses. They may have ultraviolet sensors as well. That means it can, they might be able to capture the ultraviolet rays. But unfortunately, we can't see the ultraviolet rays. And also some might capture the X-rays, but we can't see. What we see in the X-ray film is, so the X-rays can penetrate our body, can go through and through our body. But for an instant, you try to think from that particular animal's angle. Will it see this kind of a human body? No. Why? He sees the X-rays. So X-rays can penetrate our body, especially fleshy areas. But it can't penetrate the bones. So for that kind of particular animal, it might see humans as skeletons. So they might see, wow, the skeletons are moving here and there. So what sort of a thing that would be? But we don't have that ability. We only see a very narrow range from the visual spectrum of light. So that is the limitation of our eye faculty. So I discussed the ear faculty. So now I am discussing the eye faculty. So at the same time, so if you get the skin sensor, so we can feel the touch and also the pressure and pain and the temperature. So those receptors are there in our skin sensor. But other than those kind of sensation, won't there be another kind of sensations? But can we see? No. Can we feel? No. Can we feel the gravity activities? So scientists have found out there is something called gravity. But can we feel the gravity? No. Only if you move away from this planet, you will feel a kind of a lightness of your body. So that makes you to feel there had been something in the earth. But in the moon, when you go to the moon, you don't feel your weight even. So that comparison make you to feel that there had been a gravity in the earth. But we haven't felt it. We don't feel it. And imagine if you stand upright position, how much pressure had been exerted by the air column which sits on your shoulder. It is a huge pressure. Scientists have found out the pressure is tons, more than tons. So do you feel that you are lifting that much of pressure on your shoulders, from your shoulders? No. So this is the thing. And also imagine, under the water, under the sea, there are certain creatures living. So the pressure under the sea about 1, 2, 3 kilometers below the water, huge pressure is there. So even if you swim, you can't bear that pressure. Definitely you will die. But certain animals live peacefully. And also, the same time, the penetration capacity of the light is very limited when you go down in the sea. So I think more than 1 kilometer, it can't go beyond that. So under the sea is so dark, but animals live. So they find their prey, they reproduce, they hunt, they do what everything that we used to do, that we are doing, the similar things that we used to do without light, under immense pressure that is exerted by the water column, like this. So everything is relative to the capabilities of your senses. So why we are telling those things about these senses? Because you have to know the world you live in is the world that is created for you through the senses. So you are comfortable when senses, when the senses get its inputs up to its threshold. But you will some kind of uncomfortable state if it is exceeds that threshold, if the stimulation exceeds that threshold. So we'll take an example. So if you hear a very loud sound, the senses can't bear it. So you feel so irritated. Oh yes. So that means your sense, the capabilities, the ability or the capability of the limitation is exceeded in your senses. So then what will happen? So if you hear a loud sound, what will happen? The body, unknowingly, the body automatically start to react. So what will happen? You cover up your both ears from using your both hands. So it automatically happens when some object directly comes towards you. What will happen? Unknowingly, your eyelids tends to close. So did you think and do it? No, it automatically happened. So likewise, sensors have their own protective mechanisms as well. So think about these things. So what is the mind? Mind is also, so we didn't know, we thought there is, we still people think the mind belongs to the brain. But just after a death, we'll say, so brain is there, brain matter is there, but can he or she think? No. So if brain is, so think these things, all the sensors would be there just after the death. Eyeball is there, eardrum is there as normal, as skin sensor is there. But does this dead body can feel anything? No. See anything? No. Likewise, this sensation, the ability of these senses are what do you call for that? Are getting created with some kind of an energy. So if some kind of an energy would generated, that we can say the sensor is functioning. So it can produce some energy. So as long as the sensors can produce energy or some power, so we can say the sensor is functioning. So what happens is this production of energy part is lost when you die. So brain matter is there, eyeball is there, eardrum is there just after the death. But you can't hear, you can't see. But that cadaver can't feel anything because the production of energy within those what you call sensors will no longer be happening there. So then it comes a question, how this energy gets generated in that sensors. That is the point. That is the point. Because whenever there is kind of energy being generated within that sensor, that makes us to feel the proper sensation, that particular sensation. So if the energy is produced in the eye, so it will create some kind of a sensation. So what is the sensation? The light. So the sensation is felt as light. So we call the perception of light. And also, as long as long as the energy is some kind of energy is generated within the ear, we call the ear is functioning. So if the ear is functioning, how do you know? We tend to hear sounds. So that energy can produce sound. So sound has not been there earlier. So it is the functionality of the faculty. The producing sound is the functionality of this faculty, ear faculty. Producing light is the functionality of the eye faculty. Producing tactile stimulation is the functionality of the skin sense. So every sensor give rise to a kind of feel. The feel is represented as either as light, either as sound, either as pressure, either as temperature, and so on. So what happens next? Then we feel that light is there, light is there. So what happens? Unknowingly, all these electrical sparks, electrical signals get blended up. So get together and form another kind of sensation. So that is the perception of chair. So that is the entity that you see. That is the entity that you touch. That is the object that you hold. So the object that you hold at this moment. So for an example, I'm holding my phone in my left hand. So I feel the firmness and the weight and also the temperature, and I see the phone through my eyes. So all these sensations are there in that particular object. We can't separate these feelings, but all these feelings come through the senses. So think, now the worldly object, the object that we refer as the world, is now got created, has now got created. The phone. So this phone is the production. If you analyze it backwards, there's this phone which is in my hand, which is seated in my hand, is a production of all the faculties. So it is a collaborative work that has been carried out by all my senses. So senses, now we are clear that how the senses are become responsible for creating a world for you, a worldly object for you. But the similar principle can be applied to your figure as well. So you think you are a tall person, you are a dark guy, or you are a fair person. So how this perception came into your mind? Because when you go in front of a mirror, you see your own body reflection. You see your reflection. So from that you come to a conclusion kind of thing. So that figure is mine. So that figure has been created through in your faculties. I sensor mainly. So now what is happening? You tend to feel like the person who is holding this phone is the person I saw in that mirror. So that's how the way that this entire linkage is being built, are being built. So the self, so as long as you take this phone is real, because you don't intentionally take it as real. So that is obvious. You don't want these things to be taken as real initially. But due to the functionalities of the collective functionalities of these sensors, this object has been created as real for you. So involuntarily, what has happened? This object is real. There is a person who is talking through this object as well. So two things get created in this very moment. So, but if you analyze backwards, you will tend to understand. So all of them are creations of your own senses, own faculties. So faculties create the perception of light. Eye faculty, ear faculty creates the perception of sound, and all these things come together and mind. So when it combines each other, when it accumulates into one certain point, for that we call the mind. For that's why earlier I told we can't assign a particular place to the mind. So to do, yeah, that is it. So we can't assign a place to mind. It is whenever these perceptions get created, initial perceptions get created, we can't prevent them aggregating. They aggregate each other in a fraction of a second, and it creates an object. So that objects make you to feel as real. So as soon as it is felt real, you feel that you are the one who is perceiving that real entity. So what is the ultimate result? Creation of the soul, creation of the self. Initial stimulation that is created within a faculty ultimately lead to make a soul that is really existing. So soul in the sense, the sense of aliveness. Feel like it's alive. We are alive. So then what comes? So if the object is there, if the self is there, so it tends to keep it going. So it gives another kind of a feeling to make it sustain, to keep it going. So it comes again and again. So it starts to establish the self. So that is the soul. So that makes us to feel I, me, mine. So I am the one who had been born on that particular day. I am the one who went to that particular school. I am the one who graduated from that university. I am the one who is doing this particular job at this moment. So likewise, the self and the time also gets created in that way, the time frame. So I am the one who's supposed to die in that particular, if I reach to that particular age. And also death and the birth also get created at the same time. So that is the fundamental fact that has been hidden from the world, and for so many years now it has been revealed. So it was revealed by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. That is true, but it has been covered under the sands of time. So now it has been revealed. So this non-soul Dhamma. So this is the Dhamma that had been revealed by Lord Buddha. Even though you think that you are living, there is no person here. It has to be understood. So why you say so? There is no person. Because you don't know, as long as you don't know the mechanism, it will become another thought. So thought won't help you to get free from the notion of the self. But if you know the mechanism, how the self get created through your faculties, so that will help, and that will eventually push you towards the liberation. So it is not done by anybody else, not either by you. It will automatically happen. But you get to know this is a certain mechanism. This is the Chitta Niyame that has been preached by Lord Buddha. How this mind gets created. The mind is the world. So this mind, then you realize the world you live in is a creation of your own mind. So why do you bother about that? Why do you make attractions, aversions, and so on? It is useless. because this is your own mind. Mind is a sense, it has not been there. It is get created then and there with the sensory faculties, with the help of the sensory faculties. So why do you bother these things, about these things? So there's nothing, there's no use. So if there is no person or no soul here, would there be a person to die? No. Have I born about 40 years back? No. It is also a thought. It is also another kind of signal that received through the senses. It is kind of another input that has been given. So what sort of a world would be? There's no such a world as we think. There's no such a world as we think. So if the world is real, this world should be perceived equal to each and every animal in this world. It is not like that. Most of the animals have 2D vision. Some might have 360-degree visual field. So their world might be very different from ours. And we can't even imagine how they live in a 2D world. So we are living comfortably in a 3D world. Some animals might have more dimensions than ours. So they might think how these human can live in this world without 6D vision. So this world is not the world we think, as we think. So it is limited to the capability of our own senses. So I think now we have Dhamma friends here in this forum. So Theruvan Saranai everyone. So we can start discussing whatever the topic we can discuss about. So I can see Dr. Kokila is also here. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Do you have anything?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. I would like to ask a question from you because I just finished listening to your early morning Zoom discussion, and one of the mothers asked how to find out whether a person or a system has achieved the 4 steps separately. From the first step, how to find out whether the system has qualified to reach the second step. I would like to sort of hear from you more about it, and also I think some explanation in English will help all our other friends who are not speaking Sinhala. Teruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai. Aranwansit Namaskar Deva. Actually, it was a question. The question is in itself is incomplete because question implies that we haven't understood the Dhamma properly as well. So the question was wrong as well. So I didn't actually go into that detail in that. How the question is wrong is because there's no such thing. There's no like one demarcation here. If there is one demarcation, then it can't be the thing. So only thing we can talk about that is we have steps in the Pratipada, the program we talk about a lot, which is very, very effective. And the question was, I will reiterate on that question. So the question was, we have 4 steps. The first step is the one where we talk about we haven't perceived outside at all. Actually speaking, we have never perceived outside as at all. So do we understand that? Do we understand that the outside world is a thought? In that stays the thought of me or my or I is also there. So that one, the question was, the second one is like, I'll tell the 3-4 steps that we talk about. So the second one is that this thought is not actually real. It's actually a combination of all the other 5 sensory organs. The third one is that what we feel is the sensory organ. There's nothing like I feel or anything. It's if you feel something, that is the sensory organ. So function of the sensory organ, and even that is actually not existent. It is felt because of its speed of the vibration, and in that there's no self. So those are the rough idea of the 4 steps. So what that mother actually asked was, how do you know when to be satisfied that you have done enough? First one, that question itself is wrong, because there is nothing like that. Actually, there's nothing like that. So what happens is, if you really understand that, then you automatically you are in the mind, in the sense you would not pay much attention. No, you can't say not pay much attention. Also, there's so many bias in these words. You would know that you have no experience of outside at all. It would be your own mind that you are feeling. If that is the case, the burning that you get, or the agitation you get, is really low. But in that, actually, we can't be satisfied with our steps, because we feel the change. We can't really be sure that we have achieved anything. And in saying that, so if we talk about this further, if you are actually in the second step, in one moment, in one stimulus, it's only talked in one stimulus, because you can't really talk about that in various stimulus, because various stimulus could be different. And in one stimulus, if you feel that the actual, even the if it is the chair, if the chair is actually the what you feel as chair is that the feeling that you have that it is existent. This is very subtle. So to come to that, you have to pass all those 4 steps anyway. So I don't know whether I'm telling it properly even. So how would you identify you have done enough? Number 1, there's nothing like that, because there's no enough number 1. And if someone asks, have I done enough number two? No, there's no enough number two either, because there's nothing enough here, because in each and every stimulus, this can happen differently. So what happens when we see this once, all four steps, if you feel that, if all the four steps are felt in one stimulus, imagine it is the flow or a sound of a bird. So the sound of a bird, if you felt it as your like a perception, and you know that that perception is felt because of the rapid vibration or the speedy vibration, then automatically you will feel the non-vibration. So that's how it happens. That's all the four steps in one go. That itself is not the end of this keles, or what do we call that? Not end of all the defilements we have. It's not the end. It is actually that you just, in one fraction of a second, one stimulus, you have felt this. That's all. Actually, there's nothing more than that in that. But what happens when you feel the whole four steps in one stimulus? You get the essence of it. That's all. You get the essence of it. What is the essence of it? Essence of it is, like, the meaning of it is, you come to know that how you have been feeling all this time as feel of existence, and how you feel when there's no feel of existence. That's the only difference you get. You just kind of know. It's just an experience. You kind of know. Then can we say that is enough? Well, no. Actually, what happens is, when you get to know that, okay, this is how you are born, this is how you are actually devoid of that feel, or the feel of existence, then you don't need someone to remind you, or yourself to remind you, that outside is actually a perception of your own mind. You don't need a reminder. You don't need an alarm. You don't need anything. It becomes like kind of an understanding. It's like a child understanding that this is an apple. It's the same way, but this is kind of a reverse thing, that you understand that apple is actually a perception, nothing else. You can't actually experience an apple outside. Then you don't necessarily need any more pressure to understand the first bit of it, because you know that first bit actually is about the thoughts. First three things about concepts, or right vision, or is all about the thoughts, how you think about it. The first three things are like how you think about it, because it's how you think matters most. The angle you think matters most. So this is one stimulus which has all four steps in it, that you have experienced, that changes the way you look at the life, the way you look at your experiences. That's all. So can I say then that is enough? I don't know. That's not how it is put. I think we can say you don't need to, because you are now You don't need confirmation again and again to tell the mind that outside is a mirage. You don't need to reiterate that all the time to the mind, because you have felt it, you know that it's just thoughts, and you know that feel of existence was actually a misconception, or actually a wrong concept. So you come to know the right vision. You came to know how this started. It started with the wrong vision. Wrong vision, thinking that there's someone who is experiencing these things. So with this understanding, you continue to do the 4 steps anyway, but actually saying the first one will be buried in number 2, I would say. I don't know how to put that in other words. It will be in that. So number 1 will be in that. If you have felt this once, at least the 4 steps in one go in one stimulus, the first one would get buried in the number 2. So they become one. So then all the perceptions, they still have a value, but you know that this is the thing, that we are not talking about chair here. Actually, chair equals to you. So you still feel you, in the sense you still have the perception of self, but you don't need to reiterate to yourself that it is a mirage, because you know already. So you don't have to go back to step 1 always, because it's been proven to you kind of by an experience. So what happens is, still the perception of self is there, because all the perceptions are still valuable to you. In the sense, not valuable, but there is a value to them. And the life goes on. The problems go on. You feel you. That's how I can say. The words can be wrong. You will feel you. And the more you feel you, more you will understand how you feel yourself. And this would be an experiment, because you know that there is no self. Because you have experienced it already, how you feel without the perception of self. You know that how it would feel. The feel when there is no feel of existence. But when you come back to it, because you felt it only in one particular stimulus, so one particular thought, you continue to feel this feel of like this alive feel. You continue to feel that, and the more you understand about it, more you understand how it is born or how it is arising. And there you feel less defilements, because already you're not extending you already know everything is limited to perceptions. So your actions would be different. Your actions become different in the sense, not to the outside world. It would look similar, but in yourself you will feel less burning. Comparably, that will keep improving. That is the level that you will feel the defilements slowly fading away, because you keep understanding, but you will still have the self perception, Atma Sanya. It will be there until you become an Arahant, which is the last step. So the question, again, going back to the question, when would you decide that this is enough? That question is wrong because you can't decide. You're deciding something, you are there. It's not something like that. Because just by feeling these 4 steps in one go, you realize that there's no self, but that doesn't help you. It does help you because that gives like a clear understanding that even though there is a thought that there is self, that thought is wrong. You look at the mirror and you said, this is me, or you acted as you are there, but you have understood that that is not true. So you don't take really the chair is outside. You know that it's just a sign or just a perception. So you will automatically be in the second step. Then for a long time you will feel that you are in the second step. But what happens is you're mastering the perception of self. Actually, that's what happens. You're mastering why you feel the self in spite of you knowing that there is no self. So even after feeling the truth, you still feel the self. And more you become the master of knowing how this self arises, more you become like, it becomes easier for you to understand. This is how the self-perception arises. This is really becomes a challenge, because just because you have an understanding that there is no self doesn't help, because you feel alive, basically. So that's the challenge, and you take it well. I think everyone takes it well. Everyone in this forum takes it well. Everyone listening to our Master takes it well, because there's a challenge. You know the truth. What is the truth? There's no self, but it's a thought, but you still feel alive. And you come to know how this happens, and you come to know that happens in several occasions where you research about it. You research about it. The more you research about it, more you get insight about it, because you understand, okay, this self-perception is equal to the chair. How is it equal? Because you feel chair is there. That chair perception, if there is a value to that perception of chair, it is the same thing as self-perception. This research goes on and on, And okay, imagine that someone has understood that perceptions are also perceptions, that there's no value in perceptions, even that they will feel so much lighter, so much better. Still, the perception of self would be there, because you feel everything now. You feel the world, you feel the vibrations, and in that, you will realize the third one. But then if you actually come into the third one, you have to kind of research about the second one a lot, and you have to feel it. You have to feel that the perceptions are actually perceptions. They're just perceptions. They're just vibrations. The more you feel it, more you research about it, more you pay attention to these things, more you understand how your feeling of feel of existence occurs, then you will understand your own vibration, whether it is light, whether it is sound, whether it is the body parts like the tongue or the nose or the bodily sensations or thoughts. You will feel them more, and you will understand that itself is your vibration. Then the third step comes into light, because third step itself is to understand that whatever you feel is just felt because of the sensory organs you have. Mind is one thing. Don't forget that. It's the thoughts and the occurrence of thoughts is called mind. There's no such thing called mind. So the rapid occurrence of thoughts gives you the alive feel. So you keep understanding this. You keep researching about this. Actually, there's no one researching about it. You feel more. You feel more about of existence, because in the second step you felt more about your self-perception, and you in this third step also you feel even more about that. What is your vibration? What is this? How this vibration is going to go on, keep how it traveled so far, or how it would travel so on. So you would feel that. And I think the more you go to the depth of this, it becomes easier for you to understand your vibration. And the more you give that, more you see the truth in that. What is the truth? Truth is actually, it is the function of the sensory organ. So the ability to give, give the vibration for the organ, or in the sense, the light, because there's nothing you feel other than these sensory organs. It's only those 6. If you're feeling something, it's through only of these 6. The main problem is the 6th one, where you feel the rapid occurrence of thoughts. You feel like it's a thing. You feel like it's like you give value to that. It happens automatically. There's no one actually feeling that, because you are in the feeling level. So the more you understand that feel is also part and parcel of your organs, then it becomes easier for you to understand the non-vibration. So this is kind of like a step. So if someone asks, like the one question asked by that mother in the similar discussion, there is no hard and fast demarcation when I am going to understand or stop doing number 1, or stop doing number 2, or stop doing number 3, or stop doing number 4. There's nothing like that, and the question is wrong, because if you're thinking it as such a like a year 5, and HSC or year 10 or year 12, and then degree. Actually, I don't think you have understood this. So it's really important you understand this is a battle between yourself and the truth, I would say. I mean, I can't seem to find any other words for that. So this is a great battle which you have never done before. And it's very important to understand what is the battle for and what is there to win, because at the end, actually, because there's lack of entertaining, or the lack of sensation. No, that's wrong. Like, in Sinhala you say vindinna, the lack of you don't actually entertain any of the sensory organs. If you become that, then you will realize there's no win, because there can't be a win. So all the questions end there, because it's the end of that person, or that self perception, or end of that self vibration which happened because of the entertaining. So that's where this goal was, that we have a goal in life, like we need to live the next moment, or we need something. So we need something is like gross, because it's actually like put in words like I need money, something like that, but it's really gross. But when you become lighter and lighter, it's actually the field of existence becomes very how would I say, very it's very, you can't really distinguish between them, because the field of existence, the need to exist, or need to feel, I would say, need to feel, or need to see, need to hear, need to think. When that collapses, there's no talk of a win. So there's no win. So we just kept understanding this. I think that is what the answer. I don't know whether I answered the question properly, Sakuntala. Do you think?
Yes, I think that I know it is not easy to answer or not easy to explain in words. It is actually what is called sandittika, and something that the person understands. But the Aryan Mahase has given it in 4 separate steps for the convenience to explain. So because it is explained as 4 steps in this
No, actually
one-day
4 steps are
programs.
there
Yes.
also.
Yes, they
4 steps
because
are
it's
there in that.
yes.
You can't separate them though, because they will all be important to feel this in one stimulus. But then
Yes.
the understanding you get from that actually puts you in a different.
Terwa Saranai, Dr. Kokila. So sometimes people, what's the problem is people at that time, at that moment, is important sometimes first step. At that time, he won't practice in the first time. It's important. That's the problems that are coming, because sometimes they are worried in mind. The step is second one is the kamatta. This step is the important one. You see that? That is why 4 steps is here.
Yes, sir. So it's very
Yeah.
important that the
Yeah.
4 steps are there so
Yeah.
that they can follow. Because otherwise they
Yeah.
can't follow this because our mind is so
So
spread everywhere. It's
yeah.
very difficult to follow.
But you see, that 4 step is only one. It's okay. You see that nothing here, anything is the 1 step. Is all of them is one. It's nothing and nobody's here. Nothing here, anything. The feel is that feel is the same. Existent feel is the same. Alive feel. That is why. Is same feeling is there. So you have some. So stimulus are coming. So you have some firing. That time is the alive field also. That firing. That's the existent field otherwise, that one. But it's a smooth difference is there. But feeling is existent field. Existent field is not the alive field otherwise. But normally, first step is normally existent field is the alive field. But it's not. Existent field is not alive field. So deeply he's realizing this is different is there.
Yes,
Because,
sir.
what I want to say.
Yeah.
Because perfectly, we want given the message to everybody.
Yeah.
That is fine. I mean that. But what I want to say, these 4 steps is there's a sutras there. How is I made this 4 steps? Namarupa Pacha Vinyana. Is a Mahanidana is there. Pache Parigya Jnana is the Buddha's word. There is the Pratipada. So Pache Parigya Jnana is Namarupa Paricheda Jnana. What is this Namarupa Paricheda Jnana? That step is Rupa is outside. So Nama is inside. The duality is here. Something you are thinking outside is there. Is real. It's a Rupa stage. So Nama stage is you are thinking. It's thought. It's Nama. This Namarupa Paricheda Jnana is meaning is he know this. Someone know this Dhamma, he know. Everything is thinking. It's a thoughts.
We can't hear you, Aranya. So I think the internet is not good or
No, it's okay. It's okay. Noise is here. That's Namarupa Paricheda Jnana is it's a Paricheda is sutras there. That's so Rupa and the Rupa is outside, is a Rupana, is a Kampana, is a vibration. You are talking. Is the effort is cause is the otherwise is there. Something is there. So is thinking, is thought, is Vedana Sanya. Its a meaning is a perception. Vedana is a feel and perception. So Nama is how we know outside is chair. Is someone want to there, someone want to think. Is outside is chair. Is thinking. That's why is Nama is here. So there's a mind conscience is finally this stage is here. This 5 sense creation is the effort is the mind sense. Mind sense is a thought. It's okay. That sound and form together coming. Is a other sound is a is a sound consciousness. It's okay. Is a eye consciousness there, and the ear consciousness is here, and other feel consciousness, smell, taste, and body feel. These are feel consciousness. These consciousness are together coming is a thought. No, that's why it's a mind consciousness we are talking. So it's a thoughts. It's okay. It's a chair. Chair have sound and form. It's okay. Now where's this chair? It's our mind. But we are normally guys are thinking outside is existent. This chair is real. But it's not real, it's a mind. That is why two side is here. But no two side is here, understanding one. Someone understood this process. He know there is no two side. That is the Namaru Parichanjan. He know this two side how is happening. That is why. People in suffering, people in sadness, outside is happening. Babies die, he think outside, he have baby. That babies die. Now he's worried. But someone is thinking, is outside not a baby, baby's our mind. It's okay, it's a thought. That's the other side. It's a one step is the one step. Is a first step is outside babies dies worried. That's a suffering. It's a second step is outside babies not true. It's a mind. He know the Dhamma. That's why he is suffering, but is there suffering because that's a mind given the baby, not outside. But his mind is their baby. That's why suffering is there. It's a mind. But after mind is not real. This thought is not real. It's sound and form. So after baby is not anywhere. That's ending the suffering. Outside is okay, first step. Second step is mind is suffering, is baby is not there, is over. Now is suffering is out, not outside, not inside. So but you see this someone understood this mind creation is finally nobody is here. Now outside is okay, inside is okay, but baby is not here, but he feel something there. It's okay, sound and firm is okay, but something there. That's the alive feel. That's process is here. It's a creation. He can see the sense of creation. Is a awareness, super awareness is the sense of creation is looking. That's a kriyasita. It's a third step. It's automatically is this senses are creation. Nobody is here. There's nobody is here. It's a alive feel is disappearing. Finally, it's a feel is alive feel is disappearing. It's okay. Feel is there. Normally senses are creation. Everything is normally happening. But nobody is here is understood. His system is working. Is someone is here, is a feeling is there. The feel is disappearing. That's the third step. It's okay. It's very important. This. Namaru Parichaya. Pachiparikanyana is this one. Is a Buddha's explain this. Is a Pali Sut. Tripitaka is there. You can search. It's very important. That's why finally nothingness is coming. But this nothingness, everything is there. That is why Buddha's path is very important. This nothingness is not the nothing. It's everything is there, but nothingness is value is gone. That is why nothingness feel is there. So Dr. Kokila, I think you understood what I say. What I want to say is this okay? So we can say not four steps. Is a one. Yeah. What is this one? Is nothing here? Anything? Nobody is here. But it's not coming.
The question
newcomer
was,
is not coming. First time is there.
What Sakuntala was trying to ask was whether we can have a demarcation. What I was trying to say was the demarcation.
I not heard that. Yeah.
Demarcation is like whether there's a line, like have I done this enough or have I done this enough? But the first step, or have I done first step enough? Have I done second step enough? Like there's nothing like that, but you will feel it.
No one can say. No one can say is.
But you will feel it,
because
if you are actually has understood the rupa part, or you are not going to the outside part, you will automatically be in the second step anyway.
Yeah.
So you can't have a line saying, I have done enough. Then that's actually the wrong concept. Like you keep thinking that you are doing something. This is something which keep happening when you see the truth. It just happens.
It's
So,
happened. Yeah, it's okay. So it's a systematically it's happening. It's a process is going. It's no one controlling it. Yeah, process is going. No one controlling it. No, it's systematically is happening. It's a satyajnana is you want to do that. You want to understand. You want to hear in the Dhamma discourse. Is your duty. Is your part.
and
it's
I
okay.
would add an answer. If you are truthful to yourself, and if you feel like you have to go to the first step again and again, do it. Just do it, because that's the truth.
First, newcomers want to do that.
Even not a newcomer, an answer. Still, if you feel like you are getting dragged into the outside, if you feel like you are getting dragged, just keep doing it. But you just have to feel that you will feel it. That's all I can say. You will feel it, that when you understand it, that it's only perceptions. Then you don't need to keep reminding yourself that it is a perception, it is a perception, it is a perception. You don't need to remind yourself that if you really feel this. So that's the importance of feeling. That is what Aranwansa is trying to brought up by these 4 steps again. That is to bring up this feel that actually how this works. And if it actually works, it is amazing. And you will feel that the feel of not existing, or absence of feel of existence, or absence of feeling alive. If you feel that, you don't need to keep telling yourself, or keep you will automatically go to the other step. There's no one doing it, isn't it, Aranans?
Yeah, it's a simply. It's not hard. It's a simply. You can't do this. I think it's not hardly happen. Yeah, it's not
a simple
hardly.
thing.
It's simple. Yeah,
just need to feel it.
Yeah, you don't worry about it. Otherwise, because it's happening. Because this first one is the very important. Is a satyajnana. Is a true Dhamma. You want to know you want to know what happened here. Is understanding why. That one is very important. How much you know, how is this process is creation? It's very important. It's very important. That's 50-50 is there. That's 50 is first one is understanding. After is coming this kammatana 4 steps. It's a practically, it's a practically side. It's an experience side. But knowledge is the first one. The knowledge is not the book reading knowledge. You want to understand. You want to realize. It's the wisdom. It's the insight, meditation. It's your part. It's how much you want it. You are realizing. You're searching. You're hearing the Dhamma discourses. And you are finding. What is you finding? You find the truth. What is the truth is? Is how is our eye is creation? How is our ear is creation? How is this six sense of creations? How is this sense of creation effort is constructing this systematically is coming these thoughts? And how is coming this value? How is coming this alive field? How is this existential field is coming? This is very important. Today, all of them have the problems. The most people don't know the truth. Few guys know this. Is system, process, how is happening. This is very important. This is the inside meditation. First step is the is Dhamma Sangikarana is there, Tripitaka is there, Abhidharma Pitaka. There's the Dhamma Sangikarana. You can search. No one can Sotapanna. No one be Sotapanna don't know the truth. So otherwise, no one can Sotapanna. Concentration meditation is doing. This Dhamma Sangikarana, Abhidharma Pitaka, Tripitaka is there. Is the Buddha's word. No one can do this. Concentration meditation. It's not happening. So no one. This today, the whole world in misunderstand. Hindus meditation is doing. They are talking Buddha is their one type of what is that? Not Hindu's part is not the Buddha's part. Not Shiva's meditation is not the Buddha's meditation. Never heard before Dhamma is Buddha explained 5 teachers after becoming the Buddha. This misunderstanding is the huge mistake. Huge mistake is here. Today, whole world, all of them thinking concentration meditation is the Buddha's way. But it's not the Buddha's way. So few guys this one understand. Especially the Buddothpado Dhamma discourses, especially explain this because it's the experience. It's not a book knowledge. It's not a others teaching or anything. It's Aryanvasa's experience. Others know this. It's not happening. No one can do this. Otherwise, is the Buddha's word is here. Why misuse Buddha's word? Why not research? Why are you not realizing? Why are you not finding? What is real Buddha's word? What is real inside meditation? What is real dependent origination? So Hindus don't know dependent origination. Hindus don't know inside meditation. No. It's understanding what you won't understand. It's a science, scientific. It's here. It's a science, it's huge science. That is why first Buddha's Dhamma discusses is Dhamma Chakkapavatana Sutta. What is Buddha's word is? This is science. You know, what is this Chakkung Udapari? It's not your normally physical eye looking. It's your inside. It's your wisdom. You can feel this. What is really happened here? You won't understand. You won't realize. Material eye can't see this. It's a vision. It's a wisdom. That's right. Chakkung Udapadi, Jnanang Udapadi. What is this wisdom? What is this time? It's not easy to understand. Chakkung Udapadi, Jnanang Udapadi, Vidya Udapadi is a science. It's a huge science is here. Not this physics or chemistry or other one. So all of one is Buddha's science. One science is here. Vidya Udapadi. That's right. Chakkung Udapadi, Jnanang Udapadi, Vidya Udapadi, Aloka Udapadi. What is this? This is not normally Hindu's enlightenment. It's not a Hindu's enlightenment. That is why we are explaining this. It's like you can experience it. It's understand is the first step. It's very important.
And to add,
Yeah, it's okay.
I
Okay.
wanted to add something, Aranasa.
Yeah.
If you're 50% from you, because when Aranasa said 50-50, actually,
Yeah.
if your 50% is really good, then you don't have to carry it
Otherwise-
as a burden for the next level.
Yeah.
Because what I feel from a lot of mothers is that they carry that 50% as a burden to the Kammatthana. Like they carry it to the actual 4 steps. That's not how it is. If you're 50%, or if you're Satyajnana, or if you're wisdom about this, how
Truth.
how
It's a
this
truth.
science happens,
So
how
really
what truth is this, how you feel alive, then you you know that already. So keep it aside, be relaxed, and then do the kamatana, and it will
It's
automatically come to you.
automatically coming. Yeah. It's
It
automatic.
yeah,
Second part is automatically coming. The first
coming.
50 is happened. Second 50 is automatically coming.
Yeah, what
Don't
a lot
worry.
of
Yeah,
mothers
don't worry.
do is
Yeah.
they carry that burden of that truth part to the second part. They keep mumbling about it. They keep thinking about it, the whole thing. It is okay for a beginner, but I think after someone who has
Yeah.
listened to this Dhamma
Yeah.
for about 4 years,
Yeah.
that's not that wise, I think.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
to feel this, you should be so relaxed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Because we want to say something here. Because first fast, our meditation is doing here today. Many places in Sri Lanka is Pratipada is practically there's a practically it's a training is doing. You know what's first step is 50. First 50 is the it's a 4 hours is doing. After second is the 4 hours. What is this? Is the first step is 50 no. First system is a 50 is there. That is why Pratipada, you know this. Explaining is the very important. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's very important. Because you know this. Nobody is here. How is nobody is here? How is no one is here? How is this circle of this happening? How is ending the circle of birth? It's very important, no? That is right. It's very important how this system is working. The second one is you can experience this. That is the Kammatana. It's an experience. It's a practically. You can after experience it. Yeah, that's the 4 steps. Outside is not real, it's inside. It's your mind, it's everything. But mind is not real. It's a system is working. It's a sensors are created automatically. It's a third one. The fourth one, nobody is here. It's okay. It's a raw vision now. Nobody is here. It's a thought. Kya is a thought. I also thought. That's very, very important now. Kya is a thought. Kya, table, mother, father. I also thought. It's a thought. That's why we are talking like that. It's okay. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Kokila, my side is very noisy here. That's why. It's okay. Continue that explain. I think it's very important. The rest of life.
There was some, yes, Dr. Kokila, we had a nice discussion. Yeah, we had. So, there was Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Are you there? No, she is not here. Anyway, I think it is time to wind up this session today.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So we can meet tomorrow as well. So thank you very much, Dr. Kokila, and the others who joined this, and we'll meet tomorrow. And Teruvan Saranai Aran Mahasa, Teruvan Saranai everyone.
Yes. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Yes.
Teruvan Saranai Aran
Therwan
Mahasa.
Saranai.
Namaskara.
Namaskara.
Renewed kind of opportunity to engage in Dhamma, the timeless teaching of Lord Buddha, as it continues to illuminate our internal worlds. And as we begin today's session, I offer my humble worship to our noble spiritual leader, Reverend Buddothpado Wahanse, whose guidance, compassion continues to shape our understanding of these profound teachings. And also, I would like to say Thiruvan Sangrai to all of you once again. This morning, like every morning at 7:45 a.m. Sri Lankan time, we unite in this English Zoom platform, not merely to listen, but to awaken. We are not here for a routine talk. We are not here to have a routine kind of discussion. So we are here to rediscover the absolute truth, the Dhamma that transcends the culture, language, and the time. So whether you are a foreigner or whether you are a localese, whether you are coming from different cultural background, so whether you speak any other language, so it doesn't matter, because what we talk here is the all about the absolute truth. So truth is unique to everyone, even for the animals in this planet as well, even for the trees, even for the non-living objects as well. The truth is there is only one truth. So what we are talking, what we are trying to understand here is that ultimate truth. So that's why this truth is universal. It does not belong to a Lord, so-called Lord Buddha. It does not belong to Buddothpado and Wahanse. It does not belong to myself, to me. It does not belong to you either. That is the ultimate Dhamma. Dhamma, in the sense, is the mechanism, how everything has been evolved, how this world gets created. So it is valid for both living and non-living things, not confined to this confined only to this earth. So it is valid to the entire universe as well. It is valid for the for every star, every galaxy, every universe, every Milky Way. So this we are talking the core core of everything. That is the truth. There is only one truth. So that's why it is so important to learn what the truth is. And that's why, so why humans so unique? Because humans are the only species, only living organism that can understand this truth. So this truth is valid for the other living beings as well. That's all right. But they can't, even though we convey the message, they can't understand. But being a human is a great opportunity to understand this truth. So this is kind of a great opportunity. After the Buddha era, we are having to explore what it is. Other than these kind of, so usually, in Sinhala language, we have more than 8 Zoom sessions for day. Each and every day we have this amount of Zoom discussions. But the only Zoom discussion we have in another language or in English language is this. Every day at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time, we conduct this Zoom session. So this is so important for the people who live outside the Sri Lanka, people who speak English, who understand the English language, so they can come and join with this. So they can ask questions, they can listen to this, so they can come and have a look. So what sort of a truth this is. So anybody in this world can join this Zoom, and they can start. They can build their own conversation with us. So other than this kind of Zoom discussions, we have plenty of resource materials which are hosted in our main website. Our main website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So once you go there, it is not very difficult to find the English text books which are available in that website. So they are free to be downloaded. So you can download it either into your laptop or the phone. Then you can start reading it. So please, I encourage you to please read them attentively. And if you have any kind of problem, you can bring them up here. You can ask the questions. So in that way, you can get the things clarified. So this is the opportunity. So other than that, we have another website, www.wisdomofasia.com website. So it also has it also explains how the scientific understanding, the current scientific understanding, which or the alignment of the profound truth with the current scientific understanding. So if you are so keen about modern findings, so please visit to that particular website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com website. So you will find plenty of materials there also, so you can read them. If you have any questions, you can bring them up here and you can discuss them with us openly. Most of the time, our Buddothpada spiritual leader would be there, would be joining to this Zoom session. Then you can uh, ask directly those questions from him as well. So uh, before we go into deeper discussion, I'd like to recall some important facts that we talked yesterday as well. So yesterday, Mrs. Harsh talked about the pitfalls that we encounter while we are traveling, while we are going along this path. So what is this path? This path is the road map or roadway towards the true liberation of mind. So ultimate goal is the absolute liberation of mind. So that we call the nibbana. So in order to achieve that state, so you have to follow certain, you have to go along a certain path. So that path is filled with plenty of uh, pitfalls. So we have to be very careful, and we have to be very careful about those pitfalls as well. So that's why yesterday we discussed on those those things. Even if someone take the nibbana as a real thing, that itself become become an obstacle in your pathway. So because as you can realize, if you tell the word nibbana, it is clearly a thought. So if you believe it, that thought is real, that 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 will put some value on that as well, on that thought as well. So if you it on you it it will happen involuntarily. So if you put a value towards the nibbana, so then of course what has happened here, if you analyze again, so you have been deceived by this vijnana maya. So vijnana maya is in the illusion. So thought is an illusion. So if you believe the thought, that means you have been deceived by that thought. You have been deceived by that illusion. So that will obstruct your path for sure. So that's why we keep on telling again and again, there are so many pitfalls along this path. You have to be very careful. As long as you do not get deceived by these pitfalls or the illusions, you can go fast in this path. So these are the things that we wanted to highlight. So other than that, what we usually do is we read few pages from our True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So we are focusing on volume number 6. So I'll read until our people get Dhamma friends get joined. So I'll briefly, I will read few pages from that. So we are currently at the page number 164 in the volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So I'll start from the first paragraph. So in this discussion, in this book, the participant asked Aryan Mansa a question. The question was, what Nibbana means? What does mean by Nibbana? That was the question that has been asked by that participant from Aryan Mansa. So then Aryan Mansa gave another nice explanation for that. Nirvana means putting out the fires burning in the mind. Even to reach Nibbana, there should be a desire. This is a very good point here. There is a very good point here. So this is called the quality of inquiring the mind. There should be some kind of a desire to achieve the Nibbana as well. It is at the initial phase. So what is this desire? The desire to explore more on this path. So that means the inquisitive mind, the inquiring mind should be there initially. So we have to inquire. So we'll say someone comes to this forum and he starts listening this Dhamma for the first time, right? So what will happen? We say there is a thing called an absolute truth. Being a human is an opportunity for you to understand that absolute truth. So we say like that. RNA usually frequently say these things. So he should have some kind of curiosity within him to explore what it is, what should be. So we say then Nibbana is the ultimate goal. So he should have some kind of a curiosity that creates within him to direct towards this exploration. So initially that should be there. It's all right. So after reaching this state of mind, the practitioner realizes that the existence of self has been completely vanished. Right. Then see what is happening. Right. You start the exploration, or you start the investigation with a self. You are there that you are trying to explore, you are trying to realize the truth. That's the initial state. So what will ultimately happen? The ultimate realization is that the existence of self you find has completely vanished. So this is so beautiful, isn't it? So you start with the self, but ultimately once you fully understood this thing, you end up without the self. So this is the real Nibbana, or the real tranquility, or the true liberation of mind. Existence of a self and existence of an outside world are on one side, and non-existence of a being and the valuelessness of the outside world is the other side. Yeah, then you will realize there are two sides here. One side is a self that has a value for that. The other side is a non-self, the valueless side without a self. So you are moving that previous side to the present side, current side. So as long as a person has thought patterns, he has a soul. So it clearly explains from the beginning. As long as a person has thought patterns, he has a soul. So with the illusions created in the mind, Nibbana is not reachable. So that even the illusionary mind can be detected via awareness of sihiya. Yeah. So what happens here? The mind tends to create, the duty of the mind is to create the illusion. So if you have enough awareness, you see the behavior of the mind very well. As long as you keep your eyelids open, you can't prevent seeing. Images will come into your eye. Images will be created in your eye. As long as you keep your ears open to the outside, you can't prevent hearing. The sounds get generated within your faculties. Likewise, as long as the thoughts come, that means the creation of the mind happened. So mind behaves as another kind of a sensory faculty. But we can't assign a particular place for that. And also the so-called mind cannot exist by itself. It is created with the result of the other 5 sensory faculties. So thoughts or the stimulations. So when some simulation occurred in one sensory organ or faculty, it will contribute, it will blend with the other stimulations which come from the other faculties as well. Then you create a thought. With the thought, you create the mind. So that's why we can't assign a particular place to the mind. The mind creates then and there. But beneath that, what is happening here? Underneath that, there will be some kind of a power generating along with the thought itself. We don't feel, we don't see that thing. We see only the thoughts coming into the mind. So I see a bottle of glue in front of me. I see a computer in front of me. Likewise, I get so many thoughts, but I don't see a power that is generated underneath each and every thought. But Lord Buddha has showed it to the world. There is some kind of power is generating with each and every thought. So what will happen next? This power accumulate again and again and again. So it will become a huge power. So it will lead to feel like that thought is real. It gives a feel with that power, because of that power that is generated underneath every thought. It tends to give a feel like existence. Feel like existence. That existence power is the power that we tend to believe that thought is real. So when this power gets accumulated again and again and again, as thought comes one after another, again and again, repetitively this process continues. So the power gets generated within it. So then what happens? It gets kind of ability to self-sustain. Self-sustain means it can now stay in its own. Self-sustainability is achieved. So that self-sustainability is called the soul. So it gives it can be explained with a nice example. So we can take the whirlpool. So whirlpool, you have water that spins very rapidly. So in the center of that whirlpool, you can see all the outside debris will be attract towards the center. And also that whirlpool can itself propagate from one place to another. So it has so much of energy in it. Likewise, the initial existent field that came as a result from the initial energy of the thought, now can self-sustain as the whirlpool. So for that we call this self or the soul. So it is, so now you can see the creating of a self or soul is completely a natural phenomena, a natural thing. Why this natural thing got created? Because of the sensory inputs that we had. So no one did it. Sensors did it. So with the sensors, unknowingly, without involvement of any person, a self had been generated. What was the input? And the input is the sensory stimulations. Output is the soul. That is well explained in the cause and effect Dhamma. The cause and effect Dhamma is the theory or a concept that has been preached by every Buddha. So what Lord Buddha said is, just come and have a look. Is there a person here? No. It is a resultant. It is a free, rapidly occurring energy packet, energy heap of energy, or collection of energy. So rapidly spinning collection of energy. So that is the soul. So we mistakenly take it is as and me, my mind. So it is represented for us as I am the one who is living. That is the misconception that we have. So if you know this process or this mechanism very well, it is not difficult to understand there is no person here. It is a resultant thing that has been created due to the interplay of these sensory faculties. So that's why Lord Buddha say, in order to understand yourself, the self, about you, you have to understand your faculties first. Once you understand the faculties, then you will understand the self is a byproduct of this faculty. So that's why if you want to get liberated, true liberation, no, you need to understand the faculties first. That's why Lord Buddha say, Ayatanam patilabo ayamutta jati. So that's a soul is created as a result of these five faculties. So you have to be very thorough with the understanding of how these five faculties get created, how these faculties behave, behavior of the faculty. So this world that you dealing with, that world that you engaged highly in this moment is also a creation of a mind, creation of the faculties. So earlier we said the mind is also behaving as a faculty. So but mind cannot stand still. It is also created with other five faculties. So there is no permanent thing called mind. So mind is made up of thoughts. So if thoughts get some kind of a value, the creation of a self-sustained whirlpool cannot be prevented. That means creation of a soul cannot be prevented until otherwise you understand your thoughts. So thought in the sense how these faculties do work. You have to, in order to understand the thought, you have to understand how the behavior of the faculty. So I think this yes, and also I'll read another chapter from that. The world is created in the mind, and it is only a creation in the mind. Sorry, the world is created in the mind, and it is only a creation in the mind. Paloka Dhamman Loko. This stanza refers to the vibration and sparks created in the senses. The eye breaks constantly. The Buddha used the word kajan for this. Kajans mean breaking, constant breakage of the eye. Not only the eye, whatever the sensor. So breaking in the sense, yeah, the essence of this explanation is that the way someone feels about the whole process. I feel it. It happened to me. I see it. So everything rotates around the concepts of me, my, mine, or self. Accordingly, even knowledge can represent a soul. Yes, that is true. Yeah. So we'll say like this, even the knowledge of this Dhamma itself represents some kind of a soul here. Why is that? Because we learn this Dhamma as thoughts. So we call certain name for that. So we call in Pali that Patisamuppada. In English, cause and effect Dhamma. So it is a thought, and also we try to think what it is. We try to figure it out, the mechanism. So whole process we do through thoughts. We are thinking. Thinking means thoughts. Without thoughts, can you think? No. So this learning this Dhamma also build up some amount of soul in you. That's why Aranvasa say like this. Accordingly, even knowledge can represent a soul. So I have a good knowledge in Dhamma. So that represents a soul, because there is person who is knowing this Dhamma. But what Lord Buddha expected is not that. Ultimately, what has to be happen? You have to liberate from yourself. So can you liberate from yourself with that huge knowledge? Yes. How? So earlier we said knowledge represents a soul. Yeah. If I have so much of knowledge on Dhamma, so can I liberate from the soul with that huge amount of knowledge? For that, even we can say yes. Why? Because with the understanding, we tend to understand that the knowledge has even the knowledge has no value for that. That comes to the understanding only. So if you do not understand that this fact, I mean, then every thought has a value. That value gives you some contribution to building up your soul. If you don't know, that will happen. But if you know that this knowledge will lead to build up my soul, that won't happen. So it is a very beautiful Dhamma. It is so beautiful. There, Aranvasa says, even knowledge can represent a soul. That was the reason why Potila Bhikkhu was considered to be a person who was in the mundane plane when his disciplines possessed the practical knowledge. Yes. So in Buddha era also, there were certain people like that. They had so much of knowledge. So they were very proud of that knowledge that they are having, they're thinking that they are having a greater knowledge than the others. So they were proud. But even though they had enough knowledge, they couldn't get the true liberation. Why? They gave a big value to that knowledge. They didn't know this Dhamma. They didn't know the knowledge is also represent the thoughts, represented by the thoughts. So even you express something about science or maths or whatever, it is the knowledge. So we express these things through the thoughts. We keep it in our memory as thoughts. It comes as thoughts. So if you give much value to that thought, unknowingly, it will build you a self for you. So that is the same thing happened to that portal as well. There was a proud person behind that huge knowledge. That was Portila. But what Lord Buddha said is not that thing. Yes, you have to have knowledge, but you must understand knowledge also uh, stored as thoughts. So if you can see the limited value of that thoughts, then you can liberate from yourself. Because though you have enough knowledge, you don't assign any value to that knowledge. It comes internally. So this thought any longer cannot make a self for you, because the energy is not there. Even though you have a lot of knowledge, you don't assign any value. It automatically happens once you start realizing this Dhamma. It automatically happens. You don't assign any value to those thoughts. So for the knowledge, the same thing happens. But it doesn't mean that you don't have knowledge. Yes, you have knowledge, but you don't assign any value for that. That's all right. So eventually what will happen? So there is no way of building a self for you through the knowledge. So that doesn't matter. That's why Aranwanse say repeatedly these things. So if you are a university student, if you are a scientist, that's all right. So you can explore more knowledge. That's all right. You can conduct, you can engage in your university studies never as before, because you know these are thoughts, these are knowledge, these thoughts contribute to build up my knowledge. But what will happen? You internally you don't assign any value for that thought. The absence, this absence of the value will contribute to dissolve your soul, existing soul as well. So that's why this Dhamma does not affect to anything you carry out in your day-to-day life, because you live with that particular understanding. The understanding will lead you for the true liberation, towards the true liberation. It is not by suppressing the thoughts. Thoughts will come, thoughts will go. You engage in day-to-day activities as usual. It won't affect your underlying understanding. So understanding of the mechanism will push you towards the true liberation. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Sankitte Nibbidaya. You will attain to Nibbana through the understanding only. So everything will remain same. Everything the relationship that you have already maintained, that will resume, that will continue to happen, those will continue to happen. And the knowledge that you gathered earlier, that will remain same. And you can, if you want, you can improve them as well. That's all right. So everything can be done, everything happens normally, but through the understanding you will be able to get liberation from the mind, from the thought. So it will liberate from the self. So that's why R.M. Hase said, I start the journey with the self. I started my journey with the self, but I move forward after leaving the self aside. So the only thing that you lose here is the thought that you thought, the exact thought of self that you thought that earlier, that you thought as existing. That earlier you thought that I am the one who have born in this world, and one fine day I have to leave, say goodbye to this world. That is my death. So those thoughts would be not there. Those thoughts will be there, but you don't know these are only thoughts. So with this understanding, you can engage whatever the things you do. So that is the miracle, that is the magic of this understanding. So I think now our Dhamma friends have joined. Peruan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything to add to that? So,
There was my Ravi.
Peruan
I pay my emphasis. Yes, you are giving a very detailed description about the mind and the thoughts and how it acts, actually. Very descriptive and very elaborative thing. Just maybe few things, maybe in different words, exactly what you said, but maybe in different words. As you very correctly said, firstly, convincing that these thoughts are all fake, or thoughts are just incorrect or wrong things is one of the most difficult things to convince, isn't it? Because everything is a thought, basically. What you think, what you talk, and what you do, they are all constructs, actually, which we call sanskara, constructs of the mind. So actually, there's nothing permanent called mind also. Mind is a flow of these such constructs. And the constructs are sort of made due to rapid vibrations. So when there is extremely speedy rapid vibration, it creates, so it gives an illusion that there is something real. So then you can realize that the thought is something indicated in a different way, depending on the sensor function, depending on the faculty which is involved. When there is speedy vibration related to eye, or the eye faculty, that means creation of the eye, will depict it as something, a shape or a light. So when there is speedy vibration in the ear, or creation of the ear faculty, it is indicated or depicted as a sound. So like that, we have only 5 senses related to the physical body, and
related to those physical organs, the sensors are created then and there. Creation of the sensor means the creation of the sound, creation of the eye faculty means there is a light or a shape. So actually, it's not that sensor is there and sensor is creating this. Creation of the sensor is equal to the creation of the sound or the light, smell, taste, or the tactile stimulation. That is the feeling of the hard and soft things and then warmth. So creation of the sensor equals, that means, see, creation of the sensor or the sensor function means it's a verb, actually it's a function. At this level it's the speedy vibration which gives an illusion or creates something which was not there. So that is the ignorance, that is the foolishness, where due to some speedy action there is something created in the form of a form, and which you call rupa. So it could be a sound form, or it could be a light form, it could be a smell form, it could be a taste form, or it could be a tactile form. So these are the 5 types of forms that occur. But actually, these sensor function, at the sensor function level, there is no naming, or sensors cannot evaluate or give the details or identify what it is. So only the creation is there, and then as a part of the nature's law, there is collective action or synergy, I would say, joining of these sensor functions together that is happening at some age of the child. And this is a part of that natural process where the thoughts are formed. So if the functions at the sensor level is not true, it's simply just a creation, an illusion. The next product, which is the thought, which is the collective function of these sensor functions, cannot be true either. So it again is a creation and an illusion, which gives the feeling that it is really existing. So in simple words, what is seen, heard, and felt are not true. They are just creations due to the speed. Then the product of these, collective product of these, which is a thought, can't be a real thing if the raw materials used to make the thought is not true. So finally the thought sound, so you can very clearly, if you work out on this line, can very clearly say that thought sounds are not real. Thoughts, as I mentioned, it could be anything basically. You mean there is a name for anything, any of the actions, any of the words, any of the thoughts, all have some form of naming, which we call the nama. So there is some identification or naming of a fast vibration. So that is the basic thing of nama rupa. So in simple words, we can now see, when you consider these facts, you can very clearly see that there is no true or no real thing here. Everything is a creation. Everything is kind of appearance, magic appearance, like magic performance, like. But the thing is, all living beings, that means animals and the human beings, have got this wrong concept, incorrect concept, or the misbelief that these creations are true. So it's not very easy. It's very difficult to convince this because the practice all along in this samsara cycle, all these birth cycles, have been to take this as real. So we have been going down the stream. Now, when Lord Buddha found this truth 2,600, nearly 2,600 years ago, there were so many other religious practices all over India, and they had a belief of a god or some form of unseen sort of powers to cling on, and not only that, they were worshipping the trees and rocks and all sorts, even the rivers, the water they were worshipping fire. So all actually that is to get rid of their sorrow, and because there are defilements, and they realize that life is full of sorrow. So they were looking for something to get the relief from, and they started worshipping all these. So that was the environment in India at that time. So when Lord Buddha found this truth all by himself, uh, that is why we call him Samma Sambuddha. And it was very difficult to teach these things and get the people back to the correct track. So Lord Buddha used many tactics actually. Lord Buddha used some of the things that they were practicing already, and very tactfully he showed that that is not the best. So he didn't disagree with what they were doing. Now, for example, about the alms givings, they used to do alms giving those days also to various people. Animals were fed. Not only that, even the animals were slaughtered and offered to the god. So they were also kind of alms giving. So what Lord Buddha did was, he said, okay, alms giving, giving something to animals is a good thing. And then he went a step ahead and said, giving something to human beings is better. And then further step away, and he said, giving things to the people who are having very good policies, like hermits or well, monks or whatever clergies who were living at that time is better. So like that he went on step by step, and then finally he came that giving something or alms giving to Lord Buddha or somebody who has reached the Arahat state is better. And then finally he said Dharma Dana, or giving the Dhamma knowledge to somebody, is the best. So he was very tactful, and then he came up like that stepwise. And then these people who were full of drushtis and full of misconceptions, some part, I wouldn't say it was all, but still some people continued to that practices. But some of them, majority I would say, who was in India, could be converted to this correct teaching. So that those days actually, with that greatly limited technology and lack of advanced type of transport, with all those difficulties, he could spread this religion to many countries. So this Dhamma, these true facts which was disclosed by Lord Buddha, has been offered to us by our noble friend in a more simpler way, where we are taught or we are guided with 4 steps of practical procedures. So finally, in this uh, teaching, what is ultimately what we have to learn or what we have to understand is this world is a creation of the senses. We have no experience at all anything beyond our sensor level. I mean, we when you do this teaching, you actually sort of try to dig into this one and realize. Then you see, oh yes, this is limited to my capacity of the eye. This is limited to the capacity of my ear. So there is, we don't know what is there in so-called outside world. We don't know whether there is anything existing or if there is anything existing. We don't have any idea, any clue about what sort of things are existing. So therefore, there is no point of trying to split down this issue. Whatever the advanced technology, whatever the new equipment which are manufactured or invented, finally has to be screened through this available sensor. So we don't know what, I mean, there may be very advanced telescopes to see the galaxies and all that. So what is finally uh, uh, sort of pointed or strained to one point where it is compatible with this sensor. So it's really, I mean, hilarious when you think now these scientists are trying to find more and more new things, but they don't realize that this is all limited to the sensor capacity of the human being. So
Yeah.
what's the point of all this struggle? I mean, we are limited to our own world. So we have to focus on what the sensors are forming for us. We have to try to understand what this world created by our senses. Isn't it? It's something like
Yeah.
we are to look at the businesses of the surrounding houses where we don't know what is happening in our own house. It's something like that.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, as you said, as you highlighted a good point. Buddha said that giving, alms giving to the,
Yes.
yeah, that practice is very important because actually what Buddha did was not, uh, uh, he did not say no to everything.
Yes.
What he did was he just modified the the practices that they were doing in that era. That means as you clearly said, they were believing in gods, they were believing in they were worshipping sun, moon, river. So they were they were worshipping certain spirits and so on. So what they were giving alms to those things. So what Lord Buddha said is, yes, that is all right. You give to those things. You do what you do, but this one is much better than that. What I am telling is a thing that is much better than that. So it will give you more merits like this. So gradually he tried to uh, take these people from that misbelief. So what ultimately said, as you said, giving alms to the people who go along this path is much meritful than the rest. So likewise, ultimately what he said, renunciation through the understanding is very much better than the rest. So that means you have to understand what this Dhamma all about. So then eventually what will happen, you will renounce it. So I don't know the word, the atharim will automatically will happen. So that is the expected transformation of Lord Buddha. So that was the goal, but he gradually pointed out, he gradually explained how you can deviate. So he showed it very nice way. So people were not disheartened at that time. They were, yes, okay, Lord Buddha is saying, so this alms giving is better, that's all right, but just try to understand the Dhamma a little. That's all right. So they did it. They did it. So then they understood that understanding a thought has the greatest value. So then what will happen? Unknowingly, the renunciation happened. So that is the expected transformation. That is the, yeah, that came through the understanding. So what Lord Buddha wanted to do is that internal transformation. So that transformation has to happen in each and every individual. So it happens in its own ways. How much they understand, the transformation will occur. So in order to do so, as you clearly said, we have to understand our senses. So how this process execute, processes execute. So understanding is enough, very enough for that particular transformation. So that's what Lord Buddha wanted to tell to us, I think. So yes, so anything we can discuss, Dr. Sakuntala, about these five faculties? We know these things. So now we have been talking about this creation, how these resonance take place, and how this mind gets created. So the value that has been assigned automatically will lead to form you a soul. So that soul affects, that soul makes you to feel like you are existing. So that is the most uh, uh, difficult part to see. So that has not been revealed by anybody else. So yes, so we thought, so as you said, we thought the eyes can see the world, through the ears can hear the world, through the skin can feel the world. So we thought the world is there, I am here, so I am the one who is learning the world, I am the one who is living in this world. But Lord Buddha said is something different. The faculties themselves create a world for you. So that creation collectively make a man for you, a soul for you. So it is a creation. There is no kind of a non-soul here. So it is a very beautiful Dhamma, I think. So it has not been revealed by anybody else, even nowadays. So we have to be very grateful to our noble friend Aryan Maharaj. So expound, revealing this Dhamma again to this world, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
actually, as you said now, even one sensor is enough to create its own world now. That is one
Absolutely.
of the examples given by Aryan Hanse. They are the earthworm, just
Mhm.
has one sensor, the skin tactile only, but it has its own world now. It loves its life.
Yeah.
Now in some heaty environment, it will crawl somewhere to escape from the heat because it wants to live.